Yeah, stop, Steve. Why not do anything?
You're making fun of me.
I am not.
And my language.
Nope. Puss puss. Isn't it time to update this pixel animation? Seems a bit outdated. Yeah, you know what? Maybe you're right, but I don't know who to talk to. I don't remember who did my last one. I would otherwise I'd ask him for a new one. I thought I hurt my elbow benching. And so I'm kind of annoyed because like, okay, well I have to change my bench form somehow. But now I realize today I didn't hurt my elbow benching. I hurt my elbow squatting. Ugh, and now it's killing me. Now I'm triggered. Ooh. Did I cut my hair again? No, I just got out of the shower like 2 minutes ago, so it's nice and combed and wet. I got that Hitler Youth drip today. Yeah, true. You see the new Shaylin pic? I sure did. That creepy fucking rape family. What are you gonna do? Switch to high bar? Yeah, I'll probably drop the weight back to like 155 and just high bar back up to 180. Because that's probably easier on the elbow, I guess. I didn't know that this was hurting my elbow until, oh my god, I finished my second set today and I was like, okay, well, we're done. We're done. Oh my god. So now I'm wondering if my bench isn't bad at all. Or what if I hurt it during benching and I exacerbated it doing low bar? I don't know. I'll probably just high bar for like... Chad Wu, talking about Lav if you care. Oh, you can link me if you want. Low bar equals super wide grip. I've seen different things on it. I was doing narrower, then I did wider. I don't know what the right answer is. I've seen different people say both. I've seen some people are like, you should have it like narrower than your bench press because you want your elbows flared back here. And then I've seen other people say you want it really, really wide. But I don't know what the right answer is. I might try wider next time. I don't know. What kind of pain is it? I don't know. It feels like inflamed. But it's just, I could tell after my set that my elbow was fucking killing me. Not good. Okay, what are we doing? That teaspoon. Okay, fuck me. That was a funny picture, but now you made my belt light, and now I'm gonna lose the game. Ever hurts your position is wrong. You need to have a bend in your wrist. Having straight wrists is not it. I think it's usually like this, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Oh, this is not on.
A little bit during Gamergate, but I truly did not know who he was until he debated Sam Cedar, and I found his content very entertaining and started watching it, right? So I think it's just, we don't run in the same circles, if that makes sense. There's a little bit of overlap with Vosh, but not that much.
Who is she talking about? Your wrist needs to bend backwards, not forward?
I mean, historically, there was probably more of an overlap, and I think the communities have become more disparate.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying, at the time, your perspective was, who the fuck is Destiny, basically?
Oh, yeah. That's me. Oh, more people talking about me.
Yeah,
yes.
I talked to Keffels about this, and I feel I can say this. When I was 100% Team Keffels, I want to admit that I was not as familiar with their history of back and forth together. And
who did the weirdest 180?
That, I think it
yeah, I almost don't believe it because it feels like Brianna Wu went from being kind of like a crazy woo-woo like SJW to like being based on almost every single topic in like 1 week. I truly don't understand what happened.
Good work. And
the slick hair look isn't working. I just took a shower. I understand how. Okay, I can't tell if people never shower in my stream or what's going on. Every single time I get out of the shower, people think I either have product or they think I got a haircut. I think it's just my hair is wet. It'll look normal in like 2 hours. It looks wet and then it dries. Is that really that hard to understand? I don't understand how so many people are like, it's so different. Yeah, I just got out of the shower. It'll look different in like 2 hours. Then dry it? Why? It'll dry in the air.
I personally find you very difficult as a person, okay?
Huh.
Right? Because on the one hand, I like what you're saying, and I think that I agree with a lot of what you say, and you've got some good perspectives. And I see your kind of pathway and the things you talk about feeling browbeaten by the online left and you can't say certain things. I've lived that experience myself, right?
Right.
Okay. So I relate to that. But then what holds me back from being fully wooed is I just can't shake the feeling or the perception that you are engaging in this in a sort of self-interested way. And I don't know how to fix that, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I think time together, I think, let's just be honest, you don't have the best reputation with some of my community. I personally found you to be entirely nice to talk to. I found you to be fair in every conversation we've ever had. And I don't know. I think we keep having conversations. I really mean this, though. I'm not someone who sits there and goes, this is what is going to help me, like, this is what I need to say, or I need to change my perspectives here. I genuinely try to think through problems and stand by what I think is the right side there. It's just, I think if you talk to my husband, he would tell you that's just fundamentally who I am. I don't always get it right, but I don't have a problem speaking out against my own side when we don't have it right.
Okay. More time. That's interesting. Well, like I say, I've got an idea for another thing we can do in the future that I think would maybe alleviate this too. We'll see, though.
I would love that.
Okay. Okay, getting back to the matter at hand then, obviously, in regards to Lav. One thing that I noted recently is she obviously has always had kind of radfem perspectives on trans issues.
Yeah.
But over the last couple of days, I've noted that she's kind of moved into what I would consider
transphobia
to be, or explicit transphobia.
Yeah. Holy shit.
I don't know if you've noted that yourself. What
I can't say I watch all of her content, but yeah,
No,
I've seen
sure.
her Jenny about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to hear your perspective. Why do you think that she's pivoted so hard into, more explicit transphobia now, where she's maybe been a bit more guarded before?
I think that's a really interesting question. It's so there are valid conversations that we're having on feminism about sex work, right? I'm a sex positive feminist. I believe sex work. I think you can have women's liberation without sexual liberation. I'm 100% pro sex work, right? Legalize it, destigmatize it, all of that. She obviously feels a very different way, even though she's the one with a job in sex work. That's a whole nother discussion. I think when it comes to transphobia, I think with Lav, the simplest answer is generally the correct one. And I think it's that it's all about her. And I think she has trouble thinking of anyone else as valid except for herself, which probably ties into transphobia in some degree.
So you think it's a kind of self-centered perspective? What do you mean by, like, it's a woman's space thing from her own perspective? What do you mean by that?
From her comments, I've seen her say something to that degree, so I can't really speak to it. I really appreciate Destiny checking her so aggressively on her transphobia. I think it's part of an overall pattern of allyship from Destiny that I consider to be excellent.
Okay. Interesting. So yeah, going into these allegations a bit further then. So you're saying that from your perspective, you feel that Lav, when you say Lav sharing the personal details,
right?
Because there's a couple of examples of that. What specifically are you referring to as an issue in her actions there?
There's no way I come back from this.
Releasing the private sex logs of Destiny and Lav's sexting. So let's do an allegory here. So do you remember the Fappening and Jennifer Lawrence having her nudes leaked online with the iCloud hacking? She came forward and said, well, this is a sex crime. And that was a sentiment I very much agreed with, right? She felt violated. Her private, body and sexual experience was out there for the public. I think having your sex texts leaked is a lesser sex crime. But I think if you feel that Jennifer Lawrence was violated, I don't see how logically you can't also feel that the destiny has been violated here. I certainly would feel horrible if someone released something like that out to the public. She seems to, there's no part of her brain that seems to go, this is wrong, this is inappropriate, this is a violation of boundaries. And it's very offensive to me that she is calling herself the victim of harassment when she's out there committing what I consider to be a low-level sex crime.
True.
Okay.
Unbelievably true.
Where it is acceptable to share private sex logs, what would they
Sure.
be?
I think if a reputable journalist were looking into something like this and you had faith that an editor would be involved and there was a public interest at stake, I think in that situation, that would probably be ethical, right? Someone that works at the Washington Post or NBC News is not going to release the most salacious details to try to make someone look bad, right? There's going to be an editorial judgment there. But as far as just an individual with an axe to grind, I don't think there's an ethical way to do that, in my view.
I guess.
There's no way I'm in this game, right?
Does
I
that
don't
not
think
set the
so.
standard too high more broadly, though? Because if
No,
you're saying a
Brianna gave
journalist
3
has to
really
be
good
involved,
qualifying
what if
things there,
someone,
actually.
You know, wants to
Editorial,
reveal
public
information
interest,
about
if
someone
something,
engaging
and
in
if something negative had
unwanted
happened or whatever.
sexual advances, even if there was a small level of reciprocation. Or, I mean, I can't imagine the exact context, but aren't you concerned just stopping people from coming forward with something genuine that's a problem in that case?
Yeah, I think that's a really fair counterpoint. You know, we saw this happening during Me Too, right? You know, women coming forward with power imbalances there. I guess the difference is, you know, Lav is a public figure here, right? And, you know, she herself has said she was comfortable with their sexual relationship. It wasn't a bad time. She doesn't have anything necessarily bad to say about Steven. She's talking about, like, she keeps saying she wants to expand it and having a more nuanced conversation, but then never says
The
what
nuanced
the
conversation.
nuanced conversation is.
Yeah.
So I think I would probably agree with you. There's some situations where this might meet a lower bar. This does not seem to be one of them.
Okay, sure, yeah. I mean, I've
Stephen,
reviewed
you should
some of
stop
the
going
leaks
after Lav.
on
She is a
screen
black,
that
Latina,
have
Native
been
American,
revealed,
Jewish
and
woman, and
it
that could make you
seems
look
like, from what I
not
can
so
see,
good.
There's just kind of a few references to like a sexual encounter that happened, but I
Right.
myself haven't personally seen anything that looks like the kind of abuse that's being alluded to or has been discussed. No.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree that there doesn't seem to be much there that makes it worthy of public consumption.
It's just like, speaking more broadly, I think this is a wider conversation that, like, if Lav wants more context, a subject I think there's more context to be had here is, even in my brief time, trying to get more involved in Twitch politics and being on these panels, it's very apparent to me there is a very high mental health cost that is associated with operating in this space. And I think people do want to, I think that there's this I think there's this sense that everything in your life is fair game to tear you apart, right? I'm not comfortable with agreeing that that's the standard with Destiny or Hassan or any of the major figures in this space. I think you should be allowed to put your political view forward without having your private sex life taken as entertainment for the masses.
Okay, I mean,
Just say yeah to saving 20 to 60% off department store prices at Ross.
Dude, KFC's Double Down is back?
Double down, double, double, double down. Chicken, chicken, bacon, chicken, chicken, cheese. Double down, double, double, double down.
Buy a Double Down on the KFC app until March 18th for early beta access to Diablo 4.
Mom, can we get a puppy, Mom? Please?
Girls, pets are a big expense.
Maybe try switching your car insurance to Progressive. You could save hundreds.
Lost way too much on that first
Thanks, TV Dad.
that
We'll
first
think
attack.
about it, okay?
Look what I found.
Oh, puppy!
Oh, no.
I wish TV Dad was always in charge.
Listen to your TV Dad. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average.
Pre-order Diablo 4 on Xbox.
I can make you the hero you want.
Is this Diablo 4 finally? Or what is this?
Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Oh, I didn't even see what it was called. Right?
Stressed? Anxious? Your vaping nicotine can increase feelings of stress and anxiety. So if you're vaping to help your stress, you could be caught in a loop and making it worse.
A loop?
Vaping nicotine. It's a breath of stress air. See for yourself. breathofstressair.com.
But then if someone is genuinely engaging in malfeasance, then that's something that should be allowed to be public. So in the case of Destiny, if there was something bad, it should be public. But your position seems to be it should be an actual journalist, not Mr. Girl digging around himself when he's got biases. That seems to be it, essentially.
Yeah, I think that's a fair appraisal. There are obviously cases in between all of this, but I think you and I would surely agree this in no way meets any standard for abuse towards Lav. Like, in no way that I can see. Yeah, in Chud, I mean, look, I've consulted the White House not once, not twice, 3 times on internet harassment. I've worked with the UN. I've worked with most major tech companies. I've spoken at Google multiple times on this issue. I've actually helped set many of these policies. Like, I really do know my shit here. And I would really urge your audience to ask themselves just how fucked up Lav has to be for me to, like, say, I feel real responsibility to go on your stream today and say she does not speak for us, right? Like, this is a really egregious example of someone weaponizing the language of social justice for an agenda that is fundamentally narcissistic.
Do you think this is maybe like a broader issue amongst progressives on the left as well? Have you noticed the pattern of this?
I do. I unfortunately do. You know, there's a great book that came out that upset a lot of progressives. I thought it had a really good point. It was called Conflict is Not Abuse. I think when Keffels has talked about tenderqueers in her audience and this portion of the progressive left that really likes to get outraged, I do think there's a conversation about every bit of conflict you feel in your life is not abuse, right? And I think that that's really the fault of feminists for not really talking more about the standards that this meets. I think if you look at what's happening to women journalists right now at WAPO and NBC and the New York Times, there's a lot of legitimate harassment that is happening there. I think if Keffels makes a joke about her identity being Italian X, I don't think there's a legitimate grievance to be had against her online. And I think there's a lot of this cynical weaponization of progressive language.
So, what, you know, in principle, I do agree. And, I mean, what I'm about to say, I'm kind of, I guess, in the past, I'm guilty of myself, and that's why I recognize it. But I think the problem I've got with that perspective is that, in some ways, in Keffels, and I would argue Bosch also has this problem.
Where they weaponize
is that
it?
Whilst they're critical of tenderqueers, they also sometimes act in ways that ingratiate themselves with those audiences. Like Keffels was calling for a lot of deplatforming, you know, last year. So it's like, okay, when it turns on you, it's bad, but like, you know, you're happy to engage in it, ingratiate yourself with those communities when it benefits you another way. So are people not making their own bed and lying in it in some ways?
I think you have a legitimate point there. What I can say to you, Chud, is this. My current mission, like if I have any mission right now in this space, it is to kind of bring the progressive left back to a sense of reality, right? Because I think a lot of these behaviors we are participating in, they don't get us any closer to universal health care. They don't help women get paid more. They don't, you know, help bring policy forward for, you know, true racial justice in my country. I think many of the things we're engaged in are about narcissism. It's not about policy. And I genuinely feel responsibility to step forward and say, we're attacking the wrong things. We're going after mission objectives that are not helping us. We need to get serious. We need to grow up, and we need to refocus.
Okay. So I mean, it sounds like it's not. You've got a broader political focus in this. You think that if we work together, there's more that can be achieved.
Yeah. I think we have some real problems. I think if I think if you look at the generation coming up now, I think their economic situation is very, very dire. And I think every time you're talking about, I think when you start slinging around words like, I think when you start making allegations about transphobia or racism, and there's just no truth to any of it, it's just this knee-jerk reaction when someone is saying something you don't want to hear. I think it takes away the power to truly address those forces, right? And I think that's why we need to set a better culture at the top. I've said this before, Chad. I really mean this. My hands are not clean in this. I have helped set a playbook that has not served the progressive left well. And I feel a responsibility to use the platform I've developed to get us back to basics and move on a better course forward.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think back and cringe to like 3 years ago, 2 years ago, where I sort of made certain arguments, and now I look back and think, yeah, that kind of has contributed to this problem, or contributed in its own small way to the issue. So I can relate to that, definitely. What are your thoughts on, like, when you look over to the right and how they deal with these sort of situations and issues? Like, what's your thought process about what the right are doing, aside from political disagreement, like the techniques?
Well, so you may not know this about me, but I was a Republican. Like, one of my very first jobs was for the RNC in Washington in my early 20s. Like, I was working there on 9/11. So I think the right overall is not burdened they're not as uncertain about things as the left is, and I think that can be a real advantage. They're not confused about what they're trying to accomplish, and they have a really strong sense about who the enemy is. It's us, right? Something that really strikes me in this space is Destiny hates Vosh, Vosh hates Destiny, they all hate Hassan, they hate Keffels. Like, none of these streamers seem to like each other, right? And then you look at the right, it's like Tucker Carlson doesn't spend a lot of time going after, Steven Crowder, right? They all seem to be on the same team, putting their viewpoint forward. I think the left would be really smart to look at the unity that the right shows and display a little bit of that ourselves.
That's interesting because, I think to like the Steven Crowder dispute, and that's an example of where there was friction and there was disagreement. But then if you actually listen to what they said, although they laid out their case and their disagreements, Jeremy from the Daily Wire was even like, we're not saying don't watch Steven Crowder, like go and watch Steven Crowder. Like we're just laying out our position on it, right?
Correct.
So it does seem like they do have this kind of tactical unity that they're able to engage in to get political goals achieved.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, Vosh is a good example, and I don't think Vosh would mind me saying this. I consider him a friend. Every single time he's in my DMs, like, we have a lovely chat. I genuinely like Vosh. Vosh has said some stuff about women that I just fucking hate. I don't know how to say it more nicely than that, but it's like you look at him overall, he's got the smartest foreign policy takes, I think, of any streamer short of Sam Cedar. And it's like he's doing really good work, and it's just like it's not worth my time to like feud with Vosh about this, right? So I just don't understand why there's not that same sense of judgment. The left has a real tendency to have this narcissistic view that anyone with an opinion that's this much different than us is evil and problematic and needs to be shamed. And I think the results speak for themselves. Like, we have no power. Our only power is to chirp on Twitter and basically harass people.
Listen, look, I Vosh has got good takes on Ukraine, Russia.
Sure.
But to me, there's a problem because he also pushes extremely violent rhetoric about Republicans, which to me massively undermines the perspective he has on foreign policy. Like, that to me is very divisive. You know, Republicans bad, sure, but like, Republicans want to murder you and therefore we should blank them, which, paraphrasing, is what he says. Don't you think that's like incredibly destructive and unhelpful?
If I saw that clip, I would probably agree that it is. I personally have not seen that, but that's not language
How
I would use.
convenient!
Yeah.
You've not seen the clip of that. Okay.
I haven't.
You don't. Okay.
Sure.
If you okay,
try to so aggressive.
I just feel that if you pay attention to Vosh's content and perspective enough, you ought to have some understanding of his rhetoric about Republicans. If you genuinely don't, then you don't. But to me, that sounds crazy.
Can I just ask you to consider, I truly had not started like watching Twitch seriously until this year. So there's a lot of history here. Like, it's exactly with the Keffel's Destiny thing. I just did not understand a lot of the backstory when I got involved there. So
this is why I find you so frustrating to talk to. Okay? I'm going to remain calm, though.
It's okay.
You're very calm as well. Okay? I find it frustrating because I feel like in your effort to build all these bridges, which is great, I like that, it's like you're almost unwilling to offer any criticism whatsoever, or you kind of slip around and, oh, I didn't know that happened, or I didn't know this clip existed, I didn't know that clip existed, you know? And I think that whilst I'm not like a Vosh hater, you know, I started watching Vosh. Vosh was like a big influence on me becoming a streamer in the first place. I just think that there's definitely things that he does that massively undermine the good stuff he does. And, you know, it just seems like you're kind of slipping around that. And I don't know what to say or do about that, but it's just something I'm noticing. I don't know.
I genuinely mean this. If I seem slippery about it, I'm truly not trying to do that. If I see that, I will call that out in the future. Does that seem fair to you if I see that? Because
well, I mean, it's all we've got for now, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's all we've got for now, I guess. But just to be clear, between you and I, right?
Right.
This narrative, like, I get, like, some of the stuff Republicans have been saying, you know, particularly like Daily Wire stuff, I disavow, I think is wrong, whatever, right? But your average Republican, the idea that, or you know, even a Republican politician, like, the idea we ought to engage in violence against them, or pushing the idea that they just want to eliminate you and genocide you, is quite harmful to, like, the toxic to the public discourse, right?
Sure, I entirely agree with that. I think the left, I can say this as someone who is a former Republican, I think the left fundamentally does not understand conservatism. I think you want to dismiss it as just people that are irredeemably evil, right? What I can tell you as someone that grew up in that ideology, these are people that are just, they have a knee-jerk reaction that when things are changing, they're just very uncomfortable with it, right? And there's a sense that the family and the father structure is there to kind of look after the family and safeguard
Remind me to
things,
check this replay. I think this guy's map hacking. Unless he had an observer parked over there.
Society that builds up that father figure, right? There's a lot of this that I think the left just really gets wrong about conservatives. And yeah, maybe that's something I need to do more in my public persona, is kind of speak towards that lack of understanding.
Unless they've gotten rid of all of these
you
in
know,
StarCraft.
Whilst, of course, I mean,
maybe it's not possible,
extremely
actually. He's just
black-pilled and
lucky.
cynical about the online space and what it can achieve politically. You know, I don't want to dredge the conversation down to my pure cynicism, right? But if I'm going to be a bit more positive, I think I agree with the idea of building bridges amongst progressives. But then there's another part to that conversation which you're going to know, as you like to tell me about your background in politics. But there's also the bridge that you need to build across to at least moderate Republicans to actually get policy passed, right?
I agree. I think if you looked at that panel, the trans panel I did 2 days ago, I was trying to voice this in language that I was hoping Republicans could hear, right? It's a privacy issue. It's a freedom issue. You need the freedom to make choices with your doctor. The government shouldn't get involved there. That was very much an effort for me to kind of parse that language in a way that would appeal to conservatives.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, listen. We need to get back to shitting on Lav because that's what gets the views. That's the main thing I'm interested in. So, one thing I do want to ask you about actually is, do you remember you had a conversation with Mr. Girl about consent recently? Right?
I do.
Okay. So I'm gonna call what I saw on that panel. As much as I enjoyed watching it, it felt like
that was a shit show.
It was a shit show, and I agree that Mr. Girl played his part in that, right? But I couldn't help but feel watching it like you were saying things in a certain way to provoke and move the conversation in a certain direction away from the matter of consent. Specifically when you brought up Lav. At a stretch, I would argue it's included in the conversation, but it seemed like you mentioned Lav specifically to provoke Max. That's the interpretation I had.
Maybe a bit. It wasn't my primary mission objective. I think I had just watched a video about her like that morning, and she was on my mind because of it.
Okay.
But I think that's a reasonable way to feel about that. I think my biggest mistake in that debate is I was coming there trying to talk about a policy perspective, and I did not appreciate that Max is unable to talk about any subject that's not Max and Max's content. And if I'd thought about that more critically, I should have been aware. He's not a policy guy. He's not interested in that discussion, and there was no way it was going to be fruitful with the assumptions I have. But yeah, that's what I'm most interested in is public policy.
I mean, it seemed like you know, it was a conversation about consent, and I think you even had a paper, you had a prop, and you were talking about. Have you still got it?
No.
But you were talking about you were talking about rape. You were talking about rape, right? Like you were focusing on rape, consent via rape, and legislation. Like that seemed to be the direction you wanted to take it in. Whereas consent could mean a whole host of things.
Right.
So is that what you mean by you wanted to bring it to that aspect of policy around consent and rape, right? That's what you were trying to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, Elder Drazi and I had a conversation later with Relevant that was an actually productive conversation about consent. And I dare say he brought up some really good points about the flaws in the enthusiastic consent model, and I actually agreed with many of those flaws. That was a productive
What was the time where I said this
I
at?
wish I could have had something like that with Max.
Oh, he could have been watching stream too. He seems to walk forward to snipe broods with no observers. It's like the weirdest fucking behavior in the world. But he didn't queue his last game until 20 hours ago, so he's probably just watching stream.
Than I have been, because I feel like she's getting a rough ride by
Really?
you. Well, I mean, that's very obviously, you know, very hard for me to say, okay, but I feel like she's just getting shit on, and I don't like that. Okay, we love women on this channel, and I'm going to defend Lav. So
right.
I guess one question that I've got for you is that when it comes to Lav, although of course there's criticism of her behavior, she does receive an inordinate amount of hatred and vitriol on the internet. Some of it perpetuated by me, but nonetheless, play devil's advocate. Do you not think or feel that perhaps there's an excessiveness in the response that Lav has received that perhaps perpetuates her behavior?
I definitely do. Kylo was talking about this, and I think it was really true, that there's probably a certain degree of disproportionate hate that Lav has gotten because she's a woman in this space. And, it certainly adds to it. At the same time, she's out here making false allegations. She won't take any responsibility for anything. She's a public figure, and she wants all of the attention, but she doesn't want to accept any responsibility there. So to use one of her favorite phrases, two things can be true. Like you can get some measure of structural sexism like aimed at you. It can also be true you're engaged in some actions that are truly indefensible that undermine the very cause you say you believe in.
Sure. Could this argument not be used against you and some of your past actions in regards to Gamergate, for example?
How do you mean?
Well, the idea that you perhaps received an inordinate amount.
This is just
like
wild
an
to me.
excessive amount of hatred in certain areas, but perhaps there were actions that were engaged in that were worthy of criticism.
Yeah, I would tell you there's probably no one you could find that's more critical of how many of the things I did during Gamergate than I am. I did many things wrong. I think the biggest thing I did wrong is I really did have a clinical case of trauma, and I kept engaging online.
The shield battery
thinking
shit
it
is
was
so
gonna
fucking
calm that
retarded.
trauma
Oh my
down,
god, it's such a horrible.
And it was making it worse.
Like, you already have
in many
photon
ways.
cannons. Why do they give him this
I
stupid
think
thing too?
people
It's
saw
so
the worst
stupid.
of me, and I think that's really unfortunate because it's I think it's not who I am at my best.
Just say yeah to saving 20 to 60% off department store prices at Ross.
I know what I love about my daughter, but if you ask her, At YoPlay, we believe in strengthening women, so we're partnering with Girls Inc. to help girls build self-confidence. Share your strengths at YoPlay USA.
Does it get lonely out in space? Just you and 5,000 fleas? Mission Control says Nexstar starts killing in 15 minutes. Ground controlled a major flea problem. Am I right?
Start killing in minutes, for pet's sake.
When we designed the all-new Honda Pilot Trail Sport, we made it adventure ready. With features like off-road tuned suspension, an enhanced all-wheel drive system, all-terrain tires, and trail watch. So you can blaze new trails. The all-new Pilot Trail Sport, the most off-road capable Honda SUV ever.
Hang on. You ready for an adventure?
Let's just jump right into it. What did you say?
Don't tell God.
Are you ready?
Let's go! Oh my God.
Wow. This could be unlike anything else.
Show them who we are.
Trust me.
A clan of two. I love this place.
To you, it may just be an elevator.
Here goes nothing.
But for a young homeowner becoming their parents, it's a learning opportunity.
Come on in. The more the merrier. Paris, huh? Bonjour. We got any out-of-towners in the elevator?
Tom, it is not easy.
10th floor, huh? Must be a heck of a view.
Okay, see how everyone else is facing this way?
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Okay, that was terrible. Okay, let's hang back. We're gonna try that again.
Stressed? Anxious? Your vaping nicotine can increase feelings of stress and anxiety. So if you're vaping to help your stress, you could be caught in a loop and making it worse. Vaping nicotine. It's a breath of stress air. See for yourself. breathofstressair.com.
That she spoke on behalf of, and like dared speak about their sexual experiences publicly. I think she owes them an apology. And I really think what the world needs from Lav most is her silence. I think she's
I was gonna say for her to shut the fuck up.
To any kind of perception of feminism in this space. And I think she is making it very hard for serious claims of harassment and abuse to be taken seriously by basically being the girl that cried wolf.
Okay, I'm going to read a tweet out here.
Uh-oh. Rihanna tweet's coming up.
Reads as follows. Ha 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 ha. How the fuck is cyberbullying real? Ha ha ha. Blank. Just walk away from the screen like blank. Close your eyes.
What's the blank?
Ha, ha. How is your take any different from that tweet?
Oh, I think that if you're a public figure, I'm going to quote Vosh here. He said this, and I heard it, and I loved it. I think, this quote is not fair for you if you're not a public figure. If you are a public figure, it is the unfortunate truth that you're going to have to develop that thick skin to a certain extent. So if you're going to function in this space, to a certain extent, like you do open yourself up to public obloquy. One of the big differences to my mind, Chud, is I didn't mind getting death threats and rape threats, when I was running for office, because I made the decision to go to the FEC and sign the form and run, and you're putting your life out there for the public to examine. That's a very different question than me just being a game developer and owning a company and just trying to do my own private work and speak at tech conferences, right? There's a different level of being a public figure there. So that to me is the major difference.
Well, you've made it impossible for me to disagree. I think that that's a pretty good. I think that's a pretty good standard, you know. And I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but you see these situations where someone who isn't a public figure maybe has a social faux pas on the internet, and all of a sudden they're nobody. Their tweet blows up. Everyone's talking about them to the point where sometimes they like get fired from their job or something like that, which is quite kind of wild. But yeah, I think that's obviously different to someone being a public figure. I agree. Sure.
I think if you're going to stream, like to a certain extent, you are really asking, don't complain if you end up on LSF, because like, this is your career. This is what you signed up for. I do have to say, though, I think one of the reasons I would never want to have your job is I would love to talk about this actually with, you know, because your channel occasionally has some stuff banned or you face that. I think the incentives are so unfair for Twitch streamers, because if you're trying to get eyeballs, if you're trying to get attention, the idea is to push the TOS, like stay within them, but walk as close to the edge as you can, right? Like make it spicy, make it interesting, talk about these hot subjects, right? At the same time, you know, the TOS are not applied in a way that's easy to understand or universally applied. And they're really weaponized against you. So I think you have two incentives here. They're really unfair to people with your career, because you're, on one hand, make it as spicy as possible. On the other, we're going to like protect the corporation first whenever it's inconvenient. And I just think that fundamentally results in an unfair workplace situation.
Is this just like mass blink stalkers? Or
Yeah,
what?
I mean, I've got like quite a few. I mean, there's lots of conversation about this with Kick, kind of kicking off. And whatnot. I think one of the biggest issues I have with this conversation, there's a couple of issues I have, but like one of the things I see is people will get banned for something, or someone will be banned, and they'll go, that's not fair, why is he getting banned for that? And you look, and it's literally in black and white. Like, for example, earlier someone was saying, well, it was unreasonable that Kai Cenat got banned for taking an edible and passing out on stream. And it's like, that literally is in black and white, that you can't do that. And you might disagree with the rule, that's fine.
Sure.
Right? If you disagree with the rule, that's no problem. But like, you can't deny it exists as a rule, and if you don't follow it and you get banned, well, that's on you at the end of the day. So that I find frustrating. But of course, you know, there are instances where people get suspended for something that others don't. Or you see something that to you, you're like, how can this not be a breach of the terms of service? Now, I appreciate you're a very sex-positive person, but I'm going to be anti-woman for a moment, right? You see sometimes streamers on Twitch who are engaging in extremely salacious activity, which I don't have like necessarily a problem with, within reason, but it becomes a thin line between what's salacious and what's sexual. So you have someone who's rubbing oil into their ass, which, sure, you might enjoy that, right? Someone might enjoy that, but it's not. Twitch isn't the place for that, and Twitch have made it clear that they don't want that kind of behavior on there. You know, so that's one example of where I just think that can be a bit frustrating if you see someone that's kind of like breaking the rules. But then on the other end, sure, you have people who, you know, aren't necessarily doing that and are just wearing an item of clothing that maybe is a bit revealing, and that maybe is an unfair ban. I don't know. So I think the inconsistency is a problem, and the transparency is a problem. Those are the two things on the other side. Being inconsistent and not being transparent as to why someone's banned. That tends to be, you know, what I take issue with.
I fully agree with that. And if I saw that Amaranth clip of her rubbing oil into her butt, I would probably have the same reaction you do. That seems like a lot, right? I think if you're out there in a bikini in a hot tub, right? To me, that's no different than you know, when I was a kid, it was you know, USA on cable television. They had TNA, or you know, from the generation above me, Elvira, right? Like sexy girls doing things has always been a genre of television, and it always will be, right? But I think if it's kind of moving over to softcore porn, yeah, that like, I personally don't have a problem with that, but it wouldn't surprise me if you know, corporations took a more dim view of that on their platform.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, I think that because people get surprised and like, oh, Chad, you said this or you said that, like, why haven't you been banned? But Twitch, either I've got a guardian angel at Twitch that protects me from any moderation action, that's one concept, or there's actually provisions in the terms of service that say if you do even like a racial joke, but it's clearly satirical in nature, or it's designed to criticize an element of racism or something, they do give provisions for that. But then the problem comes where, like, that isn't necessarily easy to enforce and people can make mistakes. Maybe someone does make a joke that's taken the wrong way and they get banned, other people don't. Yeah, it's complicated and it's difficult, but as a content creator, it's just know what the terms of service are, stick in them as best you can, and don't make a big fuss if you do break the rules and you do push a boundary and you get banned. Just take it on the chin and keep going forward. That's my kind of mentality with it anyway.
You know, I've really, you talked earlier about me having a change of heart about certain things, and there is something I think I've changed my mind on. I think feminists should be able to admit that we have been losing massive amounts of cultural power, right? I think that in the moment of the Me Too movement, I think we are a far more relevant ideology, and I just don't see that same power today. And I've been asking myself, what is the reason that we've lost so much power? And I think, and I'd love to know if you agree with this, I think that we got so caught up in trying to enforce a very, very wide interpretation of what sexism was in the culture that I think we lost the ability to really go and argue our values in front of people. I think if I don't go to the gym and work my abs are not going to be as strong, right? I think in that same way, I think there are parts of the left that got so used to not having to defend our ideology that we built these terms of service instead. So I want to be really clear, like, you've made jokes on the stream I thought were sexist, right? But at the same time, I'm not sure, I'm genuinely unsure that censoring that right off the bat is necessarily the best way to go about it. I think my theory is that if you have women like me, they're willing to go on your stream and talk about these ideas, like, honestly and transparently and openly, I think
what up, loser?
that has
Ever thought about uploading high-quality discussions to Spotify? It supports video now. I'm pretty sure there are lots of chatters that would like to listen to you calling Lev a dumb bitch while they are pumping iron.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't. I don't know. Everybody's always told me that I've asked that it's not worth it, but maybe I'll try to hire somebody to do it. I don't know.
Okay, so let's
Please, yeah.
Okay, so I do genuinely have what I consider to be a pretty reasonable perspective on the experience of a woman, because men know best. I can't stop myself. No, what I'm trying to say is I know women and have engaged with various women in my life in different capacities, okay? And I have learned about the experience of a woman by talking and listening to women. Now that comes across as very trite and soy, and that's part of the problem. Me expressing that, because it is such a expressed sentiment of listen to women, right? It's like so obvious and so clear. Some people might still need to hear it, but it's been repeated so much that it becomes trite. And this is a problem with a lot of the sort of maxims or phrases or sayings, is whilst there's probably still value in some people hearing it, it's been said so much that people are bored of hearing it, right?
Yeah. I don't disagree with that, yeah.
I think that, and this is why we've got what I call this age of the Giga Chad, which is kind of pushing back a bit against the trite expression of obvious progressive sentiments to, ironically engaging in certain types of humor and people enjoying that. It's because people are tired of that kind of pendulum swing one direction. The other specific criticism I would have as well is the Me Too thing started on a good principle. Harvey Weinstein was unequivocally a bad dude, okay? He was a rapist, etc. So he was called out on, via other means other than the legal system, because the legal system had failed to prosecute him adequately for the crimes he committed, which is good. Unfortunately, I think that we've gone from there to the point now where people don't even necessarily seek out legal ramifications. They don't go to the police. They decide to just go online and put a twitlonger out. And the twitlonger, if you read them and scrutinize it, doesn't always kind of come across in a way where you're thinking, well, this guy definitely did something wrong and he's a rapist even. Sometimes there's a lack of any sort of evidence provided, or it just sounds like a kind of uncomfortable, awkward sexual encounter that traditionally would have been dealt with on a private level, but now it gets publicized. and it creates this environment where if you do come forward with something serious, it isn't taken as seriously because it's drowned out by essentially all of these other people crying wolf. And the people that do come out are punished for that, which is wrong. But it's like we need to move away from this mentality that going to Twitter to talk about stuff, and this links into the lab stuff, is the best way to deal with this, right?
I could not fucking agree with you more. I think you're dead on. I think the problem with the Me Too movement is, I think there was this assumption with a lot of women that if we came forward and talked about our pain, that policymakers would take that pain seriously and would translate it to concrete policies, right? Like we have a huge backlog of rape kits in the United States that have just not even been processed, right? Specialized detectives for sexual assault cases, right? This is something where it helps to invest in more training for women officers, and these are very expensive cases to adjudicate. Like this is, I know some progressives don't want to hear about funding the police, but I absolutely believe we need more funding for this area of policy. So there was a policy need that we had after the Me Too movement to get justice for sexual assault and misconduct. And what happened instead is, for a host of reasons, it just became like social media being the policy, right? And I don't think this is serving anyone well. I think it's been disastrous, right? So I think if we're serious about this, I think it's why we need to get off Twitter and to start looking a lot more about who our local prosecutor is, right? Does our local police department, do they have the resources that they need? Our ultimate solution here is going to be through law enforcement, and it's going to be through company HR policies, right? And there's not been a serious enough push, in my view, to make that happen.
Okay. We are obviously reaching the terminal point of just agreeing with each other endlessly. It's okay. No, it's fine. Yeah. That often is a sign to start to wrap things up, which we will do in a minute.
100%.
But yeah, I just that's another aspect to this as well. Is I think that we've gone from the police can be ineffective at dealing with these issues, which is true. I agree with that. I think that's absolutely a worthy observation too. The police never help you in these circumstances. Don't bother going to the police because they're not going to help you anyway, which I think is a very dangerous kind of sentiment because you don't know.
So it's so stupid. There is obviously a very valid critique of policing to be had in the United States, right? So I certainly understand that sentiment, right? But at the end of the day, if you want a more professionalized police department, in my view, it's going to take more funding and more special training to get the right people in that role. So, that's not an opinion some people on the left want to hear, but it's how I genuinely feel.
Okay. Well, look, we've had a good convo. Was there any other things you wanted to express or things you wanted to get out there to the public?
No, just anyone out there listening, please know Lav does not speak for any feminist out there. She is making no credible claim to being harassed, in my view. What she is doing, she is not the victim of a sex crime. She is the perpetrator of a sex crime, in my view. And please know she does not speak for me or any feminist, I feel, that's looking at this situation honestly. She needs to log off, and she needs to stop claiming to speak for the community.
Okay. Thanks very much. We will speak again at some point in the near future. I will set this thing up of engaging a critic of yours, someone... Well, I'll just say, do you know who Short Fat Otaku is?
Seen a few of their videos. You promoted one of them a while back, didn't you? He did something.
Are you about to say something nice about him to butter him up? Is that the idea?
No. I've seen some of his work. It struck me as a little reactionary, but not like making stuff up. So
okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, he basically the Gamergate stuff, I'm a little bit lost on. I do not know the ins and outs of it. There's people in my community that hate you because of the Gamergate stuff. But Short Fat Otaku, He actually had said something nice about the other day, so that's good. But he is someone who I think has got some criticisms to bring to you that could make interesting content. So if you're willing, we'll set that up for the near future.
I'd want to know a little bit more, but generally speaking,
Yeah, of
like,
course, yeah.
Criticism doesn't bother me generally.
Sure, okay. I mean, obviously,
I think the difference
vouch
between
for
me
it,
and
but-
Lav is I don't mind getting criticized. I don't.
Okay.
I'm willing to admit when I fuck up. I think that's a.
Oh god, that statement's gonna trigger the fuck out of Max.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll discuss that with you in more detail. Maybe put you together in a chat and we can hash it out and go from there. Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, genuinely. Thank you for giving me a space here to talk about this.
No worries.
I've been so pissed about it, and I really appreciate you letting me get all this on the record.
Okay. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you, and we'll speak again soon. Okay.
Talk soon.
All right.
What the fuck is this meme shit?
There we go. Another successful wooing. I'm going to be honest with you, it is incredibly difficult to not be wooed. It's very clear that Brianna has had some sort of political, I don't know what the word for it is, but some
Awakening?
sort of training or expertise in how to engage with someone in a way, like there's a de-escalation strategy, and there's a whole dynamic she's using in conversations.
Just say yeah.
Ad
To save
time.
20 to 60% off department store prices at Ross.
So with a Planet Fitness Black Card, I'll get a post-workout glow like that guy?
Everybody knows that you need to glow, the glow, the glow.
And I get a free Amazon Halo to track my fitness and sleep.
'Cause when you got the glow, that red glow, stop and what you want to do. Oh,
And I can bring a friend.
it's the way of life.
Okay, sign me up.
Sign up for the PF Black Card for $1 down, $24.99 a month, and get a free Amazon Halo View. Ends March 15th. It's glow time.
Senor Mayor, with this tower, I will make Pisa world famous. And you?
Hey, you can see towers like this in Rome, in Venice, in Florence.
But these ones round.
No, I don't know. Maybe a Red Bull will help you see it from a different slant.
Yes, I got it. We'll build it like this.
Perfetto.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bro.
Kids are so expensive, Dad. Now Katie needs braces.
Maybe try switching your car insurance to Progressive. You can save hundreds.
I don't know, Dad.
Maybe try switching your car insurance to Progressive. You could save hundreds.
It's a great idea, TV Dad.
But I said the exact same thing.
Someday when you're a father, you'll understand.
I'm his father.
It's not a competition.
Listen to your TV Dad. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average.
It's all right. Those are different things. Very different. Yeah. Yeah, the reason it would be good to do short fat attack, bring short fat attack on. I spoke to him about it a little while ago and floated the idea, and he said he'd potentially be interested, so I thought that was a good opportunity to throw it out there. There's no Nazis from Gamergate. Bring on Sargon. I'm sure me and Sargon will make some content together at some point. That's right, together. We're making content together. That's the plan. Just bring him on and let him say what his ideas are without pushback. That's the plan. Oh yeah, that's true. I should have asked about the 9/11 of feminism. That would have been a good meme. But yeah, it is really. Listen, honestly, I'm telling you, it's talking. I mean, that conversation was about a topic we agreed on anyway, so it wasn't meant to be.
Imagine everything you could aim move as cool as Protoss can.
But even when I brought up points, it's the way it's like, that's actually a really good point, you know, and it's.
He wins.
It's like trying to fight with water. It's like trying to win a fight with water because it's the way it flows around the way that you move. Like, try and punch water right now. Go to your sink, fill it up, and try and punch water. That's what it's like. Only works on small-minded people. Listen, follow the content. I appreciate your perspective on that. I'd love to see you come on and see how you get on, because there's always this thing where people in chat are like got the big bollocks, and they're like, yeah, I could fucking do this, that, and the other, and then you bring them on, they're like,
SC2 is fun, but I'm absolute dog.
It's like, it's easy to type shit out in chat, you know, it's very easy to type shit out in chat. I know there's a certain community that might be watching at the moment. Look at some of the old, the tier 5 subs. I've heard those tier 5 subs, man. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Some of those tier 5 subs. Oh. What's this?
Awakening?
Some sort of training or expertise in...
Oh.
Is this me getting cut by, is this me getting cut by, Aiden Ross? She finds ways to disagree. Oh, I thought this was to do with Aiden Ross. What the fuck, man? What's wrong with tier 5s? Icarus Bath, if you're a tier 5, there's nothing wrong with you. You're my oomphy, okay? How to engage with someone in a way, like there's a de-escalation strategy, and there's a whole dynamic she's using in conversations.
Just say, yeah.
Ad time.
20 to 60% off department store prices at Ross.
So with the Planet Fitness Black Card, I'll get a post-workout glow like that. And I get a free
That's a
Amazon
banger, man. Okay, right. Destiny is such a lazy fucker sometimes. It's unbelievable.
True.
Don't get me wrong, okay? There's a bunch of content apparently he's making which looks pretty good, right? I watched this video. It was a talk with Not So Erudite and Taftaj. And I was like, okay, I'm interested in watching this conversation.
She's O tier 4, reporting for duty.
And I was sat there watching it, and he was listening to the panel. And he didn't say a single thing for like 20 minutes. He was just sat there in absolute silence. The only time he said anything was something to do with this fucking game. And that was it. And I was thinking like, okay, well, this is part of the video. Surely Destiny's going to say something here. I even looked at the timestamps and was like, okay, yeah, at this point, he's going to step in and say something about this part of the topic. He said nothing. He just played his game. And then obviously it got to the content eventually, and that was fine. But it was like, Jesus, man. Say something. Push back, Soy. Push back. He's just like Hassan. The difference is he's actually sat in his chair. That's the only difference, though. The contribution is identical. But, you know, he's had a, what do you call it? He's a veteran, isn't he? He's earned a bit of laziness, it's fine. I like 26. I prefer very early Destiny when he was racist. That's my favourite.
Best.
Hassan, but with autism. Yeah, true. Anyway, let's go back to this panel. I imagine all he is thinking about is, okay, listen, is what to sex the next mentally ill woman. Interesting perspective. Hi, would you mind talking about Suspendas? You reviewed the content on Hayab Sama's channel recently and only saw one side of the event. Not really, no. I did that segment for YouTube primarily. I don't really care about it exactly. The clip that I saw seemed pretty conclusive. I don't really have any further takes beyond that. If you want to link me something, I'll look at it very briefly, but I'm not probably going to re-enter it any further than that. But you need to link it in the next 30 seconds.
That dude is mad. Fuck.
Pushback. Sorry.
This guy metagames me so fucking hard. He builds so greedy, just like planning my shit. Fuck this guy.
What's this?
Too sexy.
Hold on a sec.
Oh, God. Jesus. Bit fucking much, isn't it?
Oh no, it's too sexy. Suspenders? Can we go Hey, let's go, man. Hey,
Nah, I'm sorry.
Suspender. No, I think I forgot something. Oh shit, nani kore? It's okay? Yeah. Hey, let's go, man. Sus, let's go. Okay. Oh no, it's too sexy.
Nah, you're fucking coping with this.
Too sexy.
You're absolutely fucking capping for real if you are acting like this person is able to consent to what's happening.
Oh no, it's too sexy.
I don't know if you're aware of this, right? I don't know if you're aware of this, but sometimes someone can be so drunk that they don't even know what they're doing. They don't even have any awareness of what's going on. They engage in like a mechanical action, right? But they don't know what's going on.
Suspenders?
She hasn't got a fucking clue what's going on.
Can we go Hey, let's go, man. Hey, suspender. No, I think I forgot something. Oh shit, nani kore? It's okay? Yeah. Hey, let's go, man. Let's go.
Screen.
Please do, inshallah.
Listen to that. Next super chat. I don't mean, do you want to read it out?
Would you like to talk to Destiny on this topic? There's a panel where he will discuss this tomorrow if you want to. I would like more information. What are we discussing exactly? Are we talking about, how we have interfaith dialogues? Are we talking about like the marriage of Aisha radiallahu anha to the Prophet sallam? Just give me more information, inshallah. And who's going to be on this panel as well?
All right. Bilal's like, Walaikum salam, Shabab. Send Destiny to STL, St. Louis. I'll take care of him real well. Inshallah, bro. Inshallah.
This guy, man. This guy.
We'll leave it at that.
So,
I used to think Protosis was just memeing, but watching you play SC2 I think he might be onto something. Protoss players truly are subhuman.
I wasn't talking to you guys, okay? I was talking to a girl. She goes to another school. Okay, you guys haven't heard of her, all right? I'm gonna fall script for low bar squat. I don't know what that means. Probably just gonna high bar for a while. It's probably good to like rotate out like every now and then, like a different exercise, right? So you don't fatigue on one or something. I don't know. What did you say about that clip though? I was asking if those guys were on that panel tonight. High bar is superior in every metric. Well, technically, that's not true. Pretty sure low bar technically lets you load the most weight on the bar, right? Don't, like, every competitive powerlifter is doing low bar squats. I'm pretty sure. Not to say that it's better or worse. I'm just saying for loading more weight, I think it's generally better. But it's 44 and 3 follow Twitter accounts. Literal randoms. Oh, never mind. High bar is morally superior. Okay, true. But now I'm not sure if I hurt my elbow benching and then I like exacerbated it squatting, or if I hurt my elbow squatting. It hurts like a little bit when I finish benching. It's kind of annoying like when I'm coming to the bottom of my bench, but today it really hurt after I only did 2 sets and I was like, okay, this is not good. So I'll probably just try different position squat or something. It's usually cumulative fatigue. No, it doesn't hurt like cumulative fatigue. It hurts like I'm injuring something. It hurts like if I keep going, I'm gonna have another 2-year injury. So I'm gonna stop now and figure out what's wrong. You tend to raise your elbows when squatting. I don't know where my elbows are supposed to be when squatting, but like I said, we'll look at it. What about going on juice? Never. I will never juice up. I don't think I could be wrong. I don't think you can ever temporarily go on juice, because I feel like once you do it, you're gonna get addicted, right? Especially if my tea is like 308 nanoliters per peco, whatever the fuck it is, deciliter, nanograms per deciliter. If I like tea up to fucking like 600 or some shit, oof, might lose my mind. Have you tried skull crushers? They might be good lifts, but those look like the most like fucks your shoulders up quicker than any other lift I've ever seen in my entire life type of lift. I don't think I would ever do skull crushers. But I say it as a fucking retard. Don't listen to me. Damn, if they work for you, work for you. Don't ever ask me for like what lift should I fucking do. Okay. I feel like there are already like so many good lifts for like your triceps, right? Like you can do push downs on cable machines, you've got benching, overhead press, you've got 70 million dumbbells. Why do like some weird fucking, why would you ever do a lift called skull crushers? Like just look at the name of it. Would you ever learn to do handstand push-ups? I could probably do a few right now if I were to chop my legs off and half my stomach. What do you do about your weight? I don't care right now. I think it's pretty hard for me to push past where I'm at right now, which is around like, it's like 168 to like 170 or like 165 to 170, unless I like super dirty eat like crazy. So I'll probably just keep eating until I get to the list that I want them to be at, and then I'll try to do a sexy cut. We'll see. I have no idea what that process is like.
Destiny rewatched Sam Harris vs. Glenn Greenwald and Sam Harris vs. Bennett, a Fulcrum stream. You were super bad faith towards Harris the first time you watched those debates, but now since you are less cupped toward Muslims, I feel you will correctly take Sam's side.
Wow. What's your average protein intake a day? I think I shoot for like 100 now, or less. I feel like I overhyped it before. Or I think it's overhyped before. You probably don't need to get like that 1 gram per pound unless you're like ultra fucking lean. I just eat whatever. Listen, I'm just a casual lifter now, okay? I literally think the only thing that matters for me is like going consistently. If I could just maintain a consistent schedule for like I think I've probably been lifting like semi-seriously now since Sweden for like 2 years. But I think in terms of like consistent lifting progress, I think I'm probably like, you could probably get to where I'm at like in 3 months. Like it took me like, I think it took me 1 month to get back to my old maxes, just going like almost every single day. It's just a matter of like maintaining it like every single day. I think that's like the most important part. Because if you skip like a week, you're like 2 lifts behind, and then just everything just sucks. Why the fuck does he have a forge? Gotta go in the morning, get the consistent schedule, none of this midnight gymming. I don't think there's anything wrong with midnight gymming as long as you do it consistently, but I usually do go in the morning. That's why my streams are starting late like every day. It's because I'm usually gymming. Or I'll have like today I'll have like a meeting at 11 and then I have to gym and then come back and shit. How can you gym in the morning without ruining your entire day from being exhausted? Are you exhausted from your entire day just by gymming in the morning? I don't know. I don't feel that way at all. I think it feels really good to gym in the morning because it feels like you got that out of the way, and then you just live the rest of your day, go to sleep. Wait, could he have taken the bot? No, what the fuck? Oh, he proxied something. And shield battery, so I can never win, right? I can never kill this. I just have to kill the cannon in the back. Oh, it's Zerka Ball. I didn't even look the name. He's blind countering me. I'm like, who would do this? It's this guy. This is the guy that is 12 pulling. I don't know if I can win this guy. This guy doesn't even like playing ZVP or PvZ. He's just playing versus me. Don't worry, the Protoss air-to-air unit also effectively fucking kills ground units too, just in case the units weren't fucking retarded enough. I need to check for names next time. Fuck, what a fucking loser. I wonder if this guy's stream sniping me. No, look, and he loses too to everyone else he plays. Fucking retard. Kelly, if you're arguing that like people can have trauma responses and freeze up and blah 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 blah, all you're doing is making like really good conservative arguments for why we need to like dramatically roll back sexual liberation. If that's what you're saying, then like we just like people in general should just be having way less casual sex, which I guess is a fine argument to make, but I don't think you're making it. I don't know if that's the argument you want to make. If it is, then fine. I guess I understand. Like every argument you're making is just that like women probably shouldn't be having casual sex. They can't handle it. I feel like I'm on that. I wonder if Ayla's last tweet was inspired by me. I don't know. That thing about like on that arc where you just feel like all trauma is fake. I don't know, man. I wonder. It might sound like really unempathetic, but I can't tell. I don't know. Or maybe it's just like internet trauma is like a thing that I'm not sure. I don't know, man.
There are two things I can't stand in this world: intolerance of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
True. Oh, cool. Am I getting cannon rushed? Yep.
Destiny been watching since the release of SC2, remembering names like Speed 112, etc. Thanks for never changing Illu.
It's gonna be super annoying to deal with here. It's I don't know even know what I'm supposed to do. It's like the ultimate fucking cunt
Well, you
shit.
keep complaining about bullshit Protoss units. Have you seen Protoss play?
I'm evil fossil now.
Nice. Fuck you. Get me the fuck out. Jesus, what the fuck? I don't know who. I need to like go to somebody's fucking my unbans up. I don't know if it's Ninu or who. I have to talk to somebody. Or I need like a dedicated unbanned person because I don't understand. How like this Mr. Black person like baits on like 72 different like retarded accounts and they always say like retarded shit. I don't know how they're getting unbanned. Wait, is this the same guy I just played? No, Zerg. Go against Grandmasters? Like 10% of games I think are against GMs. You know what non-cognitivism is? Yeah, that's when I fuck the brains out of your mom. I think non-cognitivists are an ethical, or moral anti-realist position that says that moral statements can never contain factual statements, can never contain truth propositions or factual propositions or something, I think. So when you say like murder is bad, really you're just expressing an emotional state. Like you're saying murder, boo, murder, no good, or something. Worst meta-ethical position. Oh yeah, that is a meta-ethical. Who cares? Meta-ethics is gay. Can I say that? Really? God, this motherfucker's got a lair. Can I do an all-in roach rush with no with no roach speed? This build seems super bad now. I should have got the lair earlier. Wait, I'll try a tricky dicky. Never mind. Oh god, he's going for an expo. Oh, time to go. Good luck. It has to win now because he's going for upgrades and everything, so if I can't end the game here, I lose. Oh my god. I can't believe he brought his roaches out. Oh, fuck. Mel? Did I just play this guy twice in a row? No. What's your thoughts on the bank run happening on the Silicon Valley Bank? It's not supposed to be that big of a deal, right? Like, they've got the assets to pay stuff off. It just kind of sucks for the investors of the bank. I think that's my understanding of it, that there's not, like, there's no threat to customer deposits. Am I right or wrong on that?
Really?
What?
Really?
Don't you have some more noise to make? This guy's GM at 4978 MMR. What?
So,
No. Come on. You're in a fucking bathtub. What's going on with your mic?
I'm
What's
literally using the exact same mic with the exact same strings I was in here last time. I'll get the settings.
Okay, never mind. It sounds fine. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so Silicon Valley Bank is actually like extremely dangerous. Oh man, the biggest issue that we have basically with banks is that they're supposed to match short-term liabilities, right, with long-term lending. And the FDIC is supposed to be there to back them. And they set rules that banks are supposed to follow. But by allowing Silicon Valley Bank to fail, they basically said that everybody's, you can just bank on any bank at any point in time, and they're not going to back anything. Even if you're following the appropriate FDIC rules and everything else, they're basically saying that you can have a coordinated attack on any bank, and you can basically short anyone to the ground. So,
yeah.
I don't know. That's extremely scary to me. I don't know why you would say it's not a huge deal.
Did you say something about a wheel?
I don't know why you don't think it's a big deal.
Oh, big deal. I don't know, man. Wait, hello?
Hear me? Hello?
Oh, wait, almost. Oh, shit. I have no idea what you just said. You're literally unintelligible. You sound like you're at the bottom of the ocean. But now it sounds like you fixed your mic. What'd you do?
I literally haven't done anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, well, listen. Go listen to the VOD for the last, 20 seconds, okay? But now you sound good, so, okay. Try it again.
Okay, so the big thing with Silicon Valley Bank is that they were one of the most highly capitalized banks in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
They followed all of the FDIC rules in terms of deposits, and yet they basically got wiped out by a coordinated action. More or less what happened was a classic bank run wherein there was an email that got sent out to every single Silicon Valley investor, and all of the VC funds. They all pulled their money at the same time, and there's a liability mismatch between the basically the people with the money in the bank that wanted to pull their money out, and then their assets, which are basically lending long. So the FDIC has been pushing banks to buy a lot of these loans and mortgages and everything like that. And it's not healthy for the banks for them to just let them go under. You're just basically going to end up with a lot of consolidation in the banking industry, and then you're going to end up with a lot of these smaller banks basically folding and going under because they can't compete and because they won't actually be backed by the FDIC when you do have healthy balance sheets.
Wow.
Steve is this dude was on the set of the last Avatar movie.
Oh, it looks like you're in the middle of something. But
well, I have to look up and fact check everything. From what I remember reading was that the issue was just that they hold on, Jesus fucking Christ. I think the issue is, I thought I'd read an article, I don't know if it was Wall Street Journal or Business Insider or whatever, that they just overestimated basically how safely they could perform, assuming that interest rates weren't going to rise in the way that they did. And that was kind of like, they took advantage of that for too long and then they got basically fucked for it. But you're giving me like a totally different story, so I have to read more.
Yeah, so there's a confluence of things that went on. So the first one is interest rate risk is not required to be looked at by any federal regulations. And so you're right. They were basically trying to squeeze out any sort of inkling of profit that they could get, because for the last 15 years, basically rates have been extremely low. And the thought was that you're going to be in a low interest rate environment for a while. And because of that, the current regulatory rules basically say you don't have to account for it for, a 5%, a historically high increase in interest rates. And because of that, yeah, they did get caught out, but the FDIC was the one the entire time telling them to, not just them, but banks across the entire board to issue fewer loans and buy more securities or more bonds, I guess. That was a huge push from the FDIC to these banks, because the thought was that having these mark-to-market securities is going to be simpler and easier to mark on your balance sheets and to help with wind downs and liquidations. And so, yeah, so one, they didn't have any interest rate.
So then why isn't every single bank in the US having this problem right now?
Because they didn't have like 70% of their investor base basically running to get money out.
Can you link me an article or a story showing that like this happened? That there was like an actual
sure.
like coordinated run on the...
Yeah, so here, I'll just link you FT.
Oh God, can you give me a screenshot of the article instead of linking me one of the only publications you have to like actually paywall in to like read the entire thing for?
Well, it's, all right, sure, I'll find you something else. Yeah, because, okay, so, what do you want, Wall Street Journal or no?
Whatever, just, or give me like a screenshot or an archive or something that I can read without having to go through fucking 20 plugins.
Sure. All right, here's CNBC. I'll dump it in chat and then I'll put it in the room.
Oh no. He assumed I was going to mute it. Well, I mean, that's good for me, I guess. Oh no, he's going mute it. Jesus fucking Christ.
ZVZ, I think, is my least favorite matchup in StarCraft. It just feels like you're always playing on a knife's edge.
Yeah, you know what it's gonna mean. Why the fuck would he build so many spores if he's going fucking Muta?
You might have thought you were going to get to Muta first and needed to defend, because you had fewer Muta count.
You're stupid. I can't transfuse off creep, I just remembered. Okay. Were Queens actually so OP that they had to take that transfusion away? That seems...
Yeah. Well, only in PVZ matchup, because there was basically the German taxi that you would just run it down mid with like 10 queens at the beginning of the game.
Based.
Yeah, it was really funny, not gonna lie, but it was kind of unbalanced.
Well. Okay. Did the article you linked me actually talk about this bank run, or is it just going to give me a general
yes,
overview?
yeah, it's literally the title of the Fortune article. Silicon Valley Bank may be victim of first social media bank run.
Okay,
right?
link me.
It's in the Destiny's Room chat.
Can you? Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll
never
jump in
mind.
the chat
Okay.
again.
The Fortune one.
Yep.
What is this bank?
Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah. What do they do? What services do they offer?
So the biggest thing that they do is they basically hold all the money for most of the VC funds out in the Silicon Valley. So if you're raising a VC fund,
Wait, I don't believe you. How do they make money?
So they take people's assets and then they either lend them out through loans, or for the most part, they buy bonds.
So all they do is buy bonds, and that caused them to massively miss earnings.
Yeah. So basically, the interest rate rise, right? So they're buying long-dated bonds. So 5 years, 10 years out, and so with the rate increase, and then the increase in rate increases towards the end of the year, and then the few that are coming up, all those basically decrease the value of their bonds, and that's causing them to miss all their earnings. And then they had to sell off those bonds at depreciated prices to meet investor withdrawals, to meet just customer withdrawals.
Okay. So then what's the issue?
So the issue is that basically, one, the FDIC was pushing a lot of these banks into buying the same types of securities. So when everybody was needing to raise capital by selling off these bonds, you have.
Wait, explain that more? What do you mean? Or can you say like the FDIC is saying like you need to only buy
so the FDIC basically regulates every bank, right? And they say in order to have a healthy portfolio, you need to have this sort of composition of your assets in order to meet your depositor liabilities, in order to remain insured with us and remain in good standing, and then we'll give you an assessment of your balance sheet. And so for the past few years, they've been pushing purchases of treasuries and purchases of other marketable securities as opposed to giving loans, because those are liquid assets, because you can go out and sell them. There's a clear and transparent market price, and you don't need to go to an auction for them. So if I issue a loan to somebody to buy a house, well, that's not a marketable security. It's going to be less liquid to find a buyer for that than if I go out and buy a bundle of mortgage-backed securities.
Okay.
So they've been pushing those, and then as there's kind of been a cash crunch because these securities have been dropping in price because of interest rate risk, everybody across the board needs to sell them all at the exact same time, right? In order to meet capital requirements for all the banks. As interest rate goes up, if they didn't do any interest rate hedging, they all have to do it.
So what was the solution to this then? What would have prevented this from happening?
So the first thing would have been just a guarantee by the FDIC for all the assets in the banks, because they had an appropriate portfolio that was supposedly well capitalized. The second thing is
wait, hold on. Let's talk through each of these, okay? Because that sounds like a huge deal what you're just saying. Has the FDIC ever fully insured the deposits of any financial institution?
No, not yet.
Then why in this case would that ever be the case? Why would on government dollars would we ever fully insure a bank that's making money off of deposits?
So it wouldn't be on government dollars. There's appropriate assets in the bank for everything that's in there. Should you let it run off for 2 or 3 years, the Fed should be acting and the FDIC should be acting as lenders of last resort, and they should be able to they should be able to recover everybody's assets and make a profit just by retaining stability in the
I feel like
ecosystem.
I might be crazy, but I feel like at that point we should just fully nationalize all of the banks and just have one United States banking service. If the FDIC is going to fully insure every single bank such that there's a run, I feel like that incentivizes so much insane behavior. Past basically, as long as you maintain like the minimum FDIC requirements, now you can act in literally whatever way you want, and the government's going to fully insure everything. Why not just like fully nationalize every bank at that point?
I don't know if there would necessarily be a huge issue nationalizing a lot of them or providing a national bank for people to go in that's fully regulated. But if you're just going to say that you're going to back banks and put these requirements on them and then not actually back them when they're meeting or exceeding what your minimum requirements are, I don't see what the point is. All that's going to do is cause everybody to go to every other bank and withdraw the money, which was the whole point of the Federal Reserve System, is that you have a set of banks that are backed by the Federal Reserve that aren't going to go down for just like a bank run. That's like literally the whole purpose of the system, is that you don't have massive
was the
coordinated
purpose of the
banks.
system to protect commercial deposits in commercial, like risky tech startup banks, or was it to protect average citizen deposits so there wouldn't be an average consumer run on banks? We've got citizens that are losing like $5,000 in savings or life savings. Was the FDIC really instated to protect banks that were investing in tech startups?
So the banks aren't investing in tech startups.
Wasn't that the whole point of the it's called the Silicon Valley Bank? I thought they like specialized in like startups, especially in the tech industry.
Well, the startups put their money there. They didn't take the money and invest it into the startups.
Oh, so this bank it doesn't do any type of investment stuff at all?
Correct, yes. Yeah,
right.
it just has a uniquely concentrated risk of just most of its depositor assets are coming from the Silicon Valley banks. And then they had... can't remember what it was, but basically they had like sweetheart deals where they said, if you put all of your money into this bank, well, then we'll give you preferred lines of credit, right? So we'll expand your credit or lower your interest rates so we can guarantee that we keep your assets here. And so because of their unique customer base, they basically had a bank run all at once. An email went out to these VC lists and the telegrams and everything else that just basically said, oh, there's rumors that Silicon Valley is insolvent, pull your money out. And then just everybody went on their app and just tried to wire out. And just
well, you said rumors, but it seemed like what's the difference between what you're talking about now versus Elon blaming short sellers for trying to take down Tesla? Like, it sounds like people were saying that it seems like there's a worry that these institutions might be insolvent, and then there's a lot, and then it comes out that they massively miss earnings, and then and now it looks like they kind of are insolvent. Like, is that not like a legitimate concern, or?
It's kind of a legitimate concern, but there's a massive difference between affecting the stock price of a corporation, which only minorly affects certain issuances if you need capital, and certain interest rates, which should be more or less immaterial to corporations, versus having to fire sale assets that everybody in the same industry is going to have to sell if there's a bank run on more banks. So most banks in the nation, especially the regional ones, will have a similar mix.
To be clear, customer deposits are all okay, aren't they? Or are they not?
At Silicon Valley Bank?
Yes. Like, they might be having a liquidity issue, but they're not insolvent, are they?
No, they are insolvent now because they're in receivership. No one knows how much money they're going to be able to get out of selling all the assets. So what they're doing right now, they're in FDIC receivership. All the assets that they have, they're going to the market. The bid deadline, I think, is coming up in like in a couple hours, or maybe it already passed. But the bid deadline for that is today. They're basically taking all of the bank's assets that they own. They've gone out to everybody and said, all right, you can bid on the bank as an entirety. You can bid on different portions of its loan packages, different portions of its bonds. And that's all being sold off this weekend. And then they're going to return whatever they can get to the depositors. The second issue that they have is that everybody who went and wired their money out before close of business Thursday is getting priority. So if you wired out money Thursday, you'll get all of your money out. If you left your money in the bank, you're going to get a certain percentage of the deposits. It's looking like that's going to be somewhere around 80%, 80 to 90%. But they're basically incentivizing further bank runs. If you're a business that has over 250,000 in the bank, if there's any sign of trouble at your bank, they're telling you basically to run to the bank and take your money out, not to stay calm. Which kind of like defeats the whole purpose of this system, right?
Huh. Okay. How does a bond... when a bond matures, you're guaranteed to get what's printed on the front of it, no? Or
correct. Well, for a treasury, unless it's a corporate asset, which may,
obviously,
go into
yeah.
bankruptcy.
But
yes,
they were buying T-bonds, right? They weren't just buying bonds from companies or municipalities.
They were buying corporate bonds and treasuries. Yes.
Oh, they were buying corporate bonds
and some MBSs. Yeah.
So there is no guarantee that they're on the maturation date they're going to receive what's on the printed front, or.
Yeah, but they're generally very high quality. The problem is that they're long duration, and the interest rates going up has caused their current mark-to-market price to go down, which is why they're looking at a loss for customers.
Hold on, wait. Can you explain this? Interest rates going up means mark-to-market price is going down. Is that because treasury bonds are becoming more attractive, so the riskiness of the corporate bonds, the volatility isn't being compensated properly with the interest rate, or what? What do you mean by that?
Well, no. So let's say that so every bond is issued in a denomination of like 100. And so it'll pay you, let's say 1% per year. And so it trades at par of 100, and then it gives you 1% every year for 10 years. But now that the interest rates are higher, well, why would you buy a corporate bond at 100 that's only going to pay 1% when you can buy a treasury that's going to give you 5%?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I said, that like because treasury bonds are becoming more attractive, it's making the corporate bonds worth less, so the mark-to-market value is going to fall, because why the fuck would anybody buy it?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, yeah, maybe I just misunderstood you. Yeah,
okay,
yeah. But yes, yeah. So in order to do it, the par value goes down from 100 to 95 or 96. And so it's not that the riskiness of it necessarily goes down. It's just that why would you ever buy something at 1% when you can get 5%, even if they're equally risky? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and so I guess like the issue is that there's just like that maturity mismatch that you're always going to have with banks, and now it seems like it's incentivized for everybody to, whenever there's even a slight crisis at your bank, to pull everything out because you'll be made whole, and the people who get left in or who stay in are the ones that are going to be hurt.
Well, who's making them whole right now? What do you mean by that?
Okay, so if you sent a wire out before Thursday or before close Thursday, the bank was still technically solvent. They hadn't gone into receivership, and so they're going to process all those wires. So if you said take all my money out of my account and you put it in on the app, then you're going to get 100% of your money. If you said, oh no, things are going to be fine. Why are you guaranteed
to get 100% of that money? Where's that coming from? Who's making it whole?
Fed wire rules, because the bank wasn't in receivership.
So the FDIC is going to guarantee all of those transactions, even if the company was insolvent?
Well, it wasn't insolvent until they announced their insolvency, which was after close Thursday. I guess before Market Friday.
It wasn't insolvent until they announced their insolvency. That sounds like The Office. Like you're like declaring bankruptcy.
So they had money in the
right?
account, right?
No, I understand, but I'm saying like theoretically, everybody wired their shit on a Thursday. Are you saying the FDIC would have guaranteed that all of those wires out would have been honored, or?
Yes, yes, unless there was actually not enough capital for everybody. If literally everybody wired their money out, then it would be pro rata, I think, or maybe on a first come first served basis. I don't remember the exact.
Okay, so it's already technically on pro rata. It's just that there's enough money to guarantee it all, right?
Yes, and so that basically lets you skip the line. If you chose to pull your money out and participate in the bank run, well then you're protected. But the people who didn't participate in the bank run are hurt by it. Yeah, it just seems insane to me that that everyone has all these issues with the big corporate banks and the consolidation and the failure of smaller banks to kind of be opened, and then you have the government basically saying, all right, well, if you're staying in, we're just going to support the bank run, the bank's going to go under, and then we're just going to incentivize more bank runs against lower capitalized banks in the future.
So what was the solution here?
So one, you just need better rules. There needs to be interest rate risk rules in terms of hedging and in terms of maturation of your treasuries. The second thing is I really do think that Silicon Valley Bank, or not Silicon Valley, the FDIC and the Federal Reserve System should be backing in to guarantee the Silicon Valley Bank to stop more runs in the future, because the Fed has the ability to take possession of all of those assets and let them run off over the next few years and make everybody whole, and then actually probably come out at a huge profit for the government. So it's not even really a bailout, more so than it is just acting in the best interest of banks.
Doesn't it feel a little bit shitty for the government to constantly give these like huge bailouts to these private banks that are making like big money?
But it's not a bailout to the bank. All the shareholders, all the debt holders are absolutely 100% going to be wiped out. The depositors are small businesses for the most part, And then
yeah, but by
some
guaranteeing these
VCs,
assets, you're empowering these banks to make a fuck ton of money, right? You can say that, oh, look, we're saving the consumers, which is technically true, but the consumers are the people that these banks are making money on, right? Which allows them to make a lot of money. So by having the government like fully insure and back that, you're essentially like you're using. It feels
Well,
like
but they've just lost all whatever $20 billion that they had in capital at the beginning of this year in their bank. So
sure. But I'm saying that if all of it was like guaranteed by the government, you're just like, it feels like you're just underwriting. You're using the government essentially to underwrite like all these private banks. I don't know. It just feels kind of like, what the fuck? I want a deal like that.
Sure, but you're requiring them to have all these stricter, terms and conditions of their portfolio. I guess I don't see how it's underwriting all the risk if you're mandating their portfolio structures are appropriate. I don't see how it's taking on any.
Sure, I guess. So you believe right now that the portfolio structure was inappropriately.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
They were buying 10-year bonds at 0% or like 1.5%.
What do you do to like? It feels like underwriting these more appropriately would require them to basically read the future for what the Federal Reserve is going to do, though. No.
No, not necessarily. They could have bought basically interest rate swaps that would have paid out. It would have cut to the profitability in the short term. But if there was a pretty large increase in prices, then it would have, paid out, and they wouldn't have had that risk. I think concentration in these type of instruments, just getting everybody into these market securities, just adds concentration risk across the board. Because if there was more bank runs, say, like Fifth Third Bank or some other regional banks, they would all be selling the same securities into the market at the same time and just depressing the price. I think that's pretty inappropriate. And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where else I would go with that, but it just seems like if you're going to mandate these portfolios to look like this and then act on basically the best interest of short sellers as opposed to the American public, it just creates a lot of bad incentives that come together. Because again, like if you take a look at a lot of the businesses that are being shut down by this, so like Etsy is like a big one that's being shut down. There's I can't remember all of them, but there's like literally just like probably 15 or 20,000 people on payroll that are uncertain if they're even going to be able to make payroll this week because of the bank going under. And that just like doesn't seem like super appropriate to have all sorts of small businesses impacted.
Yeah, you say that, but the only reason their payroll is uncertain is because it probably sounds like the businesses were like reinvesting and capitalizing those funds rather than holding it more for payroll, right? So there's people like getting like it's not just like poor customers. They had what?
They just had money in a bank account. If you have like 100 employees and you're paying them $5,000 a month, that's like 500,000 sitting in your bank account.
So they were using this bank, the Silicon Valley Bank, was just being used as a normal bank. It could have just been Wells Fargo. They're not getting any extra services or any type of money or greater interest rates or special money market deposit accounts or anything like that. It was just a normal ass bank to these people, the way that they were using it.
Yes, to most of them, yes.
Why were they? Why? Yeah. What is the incentive to use that bank over like any other? I guess.
Because I guess they have preferred lines of credit, and it's just easier to open up.
Okay, wait, hold on.
It seems
what does a preferred line of credit mean?
So that means you can get a lower rate of interest on your loans. So like if you say, oh, hey, I run payroll through this bank, I'm going to leave, $500,000 or $1 million a month to pay my people, then I can get access to loans easier and cheaper or in greater value. I can potentially get, my bank account opened without having or credit cards or whatever, because even though my business is young, I don't have the line of credit there, and I'm not going to have to personally guarantee it. But I mean, again, these are just like normal bank things, I guess. They may have preferred terms, but that doesn't really differentiate the business that they're doing there. Like, I don't think there's any fundamentally different thing that's happening for having an account with Silicon Valley Bank versus like a regional bank versus like a JP Morgan.
Yeah, I just don't understand why you would use that bank, I guess.
Well, I mean, why would you really choose between like any really different bank? It's just mostly going to just be like the customer service aspect for the most part, right? And then maybe a little bit on interest rates, but it's just going to be whatever's nearby or whatever's.
Sure.
Yeah. And then, yeah. Right, and then I guess, man, did you see that? What is it? Gonzalo Lira, your good friend Coach Red Pill, finally got deported from Ukraine.
Nice. Where is he going back to? Is he even a U.S. citizen, or is he another one of those fucking Canadians that somehow make their way into the United States?
I'm not sure. I know the SBU got him for reporting Ukrainian positions to the Russians. So.
And he doesn't get like prosecuted for that or anything. That's just like a normal.
Well, he did, but he made a deal where he turned over 5 other collaborators in exchange for getting deported. So, I guess they thought that was a good deal. He literally just like went and snitched to the Ukrainians to save himself instead of his moral principled values of being a strong independent Russian supporter. So that's I think that's really funny. I guess my last question then is just like kind of about the merger stuff. You said you don't think any company should be allowed to buy another company. I don't think that's exactly what you meant or what you said.
Just like huge companies, I don't like the structure right now of like my path to success is just getting big and then selling to like a really fucking huge company. I feel like that's a shitty area to be in. Because it deprives us potentially of like a ton of other possibly new cooler companies that like can't ever exist now because people's goals are just to basically sell to Amazon or Google.
Sure, to some extent, but I guess the thought process is that who other than like very large businesses can like take these niche technologies to scale, right? Whatever these improvements are, if you're like if you're a small business, right, you're not really worried about saving a quarter cent on like every transaction. If you're just running like a grocery store or like a gas station, right?
Does every single business that exists have to be like infinitely scalable instantaneously in order to be successful?
No, it doesn't. But if you can improve efficiencies across the board, I don't see why it wouldn't be desirable. If you're developing new technologies,
isn't that an argument to nationalize literally every single company and let the government run anything? Like if it's so much more efficient to incorporate it, shouldn't Google just be like the one company that run 50 million things, right? Like
sure, yeah, if the government could run everything perfectly efficiently, then yes, it would. It would be. So
like, I feel like Google and Amazon probably have higher GDPs than like a lot of countries. That'd be my guess, right? Like, so why are they like uniquely positioned to run 50 trillion different horizontally and vertically integrated things, but like the government's not?
I don't think they necessarily are in a unique position compared to the government to run those, but I just, if they're able to compete in those marketplaces, I don't see why not, as long as they're not exercising their monopoly power to snuff out innovation in those areas, which I don't think anybody is even close.
How do you know that? You don't think we could have had other operating systems, other search engines, other like online retailers?
We do have other search engines. We have several search engines.
I think you have like one. Who?
Bing.
What is Bing's market share compared to? What is Bing's market share compared to Google? Also, the only reason Bing has any market share whatsoever is because of the vertical integration with Microsoft. So, I mean, like, even that's a bad example. But we'll say even for Bing that does have that, can take advantage of that vertical integration, what do they have, or horizontal, I guess, technically. What do they have market share-wise?
Bing, I guess it's only 3%. I didn't realize it was that bad for it. But I guess
what is Google, like 94%?
Yeah, 93.
Okay.
But does it matter if it's not harming anybody?
But you don't know if it's harming anybody, right? You don't know what other operating systems we could have had or what other search engines we could have had. Right, that's true of any monopoly. Like, well, am I hurting anybody? I don't know. It's hard to know, right?
I guess the question is, how are you ever going to demonstrate these alternate universes? Like, it doesn't make sense when you're getting these massive economies of scale and efficiencies. Like, maybe...
Again, when you say massive economies of scale and efficiency, you're justifying monopolies, right? Like, everything should just be monopolized by the state at that point.
Monopolies are necessarily fine. Like, there are some things that do make sense as monopoly.
We're not talking about things that have, like, geographic restrictions or areas where monopolies are essential. I don't think it's essential that we have a monopoly for software operating systems. Or I don't think it's essential that we have a monopoly for a search engine.
But you get... it's like this network effect that goes up exponentially as you get more and more people using it, and as you get a service more and more refined. If you're running 3 parallel search engines or 5 and you're doing the same sorts of optimizations to all of them, or if you have, you know, 1 million people on a social network versus like 100 million.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with any of what you're saying. I understand there's obviously gains to be had. I like the fact that my Gmail and my cell phone and my computer all fucking fuck each other and work together. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that argument can be used to infinitely justify like every kind of like monopoly ever, right? That we should just there should be one company running literally everything because the integration is so good. But I don't think we'd...
Well, everything that there's a natural monopoly in, sure.
But yeah, but I don't think there's a natural monopoly in software. For like a search engine or like social media. Why would there be? Because you can have like 5 different social medias. It's okay.
Because you have social network effects, right? If I'm selling something at a marketplace and I'm taking the same time and effort to sell, you know, 1 banana stand, if there's 1,000 people that go to that marketplace, I'm going to sell a lot more bananas than if 5 people walk by it every day. It's the same thing is absolutely true with social media. If everybody was on one social media and you could have the same impact, you would just go to the biggest one.
Yeah, but what if you get banned from that one social media? Or what if that one social media implements a policy that you don't like? Now you have no alternatives and you're fucked, right? What if there was no Twitter? Any girl that posts nude pictures on Twitter can't do that on Instagram anymore. Or what if you get banned from Facebook and Facebook is running videos and everything? Well, now you have no like video platform anymore. Like, or what if there could be like cool, innovative... What if there could
be... That doesn't sound like a problem. That doesn't sound like a problem that's an antitrust problem. That sounds like a problem that should be dealt with either through legislation or through the court system and not antitrust.
Why would we legislate all of this when it could probably be solved by like market forces?
How are you going to solve it with market forces if you're just creating a bunch of smaller markets?
How? Because of competition. Isn't that literally the whole point of capitalism? The idea that like multiple firms will compete to like deliver products to the public that they want?
Sure, yeah. But, oh man, let me think, how do I explain this? So, all right, so when you're just having 1 or 2 people banned from these places, it doesn't necessarily make a market force that is going to necessitate innovation. If there's issues with certain things not being allowed on a platform, let's say Facebook takes over, then there necessarily will be another corporation that takes over.
Unless that company has almost like monopolized the industry because there's only like 3 social media platforms. I think it makes it really hard for another company to come in and take over. That's kind of my whole point.
I don't think so. I mean, look, we had MySpace. MySpace was the biggest. Facebook took over. You have TikTok, Instagram, Vine.
The era of MySpace is like fundamentally different, I think, than the area we live in technology right now, right?
Wait,
like,
what?
Like the internet barely existed in like 2004. Compared to compared to how ubiquitous it is now. I think cell phones changed a lot. Like there's a lot more people on the internet now. The power and strength of like a large company today. Like for instance, how long did MySpace last? I'm curious.
Probably 10 to 15 years if I had to guess, or at its MySpace. So it's been around 19 years. I would say it probably went out around 2010, 2015, I guess.
2015?
At the latest, before it was totally, absolutely dead.
Don't you think it was probably out of style quite a bit earlier than that? I would say, right?
Yeah, well, 2010, yeah, was my guess because 2007 was the $12 billion valuation. In 2012, 2009 was when Facebook got bigger than MySpace. Yeah, so it probably was 2010 to 2012 then. It's probably the end of MySpace.
And then, how long has Facebook been in existence for?
2004, so it started like half a year after MySpace, or a year after MySpace.
Do you think that Facebook is going to be in existence for about as long as MySpace was? Or do you think it's going to like 2x or 3x? Like I think the scale of everything is changing quite a bit now.
I think Facebook's going to stay around mostly because of the user base, but it seems to be losing a lot of people to competitor platforms. That's why they tried to buy Instagram to compete with TikTok and those other Twitter to some extent. I don't think Facebook itself is necessarily going to be as dominant, and I don't know. It just seems like it's losing share year over year over year.
Wait,
the big thing that they have is just advertising.
Facebook is?
Yes. Facebook stopped having growth, I think, last year.
Stopped having growth and losing significant parts of user base are two kind of different things, but.
Yeah, I mean, it starts in, I don't know, it starts like one thing at a time. Some companies fell faster than others. Like GE was basically an unstoppable corporation at one point, and now it's basically dead. Just because it doesn't burn out in 10 years like something else doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to be short-lived and can't be competed against. I don't know, it just seems wild that you would say that something is been dominant for 10 years and now it just deserves to have antitrust taken against it when there hasn't even probably been that much time to compete against it.
10 years is like a fucking forever in internet time.
Yeah, but 10 years is nothing in normal corporation time.
Yeah, but we're not living on normal corporation time. We're not living in internet time. For software companies, I probably wouldn't evaluate them by normal standards, right?
I mean, the only long-standing software companies that we really have are Amazon, or not Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and IBM for the most part. Intel maybe. Most of the other hardware companies have died, or software companies have come in and out. I don't necessarily see that they've even been around as long as Ford or GM or anything else. I don't see that as an issue, that we just don't have new companies coming up and burning out every few years. That just seems insane turnover. I don't know.
I mean, I think you keep saying like it seems insane, but like I think it's insane that we've had like one operating system for our computers since the inception of computers. Like that level of vertical integration is kind of fucking crazy to me. And I don't know how like anybody who's like a capitalist would like defend that. Like it seems like very clearly like anti-competitive. Like really nobody else in the world could come up with like alternate operating systems. It was just one. Like Microsoft solved it. They were the first guys, and that's it. Like that seems
Apple
wild
has
to me.
a pretty huge share. Linux is getting a very massive share.
What is Apple's market share for desktops? Don't throw iOS at me, because iOS I'm going to throw back at you and say, well, that's probably that they share like a duopoly with fucking Android, because I'm pretty sure Android and Microsoft OS,
Sure.
or not Microsoft OS, Android and iOS probably have like 95% of market share.
Sure. I guess 2022, Apple's looking at 17% of all PC units.
Wait, what did you say?
And that's 17% as of the end of 2022.
You said PC units, so I think you're including laptops in that, is my guess.
Yes, yes. And then in terms of cloud, Windows is being replaced by Linux. That's basically happened.
Yeah, sure. Cloud. So for consumer desktops, I think we're just
sure, but doesn't it also, that also leads to a lot of efficiency where you're not having to develop.
I know it's
50
efficient. I
systems.
understand. Yeah. Where's Econo Boy? I think I said exactly this is how this conversation is going to be. You're just going to throw at me like the upsides of some of the efficiency gains of being a monopoly, which I agree they're there, but like I just think it's kind of shitty that we basically said that no more competition allowed because of some of these upside efficiency gains from being a monopoly. That seems like kind of shitty to me.
But we're not disallowing competition. There is competition, and people are.
There
winning
is no
in other
competition.
sectors.
Why would you wouldn't want to compete? You want to sell to these larger companies. That's it, right? Who's here like saying like, oh, I want to make like a competing OS. Nobody's saying that. If you have any good product that works on desktop or any good product that works in software, your goal is to sell to one of these like 3 huge giants. Like that's your goal every time.
I guess.
Nobody wants to compete with Google or Amazon. You want to be bought by Google or Amazon. I think that's like fundamentally like anti-consumer, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like that if Google or Amazon or whatever they can just invest in it themselves and build it out themselves.
They don't ever do that though, do they?
They do a lot. They have a lot of internal teams that like build things. Like if you look at Alphabet's entire, structure, they were originally just Google, and then they had a bunch of other venture arms basically inside of it, and then they split themselves into the holding corporation Alphabet, and then Google the search engine, in order to actually separate out all their different investment arms that they were doing.
Why didn't Facebook just build another like social media platform? Why did they buy Instagram?
Didn't they try? I thought Facebook had something else that was supposed to compete with Instagram, and they just couldn't.
Sure, but I mean like that, like so they couldn't compete, so they just bought a competitor. Like that just seems like really shitty. So rather than having like Instagram operating as its own kind of like autonomous, like, oh, another social media, oh, they got bought by Facebook.
Sure, yeah, but I don't know if it would, Instagram would have been viable on its own anymore, right? They didn't have the ad infrastructure that Facebook did, and that's really what's driving their profitability. It's
yeah,
not
but look at what you just said. That's
link
another
placement.
example of like a vertical like integration that's like crushing competition. Why does Facebook have its own advertising entire like structure built out, right? Something that they can use to basically force competitors to sell to them. Like you can't compete. You don't have like other businesses that we own as part of our business.
Why should
so
they
now
be
my business is
forced
going
to sell their data to somebody else to be able to use?
I didn't.
When they can do
because it's
something to compete. You're saying that they're no longer allowed to compete because they're so large. You're saying that because they created a Facebook platform, instead of going to a traditional advertiser, they're not allowed to make their own advertising platform.
I'm saying that if you're telling me, because it's antitrust, because if you're telling me that like other companies can't even compete now because of the vertical integration that Facebook advertising has with Facebook, the social media platform, I was like, oh, cool. Well, I guess we're just done getting more social.
So you'd be fine if they were allowed to sell their data to other advertisers.
If they wanted to sell their data to other advertisers, I
because
guess,
then the other advertisers could compete with the same data.
If they wanted to, sure. I'm just saying the idea of them like owning like a media. The idea of them owning like advertising and social media just seems like you're like.
How is that any different than like television or radio?
If there was a TV station that like owned and did all of its own ads and also did like all of its own like broadcasting and like had its own like studios for entertainment and everything, I'd probably say the same thing.
I mean, that's the way that most of them have been run for a while. As far as I'm aware, like even just like Spotify has their own like ads, right? You can just pay Spotify, they'll create ads for you, put it on their platform. They're creating the ads, they're creating the user data and everything else. And I wouldn't say that's a monopoly either. I guess I just think it's like a lot scarier when you have all the data just flying around to whoever wants to buy it for whatever reason or not reason. And I think that company should just be allowed to compete wherever, as long as you're not, and ultimately ending up harming consumers. I don't think it really matters if you want to integrate vertically or horizontally. It just fundamentally seems just like a violation of like your right to association and your right to free speech.
Yeah, you're just justifying monopolies again. Like every single thing you say is just justifying monopolies.
Because monopolies aren't necessarily just bad. Like
I think monopolies are almost necessarily bad. Yeah, the only time that's why you need like an exception to say like, well, in this case, a monopoly is okay. But by definition, I feel like in a capitalist society, a monopoly is bad because it discourages the primary function of a market, which is to have competing firms delivering good products to us. That's like why capitalism is supposed to work, is because firms compete. Otherwise, if just one firm says, I'm going to charge $5 million for a cheeseburger, and it's like, oh, well, fuck me. As long as two people can afford it, it's worth it for the firm to operate this way.
No, because now you're putting your market power, which should be the government's burden to demonstrate that the monopoly is actually harming people when you're charging $5 million for a cheeseburger.
Yeah, but you're not even acknowledging any harms. You're just saying like, oh no, like it's okay because
there could
there's
be
all these
potential
gains.
harms, but you would never accept that there could hypothetically be harms, and then act on it. Like you're just proposing hypothetical harms which may or may not exist and which may or may not happen. And it could be that in these alternate universes that things are significantly worse by allowing by forcing competition. Products could just be worse because you don't have that one person.
I mean, in a hypothetical harm, that's what all monopolies are, is demonstrating hypothetical harms, right?
They're not demonstrating anything.
Well, no, I'm saying that like if you want to prove that like a monopoly is bad, like by definition, you're kind of talking like hypothetical harms, no? You're trying to say that like it could be better otherwise if there was no monopoly here, right?
Yes, but those are demonstrable. Saying that there could be innovation? What do you mean?
How could you demonstrate that there could be innovation?
I don't think you can demonstrate that there would otherwise be more innovation.
Well, then how do you escape when I'm saying that like for proving any monopoly, you're demonstrating you're always talking about like hypothetical harm.
For any monopoly that you look at, you can very easily show what the market price would be without the presence of that corporation in, and then you can show.
Wait, you can very easily show what a price would be without it? How?
You hire some economists and they do the analysis for you.
Really?
Yes, yeah. Oh, I mean that's what the FTC does.
Sure, that's what you do, but that's a far cry from like can very easily demonstrate. I'm pretty sure these things are all like pretty hotly contested, no?
I mean, yeah, they're hotly contested, but I mean, I think they're fairly straightforward analyses.
No shot. There's no shot are these straightforward analyses that in another media environment or in another market environment where there are 3 other competitors, what hypothetical new innovations or products could exist? I mean, like, unless you're literally very clearly saying like this price is marked up too much, maybe, and then even that's going to be up for debate,
so no,
right?
so for the little harm analysis, you literally say, all right, let's say that we have the meat packers, and we have all these meat packers colluding on price, and because they're colluding on price, we can show that the price is probably 5 to 15% higher than what it otherwise should be. Those analyses are pretty easy. You can't really go out and say, all right, well, if we had 3 competing firms instead of 1, what would actually be developed for the search engine? We don't, because we don't know what those firms would or would not do, and we also don't know what innovations are basically being done by that firm that would have been done that wouldn't be done by competing firms.
I don't understand whose point you're trying to prove, mine or yours?
Mine. Oh, dude, I'm sorry, I'm just really bad with these words. But all right, so in
like
your
right now,
universe,
let's take grounded in one example right now.
Sure.
Is it possible? Like, how do we not know that there couldn't have been like way cooler or better search engines created?
We can't.
Okay, but like, yeah. So, but the fact that there's like a 95% market share of like one search engine, doesn't that point to like a bad environment where like there doesn't need to be a cap like that much of a dominant?
I think that points to an environment where we have a very, very good search engine that other people have tried and failed to dethrone.
Who's trying to make a search engine right now? Like if
China has. There was multiple competing ones at the beginning when Google launched. Google outcompeted them by a lot. DuckDuckGo, I think, is like a privacy-oriented one. There's, I think, Yandex overseas and Baidu overseas. And then I think Yahoo still has a search engine. I don't know how many people actually use that, but my assumption is that one's still pretty big.
Do you think that it's harder for these other search engines to compete because of all of the vertical and horizontal integration that Google has with their services? So for instance, I can sign on to my Google account across different devices, like cell phones that might be running a Google operating system, or like my email works better with a browser because I can sign into like my browser like exactly with one Google account across everything. Like, you don't think that makes it really hard for those other services to compete?
I don't think it makes it hard for the search engine to compete necessarily, no. For the entire suite of products that are integrated together, potentially. But I think it also provides a massive benefit to the consumer that they're able to have these free tools.
We're looping. Yeah, I'm not denying the benefit. I don't know why you keep talking about the
Sure,
benefit.
yeah,
I use these
guess
products. I know there's a benefit, obviously. But like by acknowledging that benefit, I think we're literally saying that like, yeah, like I don't know if I would ever use like another competitor that was developed because of that benefit. That's like the issue.
Yeah, unless you had a product that was better, but you could still use the other portions of it, right? Even without bundling. You can still use like you can still use these other projects. If you use Gmail, you're not obligated to use Google as your search engine, right? You can still go to Yahoo, you can still go to these other places. You just go to Google because it's convenient and gives you everything that you need, and you're not really seeing any benefit other than the search results that come out, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I
just like I don't know even what I'm arguing against right now. The integration between all of these different products and services obviously makes it super hard for any other company to ever compete. Like I don't know if I would ever use. I don't know personally if I would ever use like a non-fucking Google phone, just because of all of the integration that exists right now with my currently existing like stuff, like my phone, my browser, and everything else. And so like if somebody wants to compete to take that away from me, like damn, they're up against if you want to compete with me on a search browser to win me over as a customer, you're competing with phones, you're competing with email, you're competing with my calendar, you're competing with so much shit. You're never gonna win. I'm never using your fucking product. Even if it's a better product, I'm not gonna use it. I think that's the issue. But it seems like you're like, oh well, that's good because it's really
it sounds
cool.
like they've created a wonderful ecosystem that has everything.
Exactly.
That
So
you're
doing the justify. Yeah.
Like I don't see how you're just saying, oh, potentially in the future.
Potentially, I'm giving you like a.
No, you're saying that they've created this big, beautiful ecosystem, and that if there is 3 competing companies, then one portion of that ecosystem might exist and be slightly better. But then I'm not going to have this big integrated ecosystem, or I'm going to have another ecosystem that's slightly better and integrated because.
Yeah, but when I'm arguing, first of all, you can create ecosystems within different companies. That's completely possible. APIs exist, number one, and number two, yeah, I'm arguing that like I don't like the concept of an ecosystem because it's essentially like monopolistic in nature. That's what it sounds like to me. Because like were these ecosystems not existing, there would almost for sure be more competitors in these arenas.
I don't think there would be more competitors in the search arena. I don't think there would be more competitors in the advertising arena.
Okay.
Maybe in the other portions, like in email or stuff like that, in terms of the free consumer-facing products. But I think you would end up with the same situation where you would have competition in one area, and then someone would figure out how to integrate and do everything together. And then
well, that's what I'm saying is the integration should be like illegal. Fuck them.
Well, Rich, but wouldn't it make sense that it would stymie competition if we have these incredibly vertically integrated companies that take over multiple markets? Like, for instance, if I wanted to make, let's say that every charging station for electric vehicles, let's say every charging station for electric vehicles was like a Tesla charging station, right? But let's say that I just wanted to make electric cars. Doesn't it necessarily reduce the chance that my innovative electric vehicle technology would get broadly adopted if nobody would be able to charge it on a broad, sort of generalized, available charging network?
Do you think that's like a issue where that's an antitrust thing, or do you think we should literally just do the same thing we've done, like the EU does cell phones, and say you must charge off of USB? Does that sound like a legislative issue?
But that's an
because,
antitrust regulation.
Most vertically integrated monopolies are actually great for consumers because it provides consistency in terms of products delivered. You can guarantee your what's it called, the quality of your product across the entire lifetime. You can guarantee that you have the production that you need for everything all across the supply chain, that you're not going to be running into hiccups where you have to renegotiate contracts. You're going to have massive consumer welfare benefits for the most part, assuming that you're not exerting monopoly power of locking people out of, say, buying iron in a steel plant for your cars, and then locking people out of the ability to do that. But for the most part, integrating these vertical monopolies on average is good for the consumer until people start actually exercising welfare power. Market power.
But what you described is an antitrust regulation, right? It's like, hey, this vertical integration is bad, so we're going to force you into adopt a generalized, sort of more modular technology, right? Sort of like how like your homes.
That's not saying you're not allowed to have chargers and a car battery. You're not allowed to have chargers and make electric cars. They're saying that if you're going to do things, we're going to standardize this the same way that we standardize the oil blends and everything else across industries.
Well, but it sounds like the same thing, though.
No, what's
the difference?
What's the difference?
I'm asking the question. Like, what's the difference between like a regulating agency saying, hey, you're not allowed to make specialized chargers for your special EV, and a regulator saying, hey, you can make chargers, but they can't be specialized? I mean, these seem like the same functional thing.
No, you're saying that if you make EVs, then you can't make car chargers. That's literally what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Because what you're saying, because using the EU, I mean, the EU regulation is a perfect example of the kind of thing that I think makes sense, right? Where, yeah, I mean, if Apple wants to make USB-Cs, I guess they can, right? But you cannot make a specialized, like, only Apple device technology that can charge phones, right? That's an example of tying that monopolies can take advantage of.
Technology to whatever technology exists as well. Because now Apple
but like also, but like, wait, real quick, on the tech side, like, how many people are like happy for like all of the competing standards? Like, I feel like it's one of the biggest memes that we constantly complain about, like in the tech world, that there are like 52 different plugs and adapters and chargers, and like I'm pretty sure almost everybody ubiquitously enjoyed the USB-C form factor. Like, it can be a little bit complicated to figure out what exactly is implied by the standard sometimes, but it's way better than having like 50 million different types of fucking plugs.
Sure, but now you're saying you can't innovate at all. If Apple wants to have,
no one is saying that. It's just a form factor.
Do you know what happened in the? You can't. If you're stuck with USB-C, you can't innovate on your connection lines.
That's not what the EU did do. The EU didn't say you have like USB-C is the always and forever technology that you have to use for charging phones. They established, I think, a cooperative committee of looking at different ways to design chargers so that you don't fall behind innovatively, but also at the same time establishing a broad consumer standard that if you want to sell a device that charges phones, it has to be the same sort of unified standard that we agree on. I mean, it's a way to try and blend the utility of having a unified standard and also
Apple out of innovating on their chargers. Apple's just not going to have any chargers anymore. That's literally how it's going to go in the next generation.
Let's look at wait. Let's look at their proprietary like Thunderbolt and shit. What were the innovations? What were the innovations? Like were there any Apple users? Well, sure. I mean,
yes,
like,
but yes, yeah.
Are there any people that are like, oh god, like they're using USB-C now, I can't take advantage of these proprietary Apple connectors? Like, is anybody thinking that?
maybe not in terms of those direct terms, but sure, there's a lot of engineering features put into it that aren't in the USB-C, and that Apple thought was appropriate to provide to their consumers. Yes.
I disagree. I don't think there were any. I think it was a way to lock you into buying certain shit. But I could be wrong unless somebody can tell me something different. But like, for instance, if somebody's like, oh no, like Thunderbolt can do way higher data transfers or 7,000 watt charging that USB-C just can't handle.
You want to talk to an Apple engineer about why Thunderbolts are just way better than USB-C?
Sure.
How the standards are?
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Sure.
But with
I get to bring Louis Rossman on though.
But with the EU's regulatory framework, again, like the Apple engineer can go to whatever the committee established for this is and make the case that, hey, the USB-C is an inferior technology for these reasons. You need to adapt it in this way to make it better, right? I mean, there's nothing stopping like Apple engineers from making that case.
I don't know. I don't think you should ever have to go to a regulatory commission to say that I've come up with something new and improved that I want to sell to my consumers, and now you're just not going to let me sell it to them.
Well, wait, but
that seems like
we do that with so many different regulations, though, right?
So,
like you have to prove that like your products are safe and that they're beneficial to the you can't just sell anything and just say it's innovative, right?
All right. So here's the difference. USB-C is a connector. The Thunderbolt's an electrical standard. Is basically what he said. So I assume it's for charging and for transferring energy along the wire. I assume that there's like a fundamental difference between the two technologies.
What do you mean fundamental difference? Like it's like a different, like it's like electricity 2.0, or I don't understand what you mean by that.
So I don't know what exactly it does. I'm listening or watching him type right now. But again, they're different standards. So USB-C is just a way to get devices to communicate with each other. Sometimes
wait, no, hold on. Wait, real quick, hold on. USB-C is just a form factor. It's like a square. Like that's all USB-C is.
It's not just a form factor. It has to do with the electronic messages that get sent along and then the channel for electricity that goes through. I don't know. I'm not a double E.
Well, wait, hold on. Am I a more techie person? Correct me. I'm almost positive USB-C is literally just a form factor. Like you can have anything, like it could be, I'm pretty sure you can have theoretically USB-C 2.0 or USB-C 3.0 or USB-C like different, you can have a USB-C cable that only does power transfer, or you can have a USB-C cable that does data transfer and maybe no power. It's just a form factor. There might be some like protocols or whatever that are more, but.
Well, wait, but like Rage, but I think we're getting a little specific here, but like if we imagine, I think the electric cars is a good example, right? That if we imagine a scenario where the charging infrastructure is entirely Tesla dominated, that like to charge an electric vehicle is way more.
Can we just go to make regular cars?
I feel like this is
we have iron,
I think this is pretty simple, right? I mean, like I think the example makes a lot of sense, right? It's just a hypothetical that if we have charging infrastructure that's basically Tesla dominated, and that like it's 1,000 times more convenient to charge an electric car if you have a Tesla versus any other brand. Let's say that I have an innovative electric car technology, but I'm not allowed to use Tesla charging technology. And
he's an AFK. Can you pull in Spinboy to argue about this? He's all the way down at the bottom.
Seems like you're really unwilling to answer that hypothetical. Like, it doesn't make it harder to
enter because you're just saying you're
the
not
electric vehicle market. Okay, but Rich, doesn't it make it, if you have to have a fully vertically integrated company, right, in order to compete on one aspect of a technology that you feel like you have an innovation for, doesn't that raise the barrier to entry and make a less competitive environment?
Let's get a converter. All right, Spinboy. Tell us about that.
But you're saying, but that might not. You're saying you have to build extra technologies out if you want to innovate on a single point.
You have to build out chargers anyways, but now you're piggybacking off their infrastructure. They spent all this money building out their infrastructure, and now you're saying that you should just be able to use it for free and get all their investment.
No one is saying for free. We're just saying that by you saying they've invested in industry, we agree, but they're investing in that infrastructure to protect their industry, which makes it not competitive.
Okay, Rachel, I have a question. Okay, if Shell had like proprietary gasoline and Shell had Shell cars that could only take Shell gasoline, and the same thing with Exxon and the same thing with all these other oil and gas companies, do you think that we would have like better gasoline that was more fuel efficient, or do you think you would just have a much less convenient consumer? You think we would innovate gasoline and make gasoline much more fuel efficient?
You can design engines around specific fuel types and get way better performance. Yes.
I told you that this is what this combo would look like. Okay, fuck you.
Sorry, like that's great. Okay.
What do you mean?
So I'm not necessarily here to argue anything. I'm just gonna explain the technical differences as to the technology being talked about. So USB-C is just a connector. It's a mechanical standard. There is a standard within it for what type of signaling you can put over it, essentially outlining what the differential pairs the signal, the physical pieces of copper can have in terms of ones and zeros flying through it. And that encompasses Thunderbolt, USB 3, all of that stuff. Essentially everything to get it backwards compatible, and then also do all of the high-speed protocols. So, and then the power stuff is called PD. It's power delivery. It's just a sideband, slower speed connection that is just another standard for specifically talking about, hey, I want to do this much power, and then both sides negotiate and agree and to send that much power. Essentially,
well, I think it's obvious that like
stuff.
It's fair to say Apple and USB, like whatever the Apple chargers versus USB-C is different, right? I think that, but that's not. I think the argument is less so like, are these things different? I think that the argument is more so,
is it worth
is there is there a utility to the consumer? Does it create a more competitive atmosphere for creating and innovating on phone technology to not tie the charging port to specific chargers and rather to have a more modular technology? And or does it hurt the quality of Apple iPhones to such a great degree that creates a negative, consumer experience?
Like, has there ever been a time where like
seem...
a consumer is using a phone and it's just like, fuck, if only this used a Thunderbolt connector instead of like USB-C, it's would be so much better.
Well, that's the problem. It's not. Well, okay. Thunderbolt's a electrical standard. USB-C is a connector. So if we're talking about just connectors,
well, the Thunderbolt is an Apple. That's
an
Apple standard, right?
It is an Intel standard.
Oh, Intel. Gotcha. Sorry, my bad. What are the Apple cables called? Are they called Lightning, or what the fuck?
Lightning. There's Lightning cables, which is what the little slim, the reversible cable that they had since the iPhone 5 or whatever.
Sure.
And then there's the Thunderbolt connector that they put on their MacBooks, but that's not actually a Thunderbolt connector. It's Thunderbolt electrical spec and the mini display port connector, which is a standard that anyone could put on. The only thing here that is really locked is the Lightning connector that they put on all of their portable things. That's an Apple only thing, and that's because they had Apple mechanical engineers design that connector. It was, at the time, consider the history, at the time, what was the connectors of choice for mobile devices? You either had some third-party piece of shit connector that didn't have USB at USB high speeds, or it charged at some weird voltage, whatever. So Apple like designed this reversible connector that had all the port flipping in it and everything, and it was super innovative at the time. And that's kind of why, other than the fact that everyone bought iPhones, that's kind of why it had such good lasting powers, because it was, at the time, if we consider 2007, that you had like fucking mini display or mini USB and micro USB, which are trash, and so it was innovative at the time. USB-C is obviously another like step on top of that. A bunch of innovations were taken in. It's reversible, it's small, it's slim. In my opinion, I think there's some mechanical issues with it that are not super good, but that's just meme engineering opinion. But like, it encompasses everything that currently exists for essentially all connectors, standardized. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily a bad thing. However, from my understanding of the European legislation stuff, they're kind of like forcing like everyone has to have USB-C, which is fine in the case of if you assume that USB-C is like the end-all be-all, where it does everything and you can just continue to add new functionality on top forever. It's okay, except for unless you run into a case where it's not good enough anymore, right? And then it's like, okay, well, how do you make a new connector and allow it to transfer at faster speeds? It needs more differential pairs, whatever. Physically, new connector. And how do you innovate in there when essentially all of the EU is saying like, hey, you can't make a new connector. You have to use this now standard connector. So I think that's the main thing, but I'm not really gonna argue one way or the other. USB-C is fine.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, it's.
I think
well, yeah,
it's
it doesn't
okay
sound
that like for new standards that there could be like arguments made, I guess, in front of committees or whatever for it. But
yeah. So the thing is that, well, okay, I'm not 100% sure what the committee thing is. There's some nuance here because there's really two things that, and I know Destiny, you get this shit mixed up all the time every so often when you're talking about USB-C. There is the mechanical standard, which is the connector itself.
Form factor, yeah.
And yes, the form factor, the amount of differential pairs in it, it's all, there's a document with the mechanical standard. It has to be exactly that way so that all the cables and everything can connect to it. Then there's the electrical standards, which is a lot easier to change because there's already just a fuckload of shit in USB-C. You have Thunderbolt, you have USB 4, which is just standardized Thunderbolt. Intel essentially released the standard for high-speed 20 gig differential pairs and that they use, and now USB.
Okay, you get to the point. Yeah. You don't have to specify every single part of the USB-C. Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
I mean, well, I'm just saying there's like 15 different electrical standards that they can pump over USB-C.
Yes.
And you can add more electrical standards in the future as long as
it
you're
fits
not...
the form factor, right, and the specifications of whatever the form factor entails. Yeah.
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 Well, yeah, but that's not, you're making it sound like it's like an easy thing to do. It's not necessarily easy when you do it.
I never said it's an easy thing to do, but I'm saying it's probably a preferential environment to like people having 15 different types of cords to charge all their shit, right? I would say that in general, like, what does the U in USB stand for? Universal, right? Yeah, we want to be able to use like USB cables to charge all of our shit. I think that's a massive boon to consumers, but left to free market devices, that would never happen. I would have Sony cables for my Sony products. I would have, like, the old cell phones back in the day used to have like all sorts of different charging fucking things. It was so annoying.
Yeah, you're right, but everyone kind of moved to USB-C anyway, without the European thing just happening. Right?
I feel like Apple was kind of pushed in that direction, no?
They were pushed in that direction, I suspect. But that's because they, one, had the iPhone obviously is like a big ship to turn, right? It's massive, and it's so that makes it difficult. But two, the connector is already like, it kind of checks all the boxes that you need for a mobile device, right?
Sure.
So I guess you could argue that there's like two competing form factors at that point, USB-C and Lightning, but it's not like a bunch of countries had to regulate people to go to USB-C. It was just clearly better than the alternatives. Which
wait, but that's exactly what happened. A bunch of countries did do it. The European Union came together did it. If that wouldn't have happened, do you think that Apple would have adopted the USB-C form factor?
I mean, they do use USB-C on all their portables, all their Macs.
But do you think that the iPhone would have switched from the whatever fuck that weird cable is to the USB-C cable?
I don't know.
Apple, but here's another problem. Even if it was better for the consumer to do it, doesn't the vertical monopoly that they have on like a lot of their fucking products, like the fact that they're selling those Apple cables, maybe hurt their push to doing that? Like why would I make my phone have a USB-C cable when my current cable does everything and I sell that current cable?
Because I don't think Apple as a company makes that much money off of cables compared to like the rest of the stuff they make. I don't think this is a thing that they necessarily care about, but like, I don't know. It's just me from.
I mean, they clearly care about it because they fought for like the last 5 years to prevent the EU from doing this, and like obviously it's a pretty big part of their business fight. I guess. Right? I don't see why they lobby so hard.
You're saying they fought, but you don't know why they fought for this, right?
I mean, what would
like the easy answer is they're fighting because they make a bunch of money off of cables.
The true answer is probably that like if you maintain proprietary control over your form factors and the specs of the cable, you can probably custom design your cables to tailor meet the needs of your phone, right? Whereas USB-C is necessarily going to have a little bit of extra baggage because, like we said, it's a form factor that can probably carry a ton of different. I mean, like there's always going to be a benefit to having proprietary specs for all of your shit. I'm not going to deny that, but I think ultimately it's anti-consumer a bit. Like,
it could be. I mean, I think in general. This is coming from just purely from just engineering background, electrical design, stuff like that. I can see there is a lot of good, essentially the same bullshit arguments that were happening earlier. Not necessarily bullshit, but like the same thing that was being said in terms of like, okay, if you have like a monopoly on a thing, there is some good that can be done. It's kind of different because you don't necessarily have a monopoly, but if you aren't forced into USB-C, yes, you can do special engineering things that other people can't necessarily do, and that's like direct innovation. So it's hard for me in my mindset to really square that circle in terms.
Well, I think it's easy. I think it's super easy to square the circle. I think the question is there something innovative that could be done on the Lightning form factor that USB-C isn't doing? Because let's say it was the case, like, okay, well, the iPhone 17 is coming out, but we had to axe fast transfer, we had to axe fast charging, we had to get rid of these features because it's like, oh, well, fuck, this actually sucks. But I'm pretty sure that USB-C micro, I think it's micro USB-C. I'm pretty sure outperforms Lightning now. Like all of like the different things you can load on that cable are better than Lightning now, right?
Correct. But the issue is that now any company's kind of stopped from not using USB-C to improve on that, unless there's some we mentioned, some sort of consortium that whatever the process is for like updating that so that you can now sell that connector in the EU.
Yeah, I think the goal would be there just needs to be a committee that says like, sorry, and then you can go. You should just have to show a committee like, here's the innovations that we could make on a new cable. This is what we want to do, and then you'd have to go.
So I think that's good, and I agree. I think the problem is that getting the correctly tech literate people on the committee to agree to the innovations is difficult, and I think that's kind of the scary bit, quote unquote, is that how do you get like a committee of people to agree that something that this company wants to do is innovative and that they should bend the will of this consumer protection for it.
I mean, it could arguably be more like you could argue that it might slow down more marginal changes in advancement in the technology. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but I find it hard to believe that even if you like, let's say that you created a charger that could charge devices in let's say 10% of the time, right? That's literally 10 times better than the current technology that we have. Like, let's say you created that technology. I feel like it would be difficult. And let's say that the technology was also scalable and economic and it was cheap and affordable and stuff like that. And it wasn't terrible for the environment or whatever it is. I'd find it hard to believe that you could present that technology to a committee of like, politically appointed people, and they would be like, you know what? I just don't understand why the fuck we would want to do this, right? Now, I would agree maybe that if the technology is like, hey, we've demonstrated through one of our studies that you can increase the efficiency of charging by, 0.5%, and it costs 0.1% more, something like that. Like, I can see where that hurdle could be harder in a committee like this, because you are talking about standardizing a technology for like hundreds of millions of person market in the EU. But big innovation, I just don't think, it doesn't seem like big innovations are really stymied by sort of consumer standardization.
The issue is that you're talking big innovations. So the reality is that a lot of these innovations are incredibly incremental at this point. So what do you do? You wait for essentially what would end up happening in my mind is the only way some big change would happen is some big company would have to secretly put together like years and years worth of updates into some new innovation without if they want to keep that like all trade secret, and which they're completely allowed to do all that, and they want to capitalize on all of this engineering investment they're putting in. That's like it's necessarily slowing the boat down, which I don't know if I guess the balance there is slowing the boat down versus some level of consumer protection, whether or not that, and then the argument from me would be, are we really getting that significant amount of consumer protection through USB-C and forcing USB-C when the reality is that the market has already kind of pushed everyone to use USB-C because it's better, other than Apple, because they had one competing thing.
Well, it's not just like the basic immediate consumer protection and convenience of having a universal charger that you can use for, not literally all your devices, but most of your devices, let's say.
Yes.
But it's the convenience of, or not that just that convenience, but it's also the potentially anti-competitive nature of being able to tie one product to a fundamentally different product. And it's hard to test the counterfactual, but the actual sort of economic innovation argument could go the other way and say, hey, now that a phone company doesn't have to compete with one company that has proprietary chargers that artificially increases the switching cost of consumers and makes it necessarily harder for a consumer to substitute one phone for another, do we get better phones as a result of this standardization of technology at the end of the day? It's the same thing when people make the argument about how like the Apple Store is proprietary. Like you can't get Apple apps on like Androids, right? Does that increase the switching cost of consumers, and does that make it harder for more innovative phones to really take the market because there's not this incredible amount of standardization or vertical integration? I try to avoid using that word, but there's not this incredible amount of vertical integration that makes it so consumers either directly or softly, implicitly or explicitly have a harder time switching between one technology or another. Like the harder it is for a customer to switch from one product to a competing product, that's necessarily creating a less innovative and competitive market.
When it's done for a reason that's not related to that product, right? Like you want people to pick the best electrical car, not necessarily somebody to pick the car that has like the best charging network, right?
Yeah.
Because then what might happen is people will pick worse products because of other products that are like vertically integrated with it, which is, I think, unfortunate.
Right. So that's all. I think it's worth pointing out that it's fair to say, hey, theoretically, it could be the case that we have a depressed sort of technological advancement curve of chargers because of this change. But I think you could just as easily theoretically say, well, because of the tying of this technology to Apple's products, we're having less innovations in the phone industry because of this, right? So it doesn't. We just have to see how it works out. But my guess would be that the history of corporations getting broken up or getting regulated in this way or whatever, it just seems like the history of that is not that we incredibly suffer in terms of innovation. It seems like it just ends up that the consumer has a better environment and a little bit more convenience of using products. But I mean, this could be an exception, but I don't know. The history doesn't seem to be on the side of corporations in that regard.
Yeah, totally understand. Like I said, I'm just coming from the purely like spurgy engineering perspective of like, okay, now a company couldn't make a new connector. And yeah, that's the only thing that I think maybe just keep in mind. You guys probably don't give a shit, but yeah, just
fuck
the
I
other
don't.
perspective.
We should we should nationalize all the cable industries.
All the tech companies, yeah.
Yeah. Just put bureaucrats in charge of them.
Because that works so well with Congress now.
It does.
Well, so one thing I wanted to just pop in and mention is to, I guess, everybody's point about antitrust is the idea of there are exceptions in antitrust law for things that are like consumer beneficial. You often see this sometimes with mergers and acquisitions where people will come in and make a good argument for why it actually benefits the consumer and increases the benefits to the customer. And those can be reasons that will allow those mergers to go through.
Yeah.
In addition,
no, I mean that's like I was saying a day or two ago with Destiny. That it's not enough for a company just to be a monopoly or to have monopoly power to get broken up or to get regulated in this way. You have to prove that they're taking advantage. Is my understanding. You have to prove that they're taking advantage of their monopoly power in a way that's negative to the competitive environment or consumers or innovation or something along those lines.
Or that's abusing their intellectual property, as sometimes can happen when it comes to patents and trademarks and copyrights. Usually with patents is the concern. But one of the other things I think that is overlooked a little bit, it has been talked about here, which is the notion of reusability of things and planned obsolescence. It makes it more difficult to get on board with stuff and adopting new technology if there is a very low time period in which it's going to become obsolescent. One of the things in terms of standardization, even though it may be sacrificing incremental changes, means that we get to, in the longer term, the benefit of that sort of non-planned obsolescence, we can enjoy things. Right to repair becomes more important, but it also becomes more of a standard that we should adopt, and it helps the environment too because it eliminates a lot of waste.
Is there any
Sure.
is there any planned obsolescence that you can point to right now in like the tech industry, in electronics or whatever?
I don't really believe in that as a concept. That's his argument. Just as a heads up.
Some of the stuff with regards to the change in form factors, particularly with microchips, has been an issue as of late. One of the things I do applaud AMD, for instance, for doing was the backwards compatibility between, say, the X3000 series and the X5000 series, which was super helpful for me and my wife when we were building computers, that we didn't really have to go out and buy a whole bunch of new stuff. We could just upgrade a processor and still get the full value of that particular processor without the e-waste of then having to get rid of things like motherboard, memory, and all that.
So planned obsolescence necessarily implies that there's not necessarily malice, but there's like a market play happening where this company thinks that, hey, we're going to change this fundamentally and force people to rebuy things. Do you think that? Do you think that?
I know that exists. I can't explain as to how I know that those things exist. I can just tell you that I know these things exist.
Okay, so it's not, you don't actually know. You just are potentially illiterate and just don't understand what's going on.
So a little bit background on me, buddy. I'm an antitrust attorney, and I do
Okay, so
antitrust defense.
you have some recent examples then.
I think what he's alluding to is that he has like insider knowledge about certain cases that might dox him or might,
or that might involve violating client confidentialities that are not allowed to be, or trade secrets that are not allowed to be made public. Yeah. But oftentimes, what my work involves is helping to get merger acquisition approval from the government. So when you have two companies that go through the merger acquisitions, they usually have to go through the FTC and the DOJ to get those approvals. That's part of the types of cases I work on.
There you go. I mean, you should have jumped in earlier. I'd have loved to have heard your perspective with Rage Pope in the call.
I think Destiny hit it on the head, and I agree with Destiny in regards to that.
Yeah,
so
I'm right about everything.
Yeah.
I mean, the reality is that when you have these vertical and horizontal integrations, they do increase the costs of barrier to entry, which makes it more difficult for those businesses to compete. But it also weakens the resolve of people to make switches, because if they're switching, and Google's a great example, when you're sitting there saying, okay, well, I'm going to have my entire platform be Google-oriented, but for this one thing, I'm going to have to make a conscious decision to move away from the Google platform, not to mention the amount of information that they can hoard, even absent that search history, that they can then monopolize in terms of financial access. Because that's part of what makes Google so powerful, is that the content aggregation from all of their services then becomes a data broker that they can then be a singular, pass-through for.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I hate to appeal to just the basic economics, but I mean, as far as I'm aware, that's exactly right. That obviously, free entry and exit, basic component of perfect competition, perfectly competitive market. And when you have a circumstance where your entry to a market is contingent upon building multiple different innovative technologies that compound into an entire sort of environment of use, instead of just a singular technology with modular components, I mean, of course, that is going to decrease the competitive nature of that market. And I mean, phones are an example. We were talking about electric cars earlier, where if you got proprietary chargers, I mean, stuff like that. Like, I just, I don't know. It doesn't. It just seems obvious to me that it would be bad to have incredible sort of monopolistic, oligopolistic power combined with vertical integration and technology. You'd end up with these types of problems potentially.
Seems like the best solution is, like folks were memeing about, was socialized tech. Kind of get like all the best people to work for some socialized government section that essentially puts together these standards and enforces them.
No, fuck it. The best decision is just make so businesses can't buy other businesses that aren't directly like their business. Fuck that. You can't do it. No more acquisitions of big companies. You shouldn't be able to buy and have all those other fucking things. You should just be able to do one business. That's your business, and you don't get to do anything else peripheral of it. Fuck that.
Well, the great problem nowadays isn't so much vertical or horizontal integration, but it's integration of patents and intellectual property. So you'll have a startup that comes up with a really good idea, and before it gets to the point where it could even become a matter of competition, they just buy up.
Yeah. But that goes into my
Disney.
But that goes into my that goes into my exactly what I'm saying in terms of companies being able to buy shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, I think fundamentally, I think there is a shift in attitude, and I think as a capitalist, I don't think it's a good one, that if you go to Silicon Valley, your goal isn't to put Amazon or Google out of business. Your goal is for them to buy your business. I think that's cancer.
Nah, that's
I'm not even saying
get my bag and retire, brother. Let's fucking go.
So one of the great examples was the Fox Disney merger and the way that worked out. That wasn't necessarily a buying of a business. That was just a purchase of intellectual property. And so where you could have a situation where you have just a sale of intellectual property, that in of itself may not necessarily trigger antitrust, but it's still an antitrust issue that kind of the law doesn't recognize the same way that it would be through a traditional business purchase.
Well, what do you think of IP rights in general? I've heard some people say that like we shouldn't have patents or IP at all.
Yeah,
right?
we call
should
those
just have
people.
like Charburger
Those
taxes.
are pedophiles. Okay.
So
because literally the only people that argue that are fucking libertarians. Okay, fuck them.
Yeah,
I've heard
IP rights in general are fine. My biggest problem isn't necessarily with the IP rights. My biggest problem are with two factors. One is the length of copyright, right?
Yes.
And the exceedingly long extensions that have been given to it. It shouldn't be the life of the author plus 70 years and 100 years for like corporations. It's insanity.
Yeah. But that's all that's like entertainment stuff. I was thinking more like medical patents and stuff
that's
like that.
the other half that I have a problem with, which is the patent system in it itself isn't a problem. The problem is that again, going to these incremental issues that we've talked about time and time again about innovations, you need to be patented as if they're like brand new patents. And a great example sometimes is the drug industry, where they'll take two existing stuff, modify the chemical compounds or the delivery system, and then patent it like it's a brand new drug. But changing a pill to an aerosol or an inhaler, is that really like? Patents are supposed to be non-obvious, and to me that seems like an obvious, methodology of innovation that shouldn't be considered a patent.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this is where, I think, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I think that's where maybe having like more government oversight and negotiation of things, like that's where if we had a more robust universal healthcare system, you could have like the universal Medicare system come in and say, well, we're not going to pay for this because it's obviously not a meaningful patent that you're trying to propose to our Medicare system, right? We'd rather just take the old technology that's like 90% cheaper, so stuff like that doesn't really filter through to the consumer.
Well, there becomes an issue with that where it becomes like, okay, well, for instance, what do you do? So one of the big ones is Hatch-Waxman, which happens to deal with how generics hit the market. And sometimes the way that Hatch-Waxman works is, for instance, there is a grace period in which the first to file and the first to get approved gets a monopoly essentially on generics for a little bit. And before the wider market can start producing it, and it's to incentivize, obviously, the push to make a generic in the first place. But, if the industry goes and gets involved in things like horse trading and stuff like that, to be like, oh, well, I'll trade you your generic for the, monopoly on your generic, then it becomes much the same issue. Patents are an issue mostly in terms of how patents are prosecuted, how expensive it is for patents to be challenged and what have you, as well as patent trolls. There's a reason why the Eastern District of Texas is the one that everybody goes to for the patent stuff, because that's kind of become the mainstay.
I've heard that.
And-
There's like one judge that's just a complete fucking chill for the
Yeah,
the patent
well,
industry.
even the towns down there. Like I remember in law school, we were watching something where apparently Samsung had built an ice rink in Texas because they thought that was a good idea. Purely like symbolic things that they have done to endear themselves to the goodwill of the people, so that when jury selection time comes for a patent case, they look good. That sort of strategic movement that goes on. The concept of patents and the length of patents for 20 years, and even extending medical patents where there's a valid medical patent, like the COVID vaccine and stuff like that. Something novel and new to account for testing.
Novel and new, you mean experimental, right?
Well,
on children.
Got him.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't call it the COVID vaccine. I should call it the Joe Biden mind control.
I'm just kidding. Actually, I don't know what I'm gonna get hit for on YouTube. Just kidding.
Yeah. Shit. I forgot about that. We're on YouTube now. Anyways, but accounting for the time period extensions with regards to testing and approval, that is also okay too. But just taking two existing drugs, smacking them together, and changing the format from pills to whatever, and then saying this new thing needs to get a whole new 20-year patent is ridiculous. So their patent abuses need to be addressed in kind.
Okay, what if, Batman, what about this? I heard about this as a solution, not sure how I feel about it. What if you did a progressive harbinger tax and system on medical patents? What are your thoughts?
Is that where, like, if you continue, the sooner you give it to the U.S. government or you give it to open source, the bigger the tax break?
No, so harbinger tax is the concept. I think it comes. I read that it came from like the Dutch, mercantile economy or something. Basically, the thought was that when you bring a ship to port, you have to declare the value of the items in your ship, and the value, you're either going to be taxed a percentage on the value, or the government is allowed to buy your ship. And the idea is that you have to assess a necessarily fair value, because you either have to be happy paying the tax on it, or you have to be happy with the government buying it, right? And so if you did a similar thing with patents, the idea would be that, okay, you want to patent this, fine, tell us what the value of this patent is, and if it's too low, the government can buy it. If it's too high, well, you're going to pay the tax rate on it.
So that kind of goes into what I had just said, because that's the policy equivalent of what I've heard, which is that when you come up with a new medical patent like this, if you're willing to put it out into open territory, in other words, if you're willing to give up the patent and the exclusivity, the sooner that you give up that exclusivity, the more of a tax break you would get in terms of the company's profits. So it would be an incentivization, almost like sort of the tax breaks we give for orphan drug development, if you're familiar with that. And for those who don't know, orphan drug development is development of drugs and treatments for diseases that are particularly rare or
ones that you wouldn't make money developing drugs for anyway.
Ones that happen in low numbers, and so we give a bunch of tax breaks and financial incentives and grants and stuff like that to incentivize companies to produce those types of drugs. And so born from that was this idea of like, okay, the sooner you give up the patent for and you put it out into open source or generics market, we're willing to give you more breaks on your income.
But I do like the idea of like, say a drug is, I don't know, let's say it's the cure for cancer, like a drug that would help millions and millions of people, like a broadly used drug. I do kind of like the idea of having some sort of forced sale mechanism, right? That you can apply.
So there is something like that, but it's usually used for national security stuff. Like,
okay,
when there's research for like stealth technology and stuff like that, they'll force it, but it's very rare and it's usually only used for defense purposes.
I think I guess it's not that it. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that kind of thing is used currently in any sort of drugs or medical market that I'm aware of. But I do like the idea of having some sort of forced sale mechanism for what we could deem as very, broadly beneficial drugs and services. Obviously, you're paying whatever the market rate of this drug is. You don't want to just steal IP from the government perspective, because then innovation gets hurt. But the government having the ability to take over patents, open it up, force it into the generic environment, in the case that it's something incredibly useful, like a cure for cancer or some innovative heart disease treatment or something. I don't know.
I don't think I've been convinced enough about like stuff related to medical patents. There might be good arguments there, but all of the ones I hear are dog shit for like how people approach this. So for instance, like people talk about insulin is the big one that they talk about over and over again, that patent was opened 7,000 years ago, ignoring the fact that like old insulin isn't even remotely comparable to the synthetics created today. Another thing too is like I hear this argument over and over again that most scientific research is publicly funded, which is not true when it comes to bringing a drug to market. That's just general research. I feel like I need to look at this in terms of like innovation in U.S. pharmaceutical markets. I feel like it's pretty high. I feel like that's pretty good. We probably like that. I feel like it should just be more protecting like consumers. So like more subsidization of like actual people purchasing medical treatment.
So yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with private medical research. It's more so just the potential failure of the market where you've got these certain people. Like for instance, when people came out with the vaccine or it wasn't a vaccine, but it was several years ago, and it was labeled as like the cure for hepatitis C. Right, and the big headline wasn't that we cured hepatitis C. The big headline was that it's $1,000 a pill, right? And my thought is not that it's bad for a company to want to recoup a huge amount of R&D costs to develop a cure for hepatitis C. It's just that I think that there's probably more utility for the consumer and for the people who obviously have hepatitis C who might get it in the future, for the government to just buy out that patent at a fair market rate and then allow either a state production of that drug or just leasing it out to multiple different private actors to get that drug, at an affordable cost to people that need it.
Do we have the infrastructure for that publicly?
Well, the biggest problem is we do already have the legal infrastructure with eminent domain.
No, not legal infrastructure. I'm saying actual like manufacturing infrastructure. Yeah.
No, that's not. It doesn't have to be the state, man. It could be, right? If you had like a state pharmaceutical drug company, but you could also just lease it out. You could buy that technology and like royalty it out to other companies that manufacture it, right?
One of the things that I got to give credit where credit is due, because Shkreli actually came up with this argument or with this idea first with relation to the infrastructure. Yeah, which is I always pronounce his name poorly, but the idea was that we should have, particularly, I think he was saying the FDA. I think it should be the DoD. But having them produce generic drugs and sell essentially to the other government agencies and the DoD generic drugs. And much like the patent office is a huge moneymaker in terms of all the fees and filing costs that are associated with that, you could have the FDA making a bit ton of money that way.
You could do like a managed buyout of like a big pharmaceutical company, right? And then just put that, not run it like the USPS, but essentially just have the government own the equity of some company, and then now this company's purpose is to make generic drugs. I mean, there's generic manufacturing companies, right? So it doesn't seem unreasonable that the government could just buy out a conglomerate of those companies.
Hey, Hannah boy, real quick, is there what your mic is like staticky? I don't know why. If there's like a loose connection or.
Oh, okay. Let me try and wiggle some stuff around.
So, my biggest issue, from that standpoint, I think the biggest issue is the idea of buying out a publicly traded company, but more towards Econ Boy's earlier point about buying out simply patents through some sort of eminent domain. The fact that we're talking about publicly just traded companies where there's an expectation on a return on revenue or a return on investment means you couldn't just sell it to them at a break-even cost. You'd have to buy it at an absurdly inflated cost because the would be the expectation from the investors. And
but that's true of eminent domain as well, right? Like, aren't people overcompensated sometimes if the government is coming in to buy?
To a degree, but it's lesser to a degree because there isn't the second-party investment that is of concern, right? So let's say the government's building a road and they want to take your house. They're going to pay you fair market value for the house. Oftentimes, actually, it's below market value slightly because, it's a forced sale versus, a competitive market. But to that end, you're paying directly the house owner, right? You're not, say, paying there's no secondary party that needs to be of the government's concern, the same way that there would be with stockholders, right? And so then you would have all sorts of shareholders up in arms saying, my property rights or my fundamental due process rights are being violated because, I invested in this company with an expectation of a return on investment. This is actually valued at this much money. We should be earning this over the years, and it should be this amount plus dividends plus the increase in stock and the rolling costs.
But that's the case with literally any M&A transaction, right? That some shareholders might not think it's a great deal, but it's a sort of democratic shareholder determination, right? It's like when Elon Musk bought Tesla. The board had to vote on behalf of the shareholders to agree to that sale, and I'm sure some shareholders were like, "This is bullshit. I don't want to do this." But well, that's the board you elected, right? So,
but the amount that is required is usually like 2/3 or some super majority. The problem then becomes a matter of, first of all, technically anybody, even the minority, can sue in those instances, and they have, just because of the fact that they think that you have activist investors, you have all these other people who are interested for other reasons, and you're kind of seeing it now because people have asked me to talk about the Blizzard Activision thing, and you're seeing even non-party competitors potentially being upset by this because they could say later on down the line, we were planning to make a generic of this. We didn't have the money or the ability to, or bandwidth to invest in a full R&D structure here, but, we were willing to wait the 20 years and then, go ahead and take our shot at a generic. And therefore, now we've lost income too. So it would completely disrupt the market where...
Well, but they could still make generics, right? They would just be competing. They wouldn't be like the only generic that was made, correct?
They'd be competing at somebody who only has to make it at cost. That's the problem. The government's only requirement under those circumstances would be to make it at cost in terms of the taxpayer money, and even in some cases it wouldn't even have to be at cost depending on the nature of the medicine and how Congress sets things up, right?
I guess, I guess I just don't see the big issue with it. I don't see. I mean, I see what you're saying, that there's some transition costs associated with the initial acquisition of this sort of productive capacity for generics, but I'm not sure if I don't think there's a lot of long-term issues with the government playing a role in providing low-cost drugs to people. I mean, you can make the same argument about providing low-cost insurance. Like, but the government, by providing a public option to everyone, is forcing insurance companies to compete with essentially a non-profit with a much bigger market share. But in the examples where governments do that, it seems like the result is just basically more affordable insurance and care for people. It doesn't seem to, it doesn't seem to completely get rid of any private...
That's probably a case where the market is probably not setting the price as efficiently as it could, right? Like, isn't that arguably the reason why minimum wage, at least small increase in minimum wage, don't seem to hurt any competitive shit for the market, is because it's probably not being set as high as it could be, right?
Well, that's kind of my argument with drugs, though. It seems like almost structurally, like a patent itself is a temporary monopoly granted, which allows that producer of that drug to extract economic rents from that product, right? It's almost necessarily not a market clearing price that's being granted to that producer.
But some of that is, one, the recognition of the value of innovation, but also, two, a lot of that is recovery of the costs associated with testing and development, such that by the time it does cycle through the full 20-year cycle for the patent, presumably, they are making money, but then again, once the generic, and we've seen this, and this is to your point, which is once the generics enter the market, the price drops substantially.
Also you have to recover the R&D for products that don't work out as well.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
No, and
then you have to
totally
cover it in a way to reinvest it too.
That's totally reasonable, right? That's why I don't think I would be in favor of like the government just taking over shit, right? I think that just having a managed buyout and a system where you can offer, reasonable market value for products. That's why the Harburger tax to me might make sense in this case. There's some I've heard that there are some structural limitations to a tax like that, but I think with patents it could make unique sense to structure that way, because you're accounting in that case for either the rent associated with that patent in the case that they keep the patent but pay the tax on it, or you're buying out the patent at a rate that the company agrees is a fair rate for that patent to be bought out at, right? And obviously the revenue from, if they keep the patent and take it, you could just funnel that into, I don't know, your generics companies, or I don't know, some subsidies for people to buy the drug or something like that. But it seems like that structure is just would end up being better for the consumer, because I'm sympathetic to the thought of like, well, these companies do need to make back the money on their investment to some degree, obviously, because then they wouldn't invest in the long term in these types of technologies, which is fair enough.
Yeah, and to your point, that's fine in a vacuum. The problem is, you're assuming that they're going to always come to an agreement on a number. And so what happens in a situation where the government and the pharmaceutical company do not come to an agreement? Does the government still have the right to force the sale at eminent domain levels in terms of their pricing scheme? Or is it just like a fair, competitive marketplace where it's like, okay, you made an offer, we were refused, we're going to continue onward as we go. Thank you very much for your time, and we're just
in this case, there's no negotiation in the case that I'm describing, right? The company just says the patent is worth this. The patent is worth $1.3 billion, right? And the government says, hey, you know what? That's a reasonable price. We're going to buy it for $1.3 billion. The company has said this is what we need in order to sell this patent to the government, and so that's what you get. Now, in the case
I understand what you're saying. However,
never a forced sale. Yeah.
Okay, so the problem becomes one of where those numbers are off and they differ greatly, right? So if you sit there and say, for your example, it's worth 1.1 billion, and the government says actually it's only worth 800 million, or it's only worth 750. Obviously there's a huge gap there. How do you meet the difference, and what happens if there's a gap? Like
if the government said, like, I get what you're saying. If the company says it's worth 1.3 billion and the government says actually I think it's worth 800 million, well, that would just be the government agreeing, okay, you think this is more valuable than we think, so you're just going to pay the 10% like royalty tax on selling this drug, and then we can use that money for some, I don't know, collective purpose. I mean, I think subsidies for the people buying it would make sense, but you could use it for anything, right? So I mean, if there's a disagreement on price, that's just where you'd end up paying the tax, or the government would end up buying it. If there's like perfect agreement, you'd be indifferent between the two options, but one of the two options would get picked by the government.
So are you proposing a separate type of taxation on top of already the corporate taxation scheme that exists for medical companies?
Yeah, that's part of the nuance of this proposal. Like, if you wanted to say that, these companies, I don't know, if you have a patent on this drug, for every dollar you pay in royalty, if you keep the technology, that's $1 less you pay in corporate tax. I mean, something like that could probably make sense. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the corporate tax anyway, so that wouldn't seem unreasonable to me.
Well, I'm just happy for corporate taxes because it's double taxation. I want to tax not the corporation, but the people making money off of it too. But okay, then that could be something to be done, which is why I suggested, the one policy point that I had heard talked about, which is the tax break system, which it sounds like we're kind of on the same page on that one. It's just the way in which you do it, whether or not you're paying.
It's just yours doesn't have a sale mechanism, right? That's the thing that I think could be valuable, is making these companies establish a fair value for their patent, and then if the government decides, that actually is a fair value, then it goes generic and it goes into, open market production, or you produce it with open market in some, government manufacturing company or whatever it is. I think that's where it could be valuable. I think that there's also, I think we would, all three of us would probably agree that there are also probably some circumstances where, like, the government would, if we imagine a cure for cancer or like a cure for aging or something, it's like, okay, well, this technology just is so crazily important that it's widely and universally available at an affordable rate that the government would force a sale. But that's an incredibly special circumstance, I think, where that would be the case.
I almost kind of thought that they were going to do it for the COVID vaccine.
Sure.
Where they were going to do something similar, where they were just going to be like, we're going to give you X amount of dollars under the
Didn't they kind of already do that? Like, we basically made pre-agreements to buy it. I got a certain price. Like,
I think that's why that worked, is because, and that's more towards the difference between my view and Econ Boy's view, which is that, in my view, making it optional avoids a lot of potential litigation, because if we had sort of forced that, I feel like there would have been a tremendous amount of litigation over it, which would have held up its production and distribution. where if you do have this sort of important situation where you find a like truly groundbreaking treatment or drug, you want to get that out as fast as possible, and you can worry about the financial consequences later, rather than having the government come in and be more forceful about it, where it's going to, one, create a lot of spite, or even deter companies from engaging in that sort of research, knowing that it's going to be so wildly, sought after that it might invoke this type of response, versus doing it optionally and then dealing with the finances on the back end.
Yeah. I think the case where the government would truly very explicitly force a sale are very few and far between, to the extent that I don't even think the incentives would necessarily be relevant. Like if we're for instance, if we're talking about a drug that cures aging, right? I mean, do we what are the innovations that we're missing out on at that point? Like we cured aging, it's cured, right? And maybe there's like a delivery mechanism or something that could be improved upon, but like I don't know. It's you get what I'm saying. It's just so few and far between that I would say forced sale makes sense. That I don't even know if the incentives would really. I don't know if the changing in incentives would matter that much, because it would be such a innovative technology. But it does depend. Like if it's like the cure for cancer, but it requires, I don't know, a year's worth of very painful shots. You can imagine in that circumstance where, it does cure cancer, but there's probably some innovations around the delivery mechanism or the dosage or something that, could crop up and make this a more convenient circumstance to get cured from. But, but it's all theoretical, obviously. But
my bigger concern is also going to be where the government forces a sale. Does that mean that the government starts, under some guise, be it national security or, economic supremacy, starts withholding it from certain, markets or certain countries? If we do find a cure for cancer, do we sit there and say, well, we're not giving it to the Chinese or the Russians anytime soon? And it's like, wait a minute here, come on.
Don't we already kind of do that, though, in terms of like tariffing and restricting our, right? We've got like the CHIPS Act, you've got stuff that kind of guides that.
You do, and it has gotten more aggressive by far, and to some degree you're right, but there's still the to some degree the free market alternative.
But also to be fair, though, I think what is important to think about is the opposite circumstance, where purely I don't want to say out of spite, it's a strategic reason, but like out of strategic reasons, like we don't want this country to look good, we need to bolster our own government sort of, standard and brand equity, that we don't allow that more innovative technology into our country. The example is like the Chinese government doesn't allow in the Western vaccines, even though they're better. Right, even though it would help Chinese people, they don't allow those in because they think it would make them look bad, right? So in a circumstance where like we've developed a cure for cancer, and say that the American government has socialized that cure to everyone in the country, well, does China immediately let that cure in, or do they play oh, we're scrutinizing this, we don't trust it, we need to develop our own cure? Like it's kind of hard to say which one would happen, of the U.S. not letting them versus like China and Russia not wanting that drug in because it might make them look bad, or it might make the Americans look good.
Yes, but at that point, that becomes a decision on the part of the country at hand to not engage, allow their citizens to deal with the market, versus another government saying a business can't engage with that market.
I mean, I don't know the answer to your question about how the governments would react to such an incredible medical innovation, but I mean, if we use COVID as an example, I don't think there was any conversation of like withholding the Western COVID vaccines from like Russia and China. It seems like the Western actors were perfectly willing to allow that drug to flow into those countries. But I mean, I could be wrong, I guess. I mean, maybe the Russian-Chinese sort of skepticism of the vaccine was just a convenient excuse not to let the drug flow in. But it feels like if we came up with like a cure for cancer, we wouldn't gatekeep that technology super hard. Maybe we would gatekeep the patents, like we would just deliver the drug and not allow them to produce it. But the actual drug itself, I'd be surprised if America was like, we're not going to give our cure for cancer to the Chinese people, because we want to fucking leverage that for government concessions or something.
Sure, but I'll give you a great example. Teva, right? Israeli corporation, one of the biggest generics producers in the world. Okay. Now, what happens if you have a situation where all countries engage in this sort of behavior, and Israel says, "Well, we're not giving it to Palestinians," right?
Yeah, I think that's where the community. I think it would depend on
the United States, but it's considering all actors as a whole.
I think it would depend on the technology. I think that, or the drug, I should say. I keep saying technology when I'm referring to drugs, but.
One of the least fun aspects of this game is how easy it is for somebody to smash down a base and then defend it with 0 supply. Like 1 planetary fortress and 10 missile turrets is like, I need like 50 supply to break this base, and they don't have to commit any fucking army to it. And the same thing with Protoss and like shield batteries and cannons. It's so fucking frustrating playing a Zerg to deal with somebody who can like put 2 buildings down, and you need like to bring like the fucking entire like US fucking military to actually take the base down. It's so fucking stupid.
Similar to South Africa
Oh
would
my
come
God.
back and say,
"Sorry,
you okay? You okay, Destiny?
You okay?"
No. Sorry, go ahead.
It doesn't sound like it. I think in that circumstance, the international community would come together and say like, we're gonna sanction the absolute shit out of you for this like abhorrent international standard. Or it'll be the case that, I don't know, Israeli sells the technology to America, and then America or other countries are like, okay, and we're just gonna give it to the Palestinians because what the fuck's wrong with you, Israeli government? Like, of course the Palestinians should have the cure for aging as well. So, but that's what I would imagine would happen in a circumstance like that. It's hard to imagine because it's so innovative.
I would love to think that way, but like I said, there's a lot of those types of situations that we avoid with a private market thing, and just simply incentivizing based on an economic benefit without having to go through that. And that way it becomes deliberate, and there's no, rigmarole, there's no politics at play with that, other than the actor who would otherwise receive it. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I don't know. I maybe this is just me having too much faith in like the broader international community, but if there was a cure for aging that was cheap, easy to take, convenient, it was able to travel easily, across seas, long distances, stuff like that. I just can't imagine the international community would be like, well, we're so scared of making Israel mad that we're not going to deliver this drug to Palestinians. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
but,
we've had that problem with existing medical treatments. with additional,
but nothing so
in the
grandiose like we're describing, right? Like nothing like a cure for aging. Nothing,
certainly not.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing again, where it gets kind of dicey for medical interventions in Syria, or not Syria, Yemen. And we're also talking about Syria, and we're talking about Ukraine and stuff like that, where people are like, you can't even, the doom and gloom of we're going to jeopardize U.S. interests by even getting involved in a humanitarian effort, which is why organizations like DWB exist, as far as Doctors Without Borders, to sort of skirt the line on that, where people who are qualified...
Doctors Without Borders, that socialist anarchist organization.
I know, I love raising money for them, they're great. But, yeah, it's stuff like that that I'm kind of wanting to provide a market solution for. That's all. But yeah, that's about it. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on for this long, but I figured I'd throw in my 2 cents.
Good discussion.
All right, have fun, Destiny.
See you later, buddy.
I think that's all I have to Destiny. It looks like Rage Pup has left the call a while ago, so he's
Do you know what like
he's
the
avoided yet
sampling rate
another
on your microphone is,
debate
or why?
with me.
I'm trying to figure out like why you would have the weird noise.
I don't know. I've been trying to figure out why randomly my mic has electricity sounds. It seems like it's cords being close to each other, but it doesn't seem like that's the case all the time. So I don't know how to fix it. So if you have any tips, let me know.
It almost sounds like a sampling, or like if you go to your recording tab and you look at like the microphone, there's like a drop-down box for sampling shit. Or sample rate, maybe.
Let's see. Try and find it. So like go to my microphone settings.
Yeah, you do like right click, sounds, something. Under recording tab, find your microphone.
Okay. Microphone access.
I don't think it's that though, because the hissing isn't consistent enough. What kind of microphone are you using?
I'm using an SM7B.
Oh. Never mind.
There's no helping me?
There is. It's just what is your SM7B connected to?
It's connected to a Focusrite.
Okay. Have you ever heard of anything called like a cloud lifter?
I have.
Why don't you have one of those?
I do have one.
Why is it not connected?
It is connected.
Is it between?
It's
Where is it?
It's a SMB to the cloud lifter.
Oh,
and
so
then
you
cloud
just
lifter
you lied
to
to
the
me.
Focusrite.
You didn't. It's not
That's
connected
true.
right to the Focusrite.
I skipped a step.
Gotcha.
You're right.
Okay. On your Focusrite. Oh, dude, it's that shitty ass fucking red box, isn't it? It is.
It is. It's the one.
I can't help you. Yeah, that shit is fucked. Good luck.
So you think it's the mixer? I guess I should get a new mixer.
No, there's some setting or something in there that you can probably change. I'm not sure which one it would be.
Damn. Danny Void says he knows the issue. Well, Danny Void, if you know the issue, let me know, because I've been trying to have consistently. The Focusrite needs to be in single channel. Well, fuck, I don't know how to do that. I don't know, Danny. Danny, DM me on Twitter then, if you can help me. But all right, Destiny. Well, it was fun talking to you. It was fun talking to Rage Pub and everybody. And I'll see you and DGG later.
Loser. Where's this fucking AIDS build? Holy shit. Jesus. Which neural Joe you needed? You need a lot. Automate it. Just automate everything. Until you get to like the very last like space shit, just automate everything. According to Noah Smith, only 7% of SPV deposits were FDIC insured. Seems like they were at a risk for runs up of smart. Oh, okay, I don't know. I don't know enough about the details of it. I feel like they were uniquely exposed, but I mean, I don't know. Why did the old owner of G2... Oh, this guy responded to my tweet? I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Is that some fucking Muslim garb? Dude, all these fucking losers. God, I just want to grill the fuck out of them. Like, tell me your favorite verse in the Quran. Explain to me what, like, a hadith is. Like, just anything. I feel like these guys, it's like the biggest LARPing shit in the world. The most embarrassing people have to be, like, the fucking Muslims that simp for these, like, losers that convert to your religion just for internet clout. Like, you have to be such a loser to actually take any of these people seriously. Ask Sneeko? I feel like if I asked Sneeko what his favorite verse in the Quran is, he would laugh at me. Because he would know how ridiculous he's being. You think religion is cringe in general? Yes. You defended him in the past too? Yeah, no shit. Over his, getting fired for partying with Tate. It was ridiculous. Or getting fired? Getting kicked from his company, I guess? What the fuck is this shit? Okay. Really? He had a third building, but he's got a lot of Marines. I feel like he's doing some cheesy shit. I mean, he already did a little bit of cheesy shit, huh? I don't think I win that. Not even close. That's like GG. That's like 12 drones worth of fucking lings. It is suicide.
You GM yet loser.
Jesus. Jesus. Why are my lings so far behind? Jesus. How did your Muslim panel go? I don't know, probably boring. Oh my god, dude. How am I getting matched with people 400 MMR away? But you held a more positive view of religion, like it's an important part of 90% of what happened. There's good parts of religion, of course, but there's also bad parts of religion. I think it's a net negative. That's why I'm an atheist. Did you do any content with Farah No Jumper, or was she just silently in the back of discussion? She got dragged into the last thing without asking. We had 4 chairs, or there were 5 chairs, and she was just hanging out of the studio, and Adam was like, oh, come sit over here. I was like, okay. Do you think she's just anxious or not generally engaged? I think she's used to doing like one-on-one style content, and she's not used to fighting for space in conversations at all. Like if somebody cuts her off, she'll just like stop talking. Was their Fresh and Fit podcast similar? No, but I think that's because they make an effort to like engage one-on-one basically, like during the conversation. Like Myron will have like a back and forth argument, and generally enforces people like not cutting each other off and stuff. Smash it! Oh, I hope he smashed it. You said you don't believe in religion because it's a net negative. Does that mean you would believe in it if it was a net positive? It's hard to imagine that to be the case. I don't generally consider believing in things that are untrue as being beneficial. I think that would I would have to radically reform like my epistemic foundation if I could believe that there were some things you could know that was like untrue, that are good for everybody to know. I don't know if that's the case. Does that apply to the experience machine? No, the experience machine is talking about actually changing like inputs to your personality or inputs to your like sense state. I think it's a little bit different. I guess theoretically there are some things you could believe that are untrue that'd be good. Like, oh, if you do well on this test, you'll get like $1 billion, and then you do well on a test. But I feel like there's like, when we talk about like massive lies, there's kind of like a debt, I think, that is incurred when you start telling lies. And for small things, you pay small fines, but for telling huge lies, I think there's a huge debt that's inevitably incurred where it's going to start to crop up in negative ways in other places. And I think religion is one of those things that will have huge debts that will have to be paid. So that might come out in the form of anti-gay marriage or anti-science or anti-vaccine or anti-whatever, or holy wars or killing infidels or shit like that. Or 9/11 or whatever the fuck. What's the playlist name? Just search the lyrics, bro. Is that Sam Harris? No, actually, I'm just quoting from the scientist guy at the end of Chernobyl. we got going on? Can you not be on top of any of this shit? Or is that? Maybe I am now, never mind.
Have you heard of the Chinese room thought experiment? Do you think someone who just uses a set of instructions to reply to Chinese questions with the correct response could be considered to know Chinese?
I don't know, good question. That's one of Cyril's thought experiments, I think. Oh my god. I don't know if I'm ahead or behind right now. Would you recommend StarCraft to a new player? Fuck no. Unless you play Protoss. Was he researching it? Probably STEM. STEM! Like that. Ooh, STEM, STEM, STEM. Good one.
Hey Dest, it may have been an honest mistake, but the songs have no lyrics for us to look up. If you please show us the playlist. Thank you, brother.
Wait, are you sure? I'll try listening close to the next one. I thought there were lyrics. High lows.
Destiny please covered Fansly allowing under 18s to link their underage Twitch account, and then instantly being shown PR0 and on the front page despite being underage. It sponsored the Streamer Awards.
That sounds amazing. Dude, these fucking rallies. Like a fucking retard, honestly. The only chance I have of winning is maybe getting 2-2, and he's only upgrading weapons, but I don't even think that's realistic. No, he built another Inji Bay. Oh my god. Big snipes. Three, two, one, boom. That's not enough, right? Oh, what did we say? Hands around your back. Oh. 4,500. Why am I playing? Oh god. All right. Okay. Where's Cake at? We need to create a screen reader for Forsen stream that can record a time. Anybody says Forsen and run in a sentence, it'll do a call to that screen reader, and if the time is below 10 minutes, it's an auto docs. We auto post all of their information. Cross-reference it with every leaked database on the internet. Cross-reference it with whatever OAuth or email they use to subscribe, and we get auto docs, and then it's automatically posted to a Twitter account that goes out for the world to see. Based. Apparently Max had an unhinged stream last night. If you don't want people talking about your dick, don't have sex with streamers. What? What is the name of the playlist on screen? Look, it's called Lost at Night, period. Search for it. Huh. Okay, I'll be back and then we're gonna do this Muslim panel. Good luck. Oh boy. Inshallah. Good brothers.
you ever been in an institution? Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Cells.
When you're not performing your duties, do they keep you in a little box? Cells.
Cells.
Interlinked.
Interlinked.
What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
Do they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
Do you long for having your heart interlinked? Interlinked. Interlinked. Do you dream about being interlinked? Interlinked. What's it like to hold your child in your arms? Interlinked. Do you feel that there's a part of
Hello, we're still waiting on a couple guests, so give me a second. I'm going to DM them, see where they're at. But hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'll be better once my guests show up. But,
cool.
It's good that you're here. But yeah, it should be an interesting discussion nonetheless once I get here. Uzmark, who we're waiting on, was the one that originally reached out to me and had some problems with some of the things that you've been saying about Islam and about Muslims in general, and he wanted a chance to talk to you about this. Karantos also has a few issues. We'll get into it as we go. And yeah, we'll just see how this goes. But let's give Uzmark another minute or two, and if he doesn't show, he doesn't show. And we'll just make hay while the sun shines. So
make hay with the sun shines? Wait, what?
While the sun shines.
I know that was kind of a BS bad.
It's probably not the best allegory, right?
Make
Probably
hay
not
while the sun shines.
Yes.
Wait, somebody's saying this top right guy is schizophrenic. Is that true?
Are you schizophrenic?
Absolutely. We're gonna have fun today.
Okay.
But yeah, so hopefully, I had a little bit of a problem finding guests for this panel because most of the people that I interviewed to come on were not, they were toss risk, let's just say. The things that they told me
or
they wanted to tell you.
Interesting.
It wasn't,
or they thought of him as the fucking boogeyman, according to you.
A few didn't want to talk to you at all, and a few would only talk to you in a one-on-one setting.
I mean, I can always talk one-on-one, or like even without a moderator. Oh, I don't care. Whatever, whoever wants to talk for whatever.
Yes. So it is what it is. Oh no, I had just promised a certain format to Karantos and Uzmark, who apparently didn't show, and so they wanted me to make it a one-on-one, and I said, nah, I'm not gonna do that to poor Karantos here. Karantos not gonna kick you off, Karantos, just because someone wants me to. So Karantos will be good. I think he will be an interesting interlocutor, even if Uzmark doesn't show up, and I am very disappointed that he is not here. But we will go on, and we will do what we can. So here we are. Let's start the show, gang. If he gets here, he gets here. Okay, welcome to another episode of WIC TV, across ideological space, where we discuss topics political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Tonight we're going to be discussing Islam. Islamophobia, and some of Destiny's takes regarding the Muslim community. My guest here, Karantos, has had some issues with how Destiny has interacted and has asked me to set up a face-to-face discussion, which I have, and Destiny has graciously accepted. So without further ado, let's just get into it. Karantos, what are some of your problems here? Why were you so excited to be here tonight?
Listen, I seen the fucking vile shit that he put on Twitter. And me and my brothers were talking about all sorts of shit when you reached out to me and you said, hey, I gotta sit down with the man himself. And I was ready to jump on the opportunity. I'll keep it quick and concise, right? First of all, Destiny, also known as Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II, also known as Lil Steve, also known as Cuxton, he goes by many names. I see on Twitter, he posts Bob the Minecraft dude, right? Mining the Kaaba. Now,
hold on, that was Steve the Minecraft dude, to be clear. Go ahead.
Steve. Okay, Steve the Minecraft guy.
Uh-huh.
Right? I seen him mine the Kaaba. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I chuckled about how fucking insane that shit was, right? Because it didn't make sense. It was completely unprovoked. And of course, some Muslims responded to him. And due to their response, he proceeded to go on a multi-day Islamophobic tirade against our prophet and our faith. And I looked at it. I was like, okay, so why the fuck is he doing this? Did he debate a Muslim recently about Islam? Were certain Muslims coming at him? No. It was completely unprovoked. And then he decided to play victim. He said, look at all of these Muslims. Look at these rabid, insane, mean Muslims bullying me in my DMs. Oh my God, Elon, do something about these guys. They're being mean to me. This is ridiculous. Elon, you're not running your platform correctly. Of course he's not fucking running his platform correctly if you're still on fucking Twitter while you're ban evading. So you should fucking be grateful to the man that he's ass at his job, right? And then he decided to keep playing this victim, although I distinctly remember this man himself ridiculing the alleged rape victim of, what's his name, Rich Campbell, the ex-co-owner of OTK. And he repeatedly kept calling her a retard because she didn't take accountability. She allowed a man that kept wanting to sleep with her up to her apartment, fully knowing that the guy is a full degenerate. And he kept pushing the idea of accountability. Like, the man is borderline a fucking victim blamer as it gets, right? Yeah, he refuses to take accountability for the fuck shit that he does.
You said you were going to be concise.
I'll conclude it, right? Okay. But he's not taking accountability. He's not taking accountability whatsoever because the man understood the risks that he was taking mocking Islam. Because he makes fun of his cuck brother in arms, Nico, for the fact that he doesn't speak ill of Islam after Muslims gave him a hard time for mocking the prayer, right? So he knew what he was doing. He fully knew what he was doing. And the fact is, he just wanted to posture. He just wanted to look tough for his fucking retarded Discord dwelling, Reddit moderating, insane fan base, right? He just wanted to look tough for them. And in fact, he has boldened quite a few liberals and quite a few people on the left to start disrespecting Islam. Because ever since he started speaking crazy, I've seen plenty of Muslims get disrespected and our prophet be disrespected because they've been emboldened by Destiny. And to conclude, I'll just tell him, listen, you poke at the hornet's nest, just be prepared to get stung. It's that simple.
Do you have a response to that? Have you emboldened Islamophobia?
I could hope so. I could only be so lucky. Do you think that it's like acceptable, or do you think it's okay that if you make fun of a certain religion, those people will come after you with death threats?
I 100% I'm comfortable with the idea that people will come at you for violence when you disrespect not only their faith, but their
just
family.
So you know, when you're done with this, I'm going to
hold dear.
re-ask the same question that you don't want to answer.
Yeah, no, keep doing it.
Okay, so my question is do you think it's acceptable that if somebody goes after religion, those religious followers will come after them with death threats? Do you think that's an okay thing?
I do not approve of any sort of death threats. But we all know, by the way, let's not play games. We all know that these death threats are mainly and mostly empty. 100%. 99.9%. In fact, if not 100% of the people that are quote-unquote threatening Destiny's life. By the way, this man has been threatened numerous times just to go and show you how fucking garbage and empty these fucking death threats are. He's just mad that Muslims gave him shit for his disrespect towards Islam. That's it.
Okay, I'm asking you again. Do you think it's okay for someone to make death threats towards somebody?
Wait, did you just not hear me? Wait, 1 second. Did you just not hear me? I'm pretty sure I answered you in the beginning. I told you that.
You said I don't approve. I'm not asking. I'm asking. Yeah, okay. Is it morally okay for someone to make death threats towards somebody who makes fun of the Prophet or Islam?
No, I told you it's morally okay to respond with violence.
It is morally okay. It is.
Yeah, it is morally. It is 100% morally okay. In fact, if you were to look not only across Islam only, it's not only exclusively for Islam, but for the vast majority of religions and for the vast majority of cultures, if you not only come at not their religion, but at their loved ones or anything that they hold dear, they respond with violence.
Okay.
It's
Well,
that basic.
we're like a fundamental thing then. I think people like that don't belong in liberal society. If you think that that's acceptable, yeah.
I mean, liberal society and religion will never coexist. For liberalism to thrive, you'll need to eliminate religion. So obviously,
No, that's not true. There's a lot of Muslims in the United States that don't share your view. There's a lot of Christians in the United States that don't have the view. There's a lot of Jewish people in the United States and other religions as well that don't share the view.
And would you say those people practice Islam the way that it's meant to be practiced?
Well, the way that you think it's meant to be practiced.
No, not the way that I think it's meant to be practiced, because the deen is clear, the faith is clear.
It's
The
obviously
scripture
it's
is
not clear when you've got huge divides even in the Middle East over how you practice your religion, right? It's obviously not clear.
So are you telling me that divides in the Middle East are as similar as in the West and what they believe? Because the liberal Muslims in the West are completely comfortable with ideas such as homosexuality, for example.
Okay.
So it's nowhere near similar. The difference is
I don't care. Well, I mean, the people in the Middle East are literally killing
at
themselves
best.
over the differences in their religion and other issues, right? So, I mean, yeah, it seems like there are pretty big disagreements. I'm just saying it's not obviously a clear-cut thing.
Yeah, it's nothing is completely unanimous where 100 out of 100 people completely agree on how a certain verse is interpreted or how a certain law needs to be put into place, obviously. But for the vast majority of Muslims, we are in agreement as to how our faith should be practiced. And for the vast majority of those Muslims, they cannot coexist within Muslims or within liberal society whatsoever.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Not
I
a chance. So
wouldn't want to exist with those guys. But I mean, like, where does that like a fundamental impasse?
Of course, you described this. Yeah, of course, you described us as savages online.
Well, what you're describing is savagery. Yeah, of course.
What is savagery about what I'm describing?
Killing somebody for posting a picture of your ferryman is savage. It's savagery. Yeah.
No. Get this correct. I said that it's completely 100% correct. If, let's say, somebody punched you in the mouth, I have no problem with it. Just like if I were to go out of my way and disrespect somebody's mother and they were to punch me in my mouth, that is 100% within their right. That is what I believe. Now, do I believe that somebody needs to fucking chop your head off? Absolutely not. I do not agree with that. So you need to get it correct, because you keep trying to paint me into this corner where I'm saying that I am comfortable with people killing you, which I'm not.
Okay. It doesn't really change what I'm saying, but just like the violence in response to somebody disrespecting your shitty religion, I just this fundamental incompatible with my view of society. So, but I mean,
and you're willing to 100% take on the mantle of an Islamophobe, right? You believe in it.
If that's what Islamophobia means, then sure, fuck Islam.
Then define. No. 1 second. Define Islamophobia according to then.
I don't.
Let's see if we're on the
as
same
a
page.
liberal. In Western society, my beliefs on how society should be ran are incompatible with people who think it's okay to respond with violence to people that make fun of their religion. So if that makes me an Islamophobe, then I'll be an Islamophobe. If you think it's a core tenet of Islam to respond with violence to people that post pictures of the Prophet, then fuck those people. If that makes me Islamophobic, then sure.
Okay, so I'll ask you again, because that didn't answer my question whatsoever. Define Islamophobia to me according to what you believe it is. What is Islamophobia?
Colloquially speaking, Islamophobia usually means you hate Muslims. I don't hate Muslims, but I don't like Islam, and I don't like violent Muslims that are defending Islam with violence. But like most Muslims in the United States aren't like that. They're generally pretty chill here. I don't know where the fuck you're from, but
I have a question maybe to kind of get us on some kind of track, right? Apologies, I've been desperately DMing the people who were supposed to show, and they're just not responding. So we'll make do. So you mentioned that Destiny. You mentioned that you don't find it acceptable for people to make violent threats based on making fun of their religion online. Where to you, just so we can get a baseline here, when do you find violence acceptable? Like, at what point can someone cross a line? And once that line is crossed, you're just like, okay, violence is okay to do to this person.
You're asking me or him?
You, Destiny.
I'm not Destiny.
I mean, violence is okay in self-defense, I guess. Is generally when I approve of violence or violence mandated by the state for the purpose of enforcing like laws and stuff.
Okay, so if someone is verbally abusive, under no circumstances, I'm just trying to get a...
No, if somebody calls you a mean name and you go and attack them, fuck no, that's insane.
Okay. Good to know.
In my opinion.
What do you think? Obviously, you have different opinions, Karantos, but for you, Karantos, where is that line? You are obviously okay if someone's mocking religion. How, like, does it have to reach a certain level of mockery, or any mockery whatsoever can be answered with violence at the drop of the hat? Does it have to be a repeated offense? Or what is your where are your lines, Karantos?
No, absolutely. I believe that since you cannot police or figure out people's intentions and what they believe inside, right? I'd say if somebody is coming to you with constructive criticism or with criticism of any kind when it comes to your faith, I believe that that should be actually listened to and you should engage with it. But if people are purely coming to disrespect your faith and to ridicule everything that you hold near and dear to your heart, then I believe 100% it is justified, without a shadow of a doubt, to be violent, 100%. Because I'll tell you this much, right? If you misgender a transgender person, would Destiny not consider that to be a sort of violence against them? Would he not consider it an attack
I don't know.
that hurts them
Here,
or that may lead them? I know he's free to answer when I'm done talking. But would he not consider that, first of all, transphobia, right? And second of all, leading a person that may be vulnerable into possibly hurting themselves even more? What would you say to that, Destiny?
Man, you know, you got me. I'm a huge simp for those trans people. No.
Clearly you're not, but I'm
Yeah,
just interested in your
obviously
take.
not. Is it transphobic? Yeah, it could be, but I don't think you can respond to transphobia with violence.
No, I'm not saying that they although some of them do respond with violence.
Yeah,
I'm
and I
saying,
don't approve of that.
Would it not be considered in some sort of ways violent for you to misgender somebody, especially if their mental state is so unstable that they view themselves as something that they're not? Because apparently, at last time I checked, you claim to be rooted in reality, and that's why you don't believe in mysticism, and that's why you don't believe in religion.
I mean, you can call it a
100%
type of
fully-
violence, sure, but like if we're gonna define violence as broadly as that, then I'm not gonna say you can respond to that violence with actual physical violence.
No, I'm just curious. So your line is physical violence. What you have a big problem against is physical violence. That's it.
But I mean, that's a pretty big deal, yeah.
No, I mean, sure, but if I were to misgender somebody and they were to go kill themselves, that would also be considered fucked up. I would say that that is way more fucked up than, let's say, a Muslim going out of his way to jumping you or something, and then maybe like giving you a black eye. Wouldn't that make sense?
No, I disagree. I mean, unless we're
Well, how
talking
would
like
you disagree?
targeted bullying, where you're like DMing this person, you're getting your whole crew to like gang stalk somebody or whatever. No, just misgendering somebody is not a call for return to violence. No, bullying somebody isn't something you can respond to with violence. I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
Bullying someone. Well, you mentioned certain types of bullying might elicit kind of a moral response to you. If you were being harassed every day, constantly.
Yeah, like if some dude was like
In
running
and
in front
out.
of you every day, screaming in your face or something,
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah.
at some point. But like just like mean words on the internet, no, I don't think so.
So you're saying, okay, so 1 second. So does it depend on the amount of times that it happens?
I mean, yeah,
Right.
it could depend on amount of times, proximity. There are some things where theoretically it could be bad, but like it's going to be pretty hard to get there on the internet for like normal people, I think.
Weren't you the same man that wanted to kill somebody for DDoSing you a few years ago? I wouldn't say that it's an insane line that is impossible. Of course, if you don't consider yourself normal, then ignore everything that I'm saying.
So I have the same man
But-
who wanted to kill somebody who was cutting away all of my income, who I had no recourse to the FBI or the police when I had a child support and a house to care for, and a guy was basically slashing my tires every single day when I was trying to go into work. Yeah, I was getting pretty desperate in that situation. Correct. You trying to prove a point?
Okay.
There?
So, no, let me get somewhere. So you are comfortable with not only violence, but killing somebody, even though they didn't hurt you physically, or they didn't do anything to you other than cut your source of income.
Yeah, if somebody was if somebody was
killing
like
somebody.
Yeah, I guess if somebody was cutting your source of income every day that you used to support your family, then yeah, I probably would. Yeah, go for it. If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you called the police and nobody wanted to do anything despite having proof for it, and you're like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna have to attack this dude and maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it. I think that's okay.
So you're claiming that this same person that was DDoSing you was also slashing your tires, or are you just using it as
It's
an
the
analogy?
it's the
You're just using
equivalent. It's the equivalent.
So so you're telling me because you were DDoSed and you weren't able to provide for your family, you would 100% resort and you would justify, you would still stand by it today?
Yeah, of
Because
course.
according to you, so till this day you stand by it, because there's plenty of things that you say you do not stand by it, that you cringe at because it happened in the past. So is this one not one of those things?
No, this is something I would stand by. Absolutely. This is like an easy. Yeah, of course.
So just because your income is being cut, it justifies you killing somebody. Now, how does that put it at a higher level than how Muslims hold the Prophet, peace be upon him?
Because
Explain that one to me.
because it's not even remotely close to the same. What do you mean? Your income is tied to your ability to provide for the survival of your family. Whether or not somebody's
Was it the
posting
only way, but it wasn't the only way that you could provide for your family. Let's be serious now, right? It's not like your life is completely forfeit and your family is going to die because you can't stream on Twitch.
No, but why would I let
That's
a
not the
random
case.
third party attack my main source of income? I mean, theoretically, anybody could work a different job, but like.
And you're telling me that that wouldn't be the logical next step to take. The
Fuck
logical
no.
next step to
Why
take
the
would
fuck
have
would
been
you let
to
a
go
guy
kill them.
essentially rob $80,000 a year from you? Fuck no. That's insane.
Okay, so you're telling me that your next logical step to that was not to go get a job, was because that you were being robbed off of 80,000 a year, that it would 100% make sense to go kill that person.
Yeah, if they
And
wouldn't
how does
stop.
that,
Yeah,
so
fine.
how does that make you? So how does that make you different from these so-called extremists that you face on Twitter?
Is somebody losing
that just
income when
threaten
I post a picture of Muhammad?
No, again.
Is somebody
you say
being
that-
threatened when I post a picture of Muhammad?
Now let me answer you.
Well, no,
You
wait.
say
Answer.
that-
Make it analogous. Let's make it analogous now.
No. I'm answering you, right? I literally did. You didn't listen previously, so I'll repeat
Okay,
myself
so
again.
nobody's being harmed. Nobody's losing income. It's
No,
not
one second.
comparable.
The reason that you did not, the reason that you felt so strongly about that person that you wanted to kill him is because not only you, but your child and your wife were at risk, that they were losing income. Yet you completely dismiss the fact that that Muslims hold the Prophet in equal regard to their parents, if not higher. So why wouldn't they feel disrespected that you are tarnishing his name and giving his image a bad light to all these people that are consuming your content, that are following you on Twitter?
The connection
That would
doesn't
wanna-
make. The connection is
No,
not working.
There is 100% a connection. The reason why you felt so strong and you wanted to kill the person was because they were putting your family at risk. They were putting your ability to put food on the table at risk.
Yes.
Because you love these people and you wanted to provide for them.
Yes.
Right?
Am I threatening somebody's ability to put food on the table when I post pictures of Muhammad?
Now again, it's not a complete one-to-one.
It's not a one to anything. It's not even remotely
It
comparable.
absolutely is, because you're not listening to me. I'm telling you the fact that Muslims hold the Prophet in such high regard that they wouldn't take and they wouldn't tolerate any sort of disrespect, especially coming from somebody that has absolutely no right moral framework whatsoever.
I don't care. It
because you're
doesn't matter if
100%
you.
comfortable
No,
with
it's
killing
not
a
even.
person
It's not
because
even.
they cut
It's not
$80,000
even
off of their
targeted
income.
towards the person. What do you mean? You don't have the right to go around and be so fucking offended that you want to kill somebody because they make fun of your fairy god. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
and to
what-
compare
what-
that to
so-
somebody.
yeah,
Wait, can
what
I?
gives
Wait,
you
can
the
I get?
fucking
Can
right
I?
to kill
Can I finish
somebody?
one sentence?
Stop.
Can I finish one thing
Karatas,
before he like
you gotta
soys the
let him-
fuck out?
You gotta let him finish his point, and then you can respond. I promise you. There's only two of you here, so you'll have all the time in the world. Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah. Posting pictures online of somebody does not represent a material harm or threat to another person. If you want to do some crazy mental gymnastics to make that the equivalent of attacking somebody's job, that's fine.
wait, does
but
it
like
not?
I said,
So images
wait,
are
can I
fine.
finish?
Karatas,
Can I
I will
finish?
mute you.
Can you mute
Hold
him?
on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you want to do some crazy mental gymnastics, make that the same or similar to threatening somebody's livelihood or whatever, that's fine. But I'm going to say that religious viewpoint is incompatible with my view of society. I would have all of those people removed from whatever fucking country I'm in because that's dysfunctional.
Okay, I'll unmute, and you may respond. Karatas, go ahead.
So this man just said that images do not equate harm in any way, shape, or form. That images should 100% just be allowed if somebody wanted to post images of the Holocaust, let's say, and just joke about it.
Sure,
That
knock yourself
there's
out. Yeah,
nothing
go for it.
harmful, There is nothing harmful or anti-Semitic about it whatsoever.
Well, I didn't say there wasn't anything harmful or anti-Semitic. I'm just saying that harmful and anti-Semitic images can't be responded to with fucking violence.
No. You just said that you are not harming anybody by posting the images that you did.
I
and by
didn't say
speaking
that.
about
I
Islam
never
that
said that.
You just
real
fucking
quick,
said that.
Karatas, a minute.
Hi,
can you
guy.
well,
Can you hear me?
Yes, give us a second, Uzmark. You're a little late. We're gonna let them go out a little bit, and then we'll get you in there. I promise you. Kratos, Destiny, right? Well, I'll ask Destiny directly. Destiny, if someone posts Holocaust pictures or other photos, do you think it's right to do violence to them?
No, of course not. The term I used earlier was material harm. If you're like actually damaging somebody's livelihood,
You fucking didn't.
I
Okay,
literally
sure.
did. There's tons of
Okay,
ways you
sure.
can harm somebody. For instance, you gave me that transphobic example earlier, and I said, yeah, that probably would be transphobic, which would probably be harmful. But I said, I don't think you can respond to that with violence. You literally gave me that as an example earlier. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I don't think you can respond to all forms of harm, especially if we're defining harm very broadly with violence. That's insane.
No, what I asked you was, you say that you do not consider posting the image that you did of Steve mining the Kaaba or of the Prophet, right? You say that these are not harmful. That's what you said.
I
That's what you
never
stated.
said that. Some people might consider that harmful, which I'm fine with. That's okay. But you can't respond to a picture harm with violence. That's insane.
Okay. Would you feel the same if someone was posting pictures of your address?
No.
Like,
no. Obviously, that's a different thing because we're not talking about a picture there. That's like saying, like, what if somebody posted a picture that contained the exact instructions to create like a nuclear pipe bomb? No, obviously not. But the issue there isn't the picture of the. It's not the picture. It's that you're giving instructions for somebody to do harm to something. So, like, for instance, if you posted a picture of like my house and my kid outside, that would probably not be okay. But not because you're posting like an offensive picture, because it's like a call to violence.
Obviously, fucking doxing somebody is completely different.
Sure, I was just because we gave it.
Okay, no, I understand. But okay, so you're telling me if somebody fucking posted deepfake child porn of your kid, you wouldn't want to kill that person?
Yeah, I probably would, but I wouldn't.
Okay. So you what? Get the fuck out of here! That is such a non-answer.
Stop.
It's not a non-answer at all. There's a lot of things that
You
people
said
do.
you would, but I wouldn't.
Ratos, I will mute you again.
There's a lot of things that people can make you do in life that might make you want to kill that person. There's a difference between having a desire to do something versus saying it's morally permissible to do it. These are two fundamentally. That's why I kept asking you, is it okay for somebody to threaten violence towards me if I make fun of Muhammad? And you kept saying, well, I wouldn't approve, blah, blah, blah. I don't care if you approve. I'm not asking you to approve. We're having a conversation on morals or ethics. It's ethical to do so. There are going to be some things in society that are going to be understandable that probably wouldn't be ethical. If a guy went into a park and another dude like smacked his son and the guy like killed the guy for doing it, like ethically, that's probably not okay. But like, I understand why the dude would do it. These are different questions. If you want to ask me questions, be precise, and I'll give you a precise answer.
Okay, at this point, what I want to do is introduce Uzmark, who initially came to me with this source. I'm assuming daylight savings threw you off.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I came back just to my computer. I just went outside for a moment. I came back and I was like, oh shit, it's already started. I assumed it was going to start at 3 o'clock. For me here, it's 2:30 in the morning, so I don't know what happened. I think daylight savings.
No, I get it. I almost fucked up.
But I wanted to give you a chance. We've gotten into it a little bit, but I know you were the one who initially reached out to me and said you had a lot of problems with some of the things that Destiny has said and the interactions he's had. So I wanted to give you a chance to kind of hash that out and kind of give us why did you reach out to me? What caused you to want to talk to Destiny about what he's done?
Yeah, so I wrote a little opening statement, but I suppose it's moot now because we've already jumped into it.
If I can read it, why not? Go for it.
Okay, sure, why not? I'll go for it. So right away, I want to say that I'm not an Islamic scholar, right? I'm not an expert in Islamic theology. If during the course of this discussion any of those topics come up, just know that I'm like, don't take what I say as gospel. Like all I can say is just what upon my knowledge, and that's should be taken just as that. So like if we touch upon the topic of like, is Islam a force for good or ill or not? Like I think we're gonna have trouble coming to some like any real conclusions and overcoming the fundamental differences in the philosophical like foundations. Like the definition of good and for a divine command theorist doesn't exist for a moral anti-realist. So it's going to be a difficult discussion to have if we touch on that. For the topics that concerned Destiny's tweeting, my goal isn't to woke scold Destiny for being Islamophobic or for being an Islamophobe. Like I've seen people try similar things before, and it's been an effort in futility, really. But I do think a discussion or acknowledgement of Islamophobia is pertinent, as it's an issue that frames this whole discussion. I've tried to keep my aim clear and concise. It's to argue that the reactions of Muslims, as outrageous as they've been, should not be characterized as fragility, as Destiny often and repeatedly has. And if you do see it as fragility, it's a rational, logical, and warranted fragility, at least from an Islamic perspective.
Let's ask directly, what about the death threats and other such calls to violence to Destiny that you think do you find reasonable?
So we have to look at this from like an Islamic perspective to understand like whether you would characterize the death threats or the silencing of someone as fragility. So like the Islamic outrage that Destiny's experienced, right, is at least, I think, rationally and logically commensurate with mocking the Prophet. From an Islamic perspective, it's internally consistent. So, like, to characterize it as fragility is extremely harmful, and it's pernicious, and as well as the other things that Destiny said, that Muslims are violent and such and so forth. We can talk about that later on in the future. But I think to characterize Muslims as fragile, and the connotations that go along with that, is extremely pernicious.
Can we, on asking for that definition, with that definition of fragility, isn't by definition then literally nobody fragile? Like if I use that same thing, so like let's say for instance somebody comes out and they say like, oh, like I think that white people are like the mayonnaise of people, and somebody's like, that's horrible, that's evil, I can't believe you'd say that, and you're like, oh well, you're fragile. Couldn't I wheel out this explanation and say, well, within the context of a society where this individual feels like their whiteness is under attack and it's being heralded by the media as a great thing to shut on white people, he's actually not being fragile. Like I feel like from an individual's perspective, they're never really being fragile. No? Like,
sure. Yeah, something can be fragile. Everything could be fragile, or nothing could be fragile, depending on some person's personal subjective experience.
Sure.
But I think if we can agree on some fundamentals, or if you can understand the Muslim perspective, at least to a degree, I've put forth a little syllogism for you. If you can somewhat understand or agree with them, even slightly, I think we shouldn't characterize Muslims as fragile for how they've been acting. So, premise one, the Prophet is an ultimate example for mankind from now until the end of time. He's central to the Islamic faith, which is humanity's key to heaven and the afterlife. If his example is obscured, humanity's salvation is threatened. Two, mocking the Prophet has no benefit, unlike a critique or investigation into something that you may disagree with, other than to reduce the gravity of the Prophet. Other than to reduce his gravity and his authority. And worst of all, it potentially obscures the historical record of his example. Obscuring the historical record of the Prophet's example is a threat to all humanity. Therefore, mocking the Prophet should be silenced. Now, we can discuss the soundness of it, and we can discuss the premises. But if we can agree to its validity, I think we can also agree that Muslims shouldn't be characterized as fragile, not irrationally fragile.
Sure. Can I ask you directly? Do you believe that? Do you believe? So you are a practicing Muslim, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So do you believe that the Prophet Muhammad is the key to mankind's salvation?
I do. Yes.
I do. So do you think, right, like that? Do you feel threatened when he is mocked? Do you feel like humanity is threatened?
Me personally?
Yes, you personally.
No, not necessarily. Okay. No, I don't. Not me personally.
So, being that you are a practicing Muslim, right? Being that you are a practicing Muslim and you share the faith, right? What is the difference between you and someone, a Muslim who would feel that way, who would feel personally threatened over all this?
Well, it's about the...
Is it
even
fragility?
It's about the even slightest... It's not about fragility, it's about warranted or irrational, unwarranted fragility. If there's even the slightest chance that a inaccuracy of the Prophet crystallizes, then the entire concept of humanity, the entire faith is threatened. Now, I might not necessarily think that Destiny's tweets in particular are threatening that concept or threatening the Islamic faith, but you have to understand that the Islamic faith is a faith from now, from when the Prophet was conceived until the end of time. And so there has to be Islamically some logical structure to protect that. It's meant to be from the people like talking about the Prophet in the desert sands, to Destiny talking on Twitter, to the fucking humanity when we're all half cyborgs, and even after that when the apocalypse has happened and we're all back to sticks and stones. So even though I might necessarily personally right now feel threatened by Destiny's tweets, I can absolutely understand the logical chain which causes someone to make threats towards Destiny.
Do you feel that's justified?
So I mean, so to be clear, the argument that you've given me is valid. But to be clear, this syllogism could be given for literally anything. Like, here's the problem with this syllogism is like, I feel like I could theoretically plug this into two different groups that would become incompatible in society. So for instance, if you say premise one, that Muhammad provides like this clear, obvious like example for how we should act, like I could theoretically provide like Jesus here, or whatever, I don't know what the main prophet Jewish people care about or whatever is, right? But like I could plug that person in there. And then for number two, where we talk about how your second part of your premise two, that mocking the prophet has no benefit, right? There's no reason to do that. Somebody might consider worshiping another god as being a vain act that is mocking, you know, their true god or their true prophet. Theoretically, I could poise these two syllogisms against one another, where they're equivalent, but they just have different like stand-in figures for who the prophet is in prophets 1 or 2. And then in that case, now I've generated I've generated internally valid conclusions on both sides that now pits religious groups against each other in like violent holy wars. That's not acceptable to me. Yeah.
Sure, but that's why I specifically talked about mocking. What goal does mocking have other than to ridicule? There is no goal.
I mean, like, it depends on how you define mocking, right?
Yeah, well, and that's why Islamically you believe that you shouldn't, we can talk about the definition of mocking, sure, but Islamically you believe that we shouldn't mock anyone's gods. I think there's a phrase that specifically, do not mock their gods, in reference to the pagans, specifically because of this. Yeah, you shouldn't mock anyone's gods.
Okay. I mean, if you want to say that mocking is only making fun of, I feel like I've heard the phrase in religious context is like making a mockery of, could be like worshiping a false idol or worshiping another god. If you want to narrow that down in premise two, then I mean, again, I guess I can accept that your syllogism is internally valid. Obviously, I'm going to fight on the soundness of it because I don't agree that Muhammad is a fucking whatever. But I would still reject that this is like a syllogism that should be embraced in society. But if you're to back up, I'm sorry, if you're only making the claim that the person isn't fragile, I would also fight on those grounds, because I think that if we're going to argue over the fragility of somebody, we're probably going to be talking about the soundness of an argument, not the validity, because you can make a ton of valid arguments that would make it so essentially nobody is fragile, right?
Sure, so we can discuss the soundness, and you might potentially, and you probably might, come to the conclusion that Muslims may still be considered fragile from your perspective. But I think if anyone can, that argument is not necessarily to you. It's an argument is, if anyone can understand that and can reason with it at all, that's when Muslims shouldn't be considered as irrational.
Well, it's not about it being irrational, but I'm saying that the reason why nobody should consider this argument is because then, again, by this argument, nobody is fragile. Right? A trans person that gets misgendered and then wants to kill people, well, they're not being fragile. Like, when trans people are made fun of, it makes them kill themselves, right? So I could construct a syllogism showing that making fun of trans people leads to suicide.
So therefore you should make fun of trans people, sure.
Yeah, and that like people aren't fragile. But like, again, I could construct a syllogism to make nobody fragile. Like, literally nobody will be fragile at that point. So it kind of defeats the purpose of the word, right?
Please explain that again, how no one will be fragile.
Okay, give me an example that
I can understand how everyone might be fragile, but
give me an example of like who could be considered fragile ever. Like, for instance, let's say I go online and let's say sure. So let's say that let's say that I say something like, fuck rap. I hate rap and the black people that made it. And then somebody online is like, oh no, fuck you, I'm gonna kill you for saying that. And I go, oh, well, you sound pretty fragile. That person could theoretically argue, well, black people have been under attack in the United States for a long time. I feel like our lives are constantly under threat by white culture and by police. And by you engaging in criticism of us that's baseless and just a mockery, I feel like it puts us at threat. Therefore, no, I'm not being fragile. Like, this represents a real threat to me.
I think you're missing premise one. Premise one says that, that a Muslim, that the Prophet Muhammad is central to the Islamic faith. If if someone believed that, a black person believed that rap was central to being a black person, then that reaction, that fragility might have more merit to it.
Well, it might. It doesn't necessarily have to be that the rap is central. I'm just saying that for premise one, it's just the idea that like making fun of any part of like black culture is necessarily like attacking all black people or something.
I want to ask, do we not think mockery, and this is a little bit of an aside, but I am curious, do we not think mockery serves a purpose? Mockery absolutely, in my opinion, would serve a purpose. Things that, some things deserve to be mocked. Some things should be mocked, because mockery tends to make them less powerful. It tends to diminish their standing in society. Certain views are absolutely things that I would mock, and I would hope others would mock too, and make a mockery of. When we make things a mockery, we take away their power in a lot of ways. And I can understand, right, while you wouldn't want your belief structure or religion mocked because it does take away the power, We could imagine scenarios where there are other groups like Nazism or fascism or whatever that should be mocked because we absolutely want to take away power from them. What about you, Trontos? What do you think? Do you think mockery serves a purpose, or?
I mean, other than to disrespect and ridicule and inflame people, then I don't see any other use for mockery. But I would love to know.
Oh, I think there's a great purpose for mockery. Yeah, it's funny as fuck.
Yeah,
but no. Other than saying that it's funny, other than saying
humor
that
is a
it's
really
hilarious,
big part of our lives.
What other justification is there for you posting what you did?
None. It's just funny as fuck.
So you're telling me you just woke up one day and decided, you know what? I'll decide to post this. I think it's
Mark,
hilarious.
we're getting an echo from you.
Me?
I apologize.
Is that the only reason that you did it?
Yeah, basically, it was fucking hilarious. You said
Or is
it
it not
yourself.
because
You chuckled for it, right?
Because I couldn't fucking believe it. And I'll tell you why I couldn't believe it. Because I know you understand the consequences that come from disrespecting Islam. You've made fun of Sneeko for it. You've made fun of your friend for it.
Whoa,
And you've told
hold
him,
on. Let's
"Stop
be
being a
clear.
coward and
No,
speak
yeah,
for it."
I made fun of Sneeko for backing off, not for making fun of Islam.
Yes,
I made fun of
that's what I was about to
Okay,
say.
yeah.
You made fun of him because he backed off since people gave him a hard time for his mockery of the prayer, and he did the whole panel with the 3 Muslims and Young Don, and you made fun of him because ever since then, when the topic of Islam comes, he turns into a fucking pussy. He doesn't even ask the logical questions that any Muslim would ask. So you knew the consequences that come from mocking Islam. So even with the knowledge that you had, you still went ahead and you did what you did. But all of a sudden, once you face the consequences, you turned into a fucking pussy and you started to cry about Elon and how nobody's getting banned for coming at you. Now, how does that make any sense?
How does it not make sense? I don't think just because
Where's the accountability in that?
What do you mean accountability? I don't think the accountability for making fun of some religious people is that like people can make death threats that are against the TOS. I was just curious
Okay,
how
hold
nobody
on.
got banned. Yeah.
Make this make sense for me. If I saw 10 motherfuckers get smacked for saying the N-word, for example, or the S-word, whatever the fuck, right? And then I joined in line, knowing fully well each and every person that said it got smacked for it. And then I said it. Do I not deserve to get smacked? Just off of principle. Just off of principle.
No, I would say
absolutely.
no. But I don't believe in like violence for words. That's not a thing that I.
Do you never? Is that a principle, fundamental, axiom that you stand by?
I mean, assuming we're not talking like making threats or something. Yeah.
No, we're talking pure mockery.
Yeah, for
The man
mockery.
said-
So
the man said-
where does harassment factor into this? Where does an insult become harassment? And why is a harassment?
An insult
Assuming
can
we're not
become
talking about making
harassment.
threats.
An insult can become harassment very quickly, but I don't think you can respond to harassment with violence.
Ever?
I mean,
well,
no,
I mean,
the
I'm
man
sure
said
we
that
could.
he
We could.
wouldn't even fucking
Kratos,
beat up
you
the
got.
fucking
Wait,
dude
Kratos,
that he beat
Kratos.
up his child.
You gotta
Kratos.
let him respond. Destiny's been addressed. Let Destiny respond. You will have your say. I promise.
Yeah, I'm sure in good faith I could probably think of like if there's some kid that's getting surrounded by like 4 people like outside a bus stop every single day and they're constantly insulting whatever, then maybe like I'm sure that we can think of some egregious forms of harassment if I'm being like super good faith, or maybe I could understand like a violent reaction. But in general, no, I don't think you ever respond to harassment or mockery with violence. No.
So we can agree. So it's not a principle that you have. It's not an axiom. You can respond with violence in some respects. right? To some-
Yeah, there might be some, if I'm being super good faith, but generally no.
You don't believe that you should respond with violence to any sort of speech, damn near all the time, if not like 100% of the time,
Well,
right?
we could think of some speech, like if somebody's like doing like a call to violence, for instance, or somebody's doxing.
Not a
someone.
call to not a call to violence, not doxing. Like I said, like fucking degenerate, disgusting, heinous things.
No,
like,
degenerate, disgusting, heinous things should not be responded to.
Yeah. No, now hold on.
Deep fake
When
porn
I told
of
you,
my
when I said,
child,
when
my
I said,
wife,
deep
not
fake
to
porn of your
Stop,
child.
both of you.
Sorry.
Okay, stop.
No, okay, well, okay, I won't say it again. Okay, I'll.
You're physically incapable of stopping. I have to stop you, and this can't go on. Okay. I don't like to hit the mute button, but I will. Anyway, finish your question to Destiny, but then you gotta let Destiny answer. Okay. Go ahead.
Is Destiny an affirmative action, and is he black? Okay, you gotta speak up for him every 10 seconds. He's a grown boy, okay? He's a big boy. Anyways, the man said that he wouldn't even fucking lay a finger on the dude that would do such a thing. Now, last time I said kill, right? And I could understand how, like, somebody could justify not killing. But you're telling me that even if somebody were to do that, you would not even lay a finger on them.
No, not. We have a legal system for that. That's how society's supposed to work. That's what makes us civilized and not savages.
But if the legal system does
No,
not
but-
respond,
no, Destiny-
you're comfortable in doing so, right? You're comfortable. Because when they didn't respond to the DDoS fucking
what do you think?
The DDoS and all
The
that shit,
DDoS
then-
thing wasn't somebody just harassing me. It was somebody cutting off my income. They were causing me material harm.
Yeah, but you. Okay, you're telling me it's not harmful to have that type of shit all over the internet?
Material, money, property, stuff is being lost.
That's the only thing you give a fuck about?
When it comes to responding with violence, yes. The only other thing to care about is your ego, which I don't think you can respond to with violence.
How the fuck is it? How the fuck is that example egotistical in any way?
Okay, Uzmark, go ahead.
Yeah, but Destiny, but how do you deal with the fact that your opinion is actually a minority view? Your opinion, your view is subjectively your own, but it's an extremist one. When you look online and when you look at research done on people's opinions on free speech, America, I think, is one of only a handful of nations in which majority of people think that insults and mocking other people's religion should be allowed. Like, how do you?
I
square
love this
that?
country.
Like,
You're asking me how do I score the fact
No,
that
but so
my
then-
country
no,
is
but-
very extreme when it comes to freedom of speech?
Okay,
I love it. That's
so
one of my
would you
favorite things about
stand by
this
the
country.
accusation that 70% of people are uncivilized and savages? If
Um,
that's your characterization, that responding with physical violence, be that by someone's own individual hands or by the state apparatus, is uncivilized and savage, wouldn't then 70% of the world population be savage?
I don't know if I don't know
and
how I would
uncivilized?
judge them based on my country's standards, right? When you're in a different country, you react in a different way. If I went to like fucking the UAE or Saudi Arabia and I'm supposed to wear some goofy fucking like getup or whatever, I'd do it as a respect for the culture because I'm visiting their country. It's not my country anymore. I don't have a right to say how they run their shit, right? I'm probably not gonna suck any dicks in fucking Dubai because I don't want to get thrown off a. Never mind. But like I'm just saying like in general, like when I'm in another country, when I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I know I was gonna show you that guy. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that I would respect their thing, but in my country, we have the right for things like hate speech. And if you think that you could be violent over that, then yeah, I think that's savage because that's my country and these are my rules and my area. Yes.
Because Twitter operates off of the rules in your country, right?
Because what?
Because Twitter operates off of the rules in your country, right? Twitter has to answer to fucking free speech, fucking
Okay, so if someone, wait, I want to ask a question. So if someone in another country reacts physically to, I don't know, whatever it be, mockery and insult, whatever, if someone in another country in which the laws of the state allow that to happen, are they then not savage and not uncivilized?
There's probably going to be like some fundamental like ethical principle that I'm going to say is savage no matter what.
That's what I'm getting at.
Sure.
That's what I'm getting at. It seems like you're appealing to legality and then putting to your own personal philosophy whenever it suits you.
Well, there are going to be some things that I think transcend countries. Would mocking somebody's religion, I think I would universalize that. I would say if you mock somebody's religion and then somebody attacks you for it physically, yeah, I would always consider that to be, we can say
But then
savage.
how do you deal with the fact that you're in a minority view? Worldwide,
I would just think I'm better than a majority of people, I guess.
Okay, fair enough. But then can you see how using your own personal minority and...
Well, not personal.
You could
careful, not personal. This is like a Western minority country, but so Western, yeah.
No, don't use the word Western because when you look at it, Germany,
How about American?
Poland...
We use American.
Okay, I would say
yeah,
America.
America-centric.
Sure.
Okay, I
sure.
could... okay, you're using your personal chauvinistic, I would even go as far as to use that word, personal chauvinistic moral philosophy to judge the reaction of Muslims and people worldwide. Like, can you not see how that can be perceived as Islamophobic?
If this is what it means to be Islamophobic, I don't care about that label. I'll be Islamophobic. I don't care. I'm fine with that. If I have to respect somebody's right to get violent, if you mock their religion, and not respecting that makes me like Islamophobic, I'll be Islamophobic. I'm okay with that.
And by the way, remember, it doesn't hurt Destiny's pockets to be Islamophobic, but God forbid you label him as an anti-Semite. Then all of a sudden he's gonna switch up because that would then affect his fucking pockets.
Careful.
Because, of course, he only wakes
Anti-Semite
up-
usually implies hatred of Jewish people. I don't hate Muslims. I think I even made a tweet clarifying that. And I don't think, you can go through my tweets, but I don't think I've actually ever attacked Muslims. I think I'm usually shitting on Muhammad, his doll-playing wife, and then the Kaaba or whatever. I don't think I'm actually saying, like, oh, Muslims suck. I hate Muslims. They're dirty people, like Arabs are. Like Ben Shapiro made that tweet about how Arabs live in dirt or whatever, right? I don't think I've said anything like that. So when you say I'm Islamophobic, I'm very specifically just shitting on the religion. I'm not attacking the people.
Tweets, just real quick, one of the tweets, do you have the tweet up? Uzmark, are you about to read it? Because I'll let you read it.
No, you can read it. But I was going to ask Destiny a question, but sure, go ahead.
No, ask your question while I get it up, because I do want to ask Destiny about one tweet where I think I'm going to be clear, but I think you did call Muslims violent and fragile.
He did, yes.
Read me the exact.
No, he's going to say only the ones that fucking hit you with the death threats.
I can pull up the tweet, but what he said was.
Oh, if you are making threats because someone
there you go.
online, you are fragile and violent.
Yeah, I'm okay. I stand by that.
But he can. You is like it's ambiguous, right? He's not necessarily talking about Muslims, so fair enough.
And by the way,
wait, hold on. To be clear, that I don't think that sounded ambiguous at all. That sounded incredibly crystal clear. Am I missing something? Can you read that tweet again?
Clear? Clarify then for me.
Hold on, let me. Which tweet are you talking about? Read me the tweet.
If you are making threats because someone is posting a picture online, you are fragile and violent.
Yeah, I stand by that tweet.
By the way, says the same man that said if you question historical facts, right, when it comes to World War II and certain things that happened in World War II, that would make you anti-Semitic. You just said anti-Semitism is when you hate Jewish people. But I specifically remember you saying this to Sneeko, that you would be an anti-Semite because of certain questions that could incite hate towards Jews. Or am I misquoting you here?
You're conflating a few things. I think asking questions about World War II is totally fine. Even asking questions about the Holocaust is totally fine. The problem is a lot of that line of questioning becomes anti-Semitic because it's not like, oh, I've got valid questions about the Holocaust, I'm wondering. It's, oh, the Holocaust didn't happen the way that people said it does, and the only reason we think that is because Jewish people control society and they're trying to use that to make us feel bad for them so they can run the world, right? That second line of question is, yeah.
Sure, and could you not see how your fucking humor, quote unquote, how your jokes about Islam is the same exact thing that Islamophobes that wish harm on Muslims in certain nations such as Myanmar, such as India, they use the exact same type of humor that you do, because I've seen it. I've interacted with those people and how it could lead to actual crimes against Muslims.
No.
Could you not see the connection there?
No.
How? So by simply, okay. So
Kratos, stop. Kratos, can you tell us the connection? Can you explain to all of us listening, paint it crystal clear for us, what is the connection between jokes such as Destiny made and actual violence or crimes against Muslims? Please paint that picture for me.
As Uzamark stated, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is in the center of our faith. And you say alayhi salatu wasalam, come on. He's in the center of our faith, right?
Does he like get mad if you don't say that every time? Or I'm sorry.
No, I say it every time. By the way, I only have to say it once.
No, you don't. You only have to say it once.
Okay.
You only have to say it once, but I say it every time, specifically because I'm around you. Because you're the fucking demon, okay?
Okay, I'm just checking.
Here it is, right?
Is he a snow bunny thing? Or is that
Jesus Christ! What?
This right here is a vanilla gorilla. I don't trust him, right? I gotta be careful. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
By the way, if I made any kind of comment like that towards you, you'd lose your fucking mind, dude. Your turban would come flying off your fucking head if I said something like that.
Again.
Sorry, go ahead.
So you're such a considerate person, you wouldn't hurt my feelings. Of course you are. I've seen your Twitter page.
Thanks.
But here's the thing, right? The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is in the center of our faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's in the center of our faith. You disrespect him. You paint him in a negative image. You paint him in a way that lowers his image in the world. You make it much more comfortable for people to start disrespecting Islam as a whole. And we see it in the West. We see it with Christians openly depicting Jesus in very disrespectful ways. And how Christianity itself has started to crumble. And why, and this is a fact that Destiny fucking despises and hates, why there's an incredible amount of conservatives and an incredible amount of red people / manosphere people that are embracing Islam. Now, of course, are quite a fucking few of them absolute grifters and are doing it only for clout. Yes, but there's a great amount of people in the West. In fact, the fastest growing religion in the world is Islam, right? And he hates this embrace of Islam. And this embrace of Islam would become weaker if you start depicting our Prophet in the ways that he did.
So, just curious.
That is why.
Do you think that things like killing the journalists or the comic people at the Charlie Hebdo place or murdering that one teacher who showed the picture of Muhammad, do you think that these things are strengthening Islam or weakening Islam? Just curious.
I don't think that they're doing
impossible
either.
to prove.
How could I
Wait,
tell you
hold
that
on.
they're doing
That's impossible to prove, but you think it's easily possible to prove that by me showing a diamond pickaxe mining the Kaaba, that's actually directly causing harm?
But to clarify, there's no issue, no real fundamental issue with you posting meme pics of the Kaaba. The issue is specifically and quite concentrated on the Prophet itself. You can joke about the Kaaba, you can joke about X, Y, Z, but the issue specifically comes with the Prophet. And to go to your earlier point, It's impossible to say. It's impossible to say whether, if mocking the Prophet was allowed historically through 1,450, 1,500 years, however long it's been, if mocking the Prophet was allowed, whether that would have corrupted the faith.
Well, it seems like we can mock Jesus and all these other things, and Christianity seemed to be a pretty strong religion for a long time.
No. Actually, by 2050,
you think Christianity is cocked or whatever?
It is. By 2050, Islam is going to be the most dominant world faith. Islam is only one of two, only one of two faiths that is growing, not just by birth rates, but by conversions. There's a net gain in conversions. So if we're using that barometer as the threshold for whether this Islamic structure and jurisprudence in regard to mocking the Prophet is valid, or if it has merit, if it works, it seems to be yes. So I don't know, but
is that the reason why, or is it because Islam is in countries with way more fucking people that can be converted and everything else? Are there a lot of people? Are there a lot of people?
It's growing.
Are there a lot of people in the United States that are converting to Islam?
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at Pew Research, it's one of, I think there's Muslims and certain pagan religions. I think maybe I can find the thing for you. There's Muslims and one pagan religion that is growing.
I just Googled real quick. So 2018, a Pew Research survey found that Islam gains about as many converts as it loses in the U.S.
No, I saw a Pew Research that found that there was 3 million net gain. Okay. See if I can find it.
But that's just from 2018, so maybe yours is...
Perhaps.
Recent. I don't know. I don't have any of these studies at my fingertips, but I think let's go. Let's just surmise.
Actually, Pew Research 2020.
Karantos, please.
Sorry, they were sounding goofy. I'm sorry.
Karantos, you are physically incapable. Okay, I will have to, I'll have to take measures. But for the purposes of the discussion, let's just grant that. Let's just grant that Islam is one of the fastest growing religions. Do you think
I can post it in the chat if you want?
Sure. Do you think that's that is enough, but in and of itself, to justify its existence or justify its rules? Because it's succeeding, it must be that its rules are the reason why. Do you think
it shows that the rules are effective?
Does it though? Right? Or is it effective in spite of the rules? Is it in fact effective in spite of these rules that if you otherwise didn't have, it would be even more effective? I just don't find that compelling. That's all.
Let me answer you first, Wick. One of the biggest reasons, if you were to look, and of course this was anecdotal, I'll give it to you, right? But if you were to look at the reason why a lot of people are converting to Islam, one of the things that they would tell you is that in spite of society pushing you one way, which is, by the way, the complete opposite way in which Islam stays in, right? Islam does not change. Islam does not fall. Islam does not deviate from what it was 1,400 years ago, from what the Prophet got himself. Islam is still the same religion, right? And in fact, if you were to look at Christianity today, and by the way, there's nobody on this fucking call that is more knowledgeable about Christianity than Destiny himself, as he grew up Christian.
Wait, no.
If you were to ask, you also did?
I was a missionary for 2 years back in the day.
Okay. So you're telling me when you see transgender pastors, you're telling me that is 100% in line with the Christian faith and teachings.
But you're doing the no true Scotsman thing, right? Because there are Muslims in the United States that are accepting of gay people. I think Muslims are more accepting of gay people than the general U.S. population. But you're going to say, well, those aren't real Muslims, right? So
No. First of all, I will not say that. But second of all, I would say find anything in the deen itself, in Islam, that justifies their position. Their position is taken on because of the society that they live in. That is a liberal take. That is not an Islamic take. They cannot justify it using Islam. They can't.
I'll put it this way, Wick. Islam is one of the, if not the only growing religion in the world. It's going to become the most predominant religion by 2050, and it is the, if not one of the only religions that has such a strict adherence to making sure that the faith is not corruptible, and such a strict adherence to its own internal laws. You can't say causatively that one caused that B caused A or whatever. You can't say causatively for certain, but There's a correlation there.
This is what I would say, and this is actually what I bet is what's probably going on. Is most Western countries are predominantly Christians, and most Western countries are probably becoming more and more secular, especially across Europe. As nations become more developed, as people gain access to more things like knowledge and science, they tend to become more secular over time. So in these countries, Christians are probably losing lots of followers. I know it's happening massively in the United States, and I know that even Europe, especially places like Scandinavia, are way more secular than the United States. Now in other countries, especially countries in Africa, especially countries in the Middle East, where there's more conflict, where there might not be necessarily as much development, you probably still have people that are joining the faith, or you probably still have people that are having more children or are being Islamic. And then in the United States, you're probably always going to have more people converting away from Christianity than converting towards Christianity, because I think 60% of Christians, or 60% of you are still Christians. So of course those numbers are always going to be going down, and you only have to pick up a few Muslims to make net gains in the United States. That would probably be my guess. I could think of
But there's
data
net
points.
gains for Muslims worldwide, not just in the United States.
Yeah, but listen, this is what I'm saying. Let's say there's 1 million people in the United States.
I mean, net gains
900,000 are Christian, 500 are Muslim. Like, if you gain 500 Muslims and lose, 10,000 Christians, that's a huge gain for Muslims in the United States. That's what I'm saying. The United States is majorly Christian, so of course any gain to Islam in the United States is going to be like a net gain to Muslims.
I'm not talking just about the United States. I'm saying there's net gains through conversions worldwide. I'm not talking just this United States.
Yeah, but again, when you say worldwide, like, all of the West that was largely Christian, those people are like leaving Christianity en masse, right? Very few of them are probably converting to Islam, and most of them are probably becoming secular. That'd be my guess.
But this osmosis that you're talking about can go both ways. Why doesn't it seem that Muslims are converting to Christianity?
I don't think anybody's converting. Well, there might be some Muslims converting to Christianity, but you're going to lose them in the overall numbers of people that are leaving Christianity, right? Because there are fewer Muslims in these countries than there are Christians. If you've got 1 million Christians and 100,000 Muslims, if 20,000 Muslims convert to Christianity, but 50,000 people leave the Christian faith, even with Muslims converting to Christianity, you're still having an outflow from Christianity because it's the predominant religion. That's like a statistical artifact.
True. Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to see. We're going to wait until 2050 to see how the projections...
Also, keep in mind that if this is true, if what you're saying is true, you've actually given me like a really powerful argument for why I should be going harder on Islam in my tweets, because I don't want more people becoming Muslim, becoming Islamic. I think it's like a moral wrong.
Why,
so,
Destiny?
because I don't think I agree with any of the core tenets of most of these religious faiths, especially in regards to social issues, regards to like how women ought to be treated, with regards to how some of the more fundamentalist police are ran in some of these countries and their legal systems, with regards to like LGBT or social issues. Like, these are things that I don't consider good. I wouldn't want more people being Islamic and having these beliefs.
Do you think
we can talk about any of those issues if you want.
Do you think Islam is a violent religion?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I don't like to, when you talk about things like Christianity and Islam, when you've got like fucking like billions of followers, I don't like to say the whole religion is violent. If Islam as a religion was violent, then there would be terrorist attacks hourly all across the world. It would be over. It'd be fucking like all over in Europe and shit. But instead, we only see like a handful generally. Or like I would be dead by now if Islam was truly like a religion of violence, right? So I won't paint anything with such a broad brush ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Destiny, I want to ask you a question.
Pussy!
Destiny, is it wrong to mock someone's parents
Hold on
unsolicited?
1 second. Kratos, you're echoing too. Please stop that.
Am I?
Yes, you are.
It's through Uzmark's shit, by the way. I'm not echoing.
Your thing's lighting up.
I don't think it's mine.
Yeah, it's not Uzmark's. Kratos, yours the ones that's lighting up. But go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah, Destiny, is it wrong to mock someone's parents unsolicited?
Is it wrong?
You're trying to appeal to his morality. He doesn't give a shit.
Well, let me just think about it. Is it wrong? Is it morally wrong to make fun of somebody?
Someone's parents unsolicited. Let's use that example.
I'd say probably. Yeah, it's probably mean. It's probably wrong. Sure. I'll give you a yes on that one.
Okay. Why?
Probably being mean in general to people is probably wrong. You shouldn't be mean to people. It's not like a moral good for sure. If anything, it's wrong or neutral.
Okay, so then can you see where I'm going with this? Can you see how it's a moral wrong then to mock the Prophet?
Sure, it could be a moral wrong to mock the Prophet. We're not talking about whether or not something is right or wrong. We're talking about whether you ought to respond to it with violence and whether or not that's morally acceptable. So, for instance, I might say it's wrong to mock somebody's parents. That doesn't mean I think it's ethically acceptable to respond to somebody mocking your parents by being violent to them.
So if someone's committed a moral wrong, doesn't that entail then that there should be some comeuppance or some sort of
But that
retaliation?
comeuppance can be making fun of that person. That comeuppance could be not talking to that person. Like, Doesn't have to be violence. There's plenty of ways that we punish activity. Like, for instance, do we agree that telling lies is wrong? Right?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And then my next question is going to be like, should we hurt somebody for telling a lie? Do they have to get like physically punished for it? Like, probably not.
You see, it depends on like someone's own personal philosophy. But
well, that question is.
I don't think, we can talk about this if you'd like, because you seemed interested in this. I don't think, philosophically, like should be much of a distinction made between emotional hurt and physical hurt, and I don't think it's necessarily wrong to respond to emotional hurt with a physical retaliation.
Can I jump in here for a minute?
Yeah.
The reason we have this disagreement, we've disagreed with this before, is because it's very hard to measure emotional hurt, whereas it's pretty easy to measure material hurt. You can measure how much money someone has lost. You can measure the value of the destruction to their property that you've done. You can measure how much damage you've given them in medical bills. All sorts of ways to measure these things. Whereas emotional hurt, right, would not hurt me at all, right? Mocking my parents, mocking me, mocking my teeth and stuff like that wouldn't bother me at all emotionally. I'm pretty emotionally stable like that.
So
however,
what
there
you're
are very people, just let me finish, there are people who, if I simply looked at them wrong, would be deeply emotionally hurt by that. We cannot use people's emotions to measure harm, right? Or to mete out punishment for that, because it's just so unstable. Like, there's no real level of measurement that we could use.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is like practicality, on the level of practicality, right? First, you're jumping a step ahead. First, I just want to talk in levels of principle. Principally, if we could know, let's say we were like an omniscient being, or we're fucking 2,000 years in the future, you can plug some shit in someone's brain and you can understand clearly what is going on, what level of emotional hurt they're feeling. Philosophically, I don't think it's wrong to respond physically to emotional hurt. Can we agree on that, Wick?
No, I think there's a fundamental difference. I do. I think that, again, they're just different things, and we can't equate them and make them the same, conflate them as I think you were doing. So I disagree on principle. That's all. I don't know what the rest of you think, because I want to get Karantos in here. Karantos, do you think that the emotional harm and physical harm are the same on principle?
I 100% believe that if somebody hurts you emotionally, you fully have the right to respond physically. Because, by the way, the vast majority of times where people are hurt is because more times than not, they were hurt emotionally to begin with. Somebody antagonized them in one way or the other, and they responded physically. That is how most of the world operates to begin with. And second of all, a lot of the times, our emotions and the way that we feel inwards and in our minds manifests physically. That is the little reason why people like you, Wick, and people like Destiny are completely comfortable with people that have mental illnesses, that view themselves as something that they're not, and that actually go through surgeries and completely change their outward appearance, their physical body, to match with what's on the inside. So now, if you're saying that you shouldn't conflate the two, what would you say in those instances? Would you say that somebody who, let's say, is a male, a born male that transitions to female, would you say that they shouldn't change anything?
No one is doing that to them. They are doing it to themselves, and it's a fundamentally different thing. They are not having it done unto them. They are choosing to take upon that and do it to themselves.
So you're telling me if somebody is mentally ill and they're fucking cutting themselves, you shouldn't intervene whatsoever, because that is something they're doing to themselves?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's a fundamentally different thing than someone else taking their arm and cutting it.
But how is it fundamentally different if they're both mental illness? What? Unless you don't believe that it's mental illness, that somebody genuinely believes that they're the other gender or the other sex, which they are not.
I'm not here to debate trans.
I think we're getting a bit sidelined here. But Wick, I don't believe.
It doesn't make any sense when you say that you can't conflate the emotional and the physical. You do, and you justify it.
But we don't. You don't need to go to transgenders to prove that, right? We don't need to go to transgenders.
But it shows the hypocrisy in his logic, because he 100% justifies it when it's what his people completely approve of. He justifies it.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Yes, he justified. I'm sorry, did I miss something? Did Wick justify violent responses to emotional pain? Did Wick ever justify?
No, he's arguing against that. I'm trying to do that. Wait, Wick. let's take the most extreme example, right? Let's say your mother's dead, right? She died in a horrific car accident. God forbid. God forbid. Died in a horrific car accident. Let's say some psycho online got the picture. Somehow they leaked, right? He prints them off, and you're grieving. He stands outside of your house every day when you come back from work, talking about, oh, look at your mum, look at her guts all splattered on the floor, her head, like the most horrific shit possible. Do you really think it is not justified for someone to walk up to that guy and give him a fucking punch in the mouth?
I don't.
You really think? Never.
There I don't think it's justified. But you're not going to get me on this. So I'm pretty consistent about this.
They both are. They'll just tell you, I don't care.
No, Destiny actually. No, Destiny. I don't think Destiny agreed with that. I think Wick is more extreme on this than
probably
than Destiny.
But
I mean, like, I think that you can make argument. Like, I'm saying this out of like real, like, insane good faith, because we're talking about hyper edge cases here. I think that you can make arguments for like a very personal type of relentless harassment. Like, if somebody's standing outside and they're screaming at you every single day with a picture of your like dead child, like holding it up and screaming at you, and then you could probably. But I actually think that in the United States is probably illegal. Like, that would actually probably be considered harassment, because you're moving beyond just like normal speech at that point. But like, we are many levels removed from just shitting on somebody's like choice of religion on Twitter at this point. But
yeah, no, so it's a matter of degree, right?
Oh, let me ask you, Uzmark, right?
Yes.
Uzmark. Would you feel violence is justified if in that same scenario, instead of being outside my house every day, they simply posted a mean tweet about it? Do you think I should be justified to go to their house and beat them up for that?
No, I think there should be.
So
wait, hold on. No. Hold on. Yes, precisely. As I was going to say, there are levels, right? And we, as a society, I believe, come together and we can agree. As you said before, like it's difficult to practically enforce any sort of like physical repercussions to something emotional because it's so hard to measure. Well, I think we as a society can come together and we can agree rationally that X thing, Y thing should have X or Y physical response. For example, that dude on Twitter, perhaps he should get a fine.
No,
perhaps...
no.
No, but you're in the minority.
I will be your enemy in this. That is not okay to fine people for speech like that, or to give them any kind of judicial punishment. The proper response is social censure.
That's what they do in England.
Why? But why is it wrong? He's intentionally causing harm. There is no motive. You can talk about, you can like quibble about, oh, maybe there's a reason why X, Y, Z. No, but if someone is intentionally and purely just wanting to cause you harm,
being mean
just wanting
on Twitter?
Being mean can fucking hurt. It hurts.
Sorry.
There is no.
I understand.
We have online harassment for a reason. People commit
understand.
suicide over that shit.
And it can be bad. Right?
But when it's
really
bad, they don't care though. That's the problem. Because it's something that you do onto yourself, right?
So someone is doing something bad, but there are no repercussions for that person. There is no like.
You say no repercussions. I'm saying no legal repercussions. There's a difference between these statements. I think there should be repercussions. They should just not involve the legal system, because that will be weaponized. That will be weaponized by the state to. A politician, and we see this in the SLAPP laws, anti-SLAPP laws and things like that, where politicians will sue the fuck out of reporters because that person hurt my feelings. They caused me harm for reporting on that thing I did, and so now I'm going to sue them into the fucking ground.
Sure,
and,
they can,
and give them like legal ramifications for what they've done. This is why we have to keep speech away from the legal, like we, except for in extreme examples like threats to violence, immediate calls to violence, and things like that. I'm very against it. But we're moving away from the topic. We can still stay on this.
No, I think this is rather important actually, because it goes to the heart of the discussion, really. So if, for example, I'm an individual and I'm being harmed by someone's tweet or someone's words, why can't I appeal to the state to intervene and help me? Why isn't it? It's the state's responsibility to protect.
You don't have to read that person's tweet. You don't have to go around and seek out things in the world that offend you or upset you, and then ask the government to regulate those things. That's an insane position, in my opinion.
Why? If someone is out there intentionally trying to harm me, trying to do me harm, why isn't the state?
Because we have a greater value on people having the right to say the things that they want to say, even if some people might deem them offensive, more important than the right for somebody to avoid having hurt feelings. The reason why we have those same freedom of speech laws is the only reason why a religion like Islam can even exist in the United States, right? So I think that it's important to defend that principle of free and open speech, because we don't want people. I don't want Donald Trump telling me what I'm allowed to post on Twitter. You guys probably wouldn't want Biden or Obama or Hillary Clinton telling you what you're allowed to post on Twitter. I think that principle is probably worth protecting more than somebody's hurt feelings.
So what do we do then when we have two conflicting, fundamentally different positions philosophically? What do we do?
The intolerant one gets eliminated. That's what you do. You can't have people that exist in a liberal society saying that we can kill people for saying things that make us upset. That's fundamentally incompatible with a free and open society. You just can't have it.
Do you disagree, Karantos?
Of course I fucking disagree, because he's the one who decided who's the tolerant and who's the intolerant one.
That's
because
not true. I'm not saying anybody here should be attacked for their things they say on Twitter. You're the ones that are deciding that.
You're the one who went out of his way to purposefully, mind you, purposefully antagonize a whole bunch of people.
Good. I have that right to be antagonistic. That's my right as an American. Some people would say that you being Muslim is antagonistic towards them in the United States, especially post 9/11. People feel that way.
Last time I checked, yeah, not fucking Dikembe Mutombo. That is an incredible reach that you just did there. Because what you did and what somebody else who would just think my existence as a Muslim would be harmful to them are completely different. You purposefully went out there fully knowing that you want to antagonize people. If you're telling me that you just did it based off of humor, then tell me the humor in saying prepubescent be upon him.
Because it's fucking funny. It fits the what do you call the 4 letters or whatever?
So and it's funny to you.
It's funny to a lot of other people too. Apparently,
as humor.
It does pass as humor. It's pretty funny.
People.
So what do we do
share
then?
the same ideology.
What do we do when we have someone such as Destiny? Or you could replace it with, I don't know, someone insulting anyone's parents online en masse. Let's say he's insulting thousands of people's parents en masse, causing harm en masse, and people don't have any avenue to, I don't know, address it. There's a harm being done. As Destiny, but as Destiny.
What do you think the block button is? There's an avenue. Like, oh, you don't want to see what someone says?
Why should they have to?
Boom. What?
You know what's insane? No, 1 second. No, wait. Before you guys go down this rabbit hole again, the fact that out of all people on planet fucking Earth, Destiny is the one who brings up pedophilia is fucking rich. By the way, I'm sorry. Like, I just want to stop there for a second. He's the same fucking man that knowingly platformed a fucking pedophile. And by the way, this is not according to me. This is according to him. What's his name? Max Carson, Mr. Girl. And you defended him day in and day out. But the moment that he came at your fucking ass, and the moment that he decided that he wants to fucking go through your life and reach out to every single person that you've known in the past fucking decade, that is when you suddenly decided to switch your tone on him and you decided to call him a fucking pedophile, a fucking rapist. But when you were friends, you defended him tooth and nail against every single accusation that was levied against him. So who the fuck makes you the arbiter of morality? Who the fuck makes you the person who knows right from wrong? Since when were you put in that position to tell somebody, no, you do not have the right to react in a way that I do not deem fit, when I purposefully go out of my way to disrespect something that you hold closer to your heart than anything else on this planet? How the fuck does that make any sense?
Are we relitigating like every random thing that's ever happened in my life, or what?
No, because it has...
Also, I don't think I've called I've never called Max a pedophile. Also, to be fair, I'm pretty sure that movie Cuties, if you're referring to that, wasn't that made by a Muslim woman?
Again, by the way, it was made by the exact Muslim woman that you would consider an ally in the West, that you would consider tolerant and liberal. That is the exact same type of Muslim that made that movie. A French woman, by the way, Elle to the fucking French, right? But here's the thing. Let me just say this real quick. I do not bring it up out of the blue. I bring it up to just show the fact that you, not only in the past year or two, but in the past decade, and by the way, as a 35-year-old man, you cannot get away with the argument of this was in the past, I changed. As a 30-year-old man, as a 27-year-old man, and mind you, I'm 23, and if I said the same type of fucking shit that you said in the past, you and your fucking people wouldn't want to see me anywhere online.
What do you think? What do you think I've said in the past? It's so beyond the fucking pale. What?
You said that child porn is justifiable, morally justifiable. Because your argument was that it stops people from offending.
Okay,
certain research shows the fact that
child porn. You gotta learn to respond to each of these, so you can list them. But
in one conversation where I argued in favor of the age of consent, which I'm guessing you're probably opposed to, because it probably would cut off all of the marriages you approve of. In that conversation, we were having a discussion on whether or not there could be. What do you think the age of consent should be for marriage or consummation of marriage?
I believe the age of consent should be based off of whichever country that you're in.
Oh, okay. So what do you think the
Follow
lowest
the law
should
of
be?
the land.
What do you think the lowest should be?
Follow the law. Follow the law
So
of
if
the
the law of the land was 9 years old, would that be okay for you?
So you're telling me
if the law of the land was 9 years old, would that be okay for you? If the law of the land was 9 years old, would that be okay for you?
One single place.
If
Because
the
I'm not
law of the
gonna
land was
argue
9
with
years old, would that be okay for you?
A hypothetical that you just made up wouldn't make any sense because in this day and age,
If the law of the land was 9 years old, would that be okay for you?
So you want me to answer? So you want me to give you a yes or no because that's what you're capable of comprehending?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I would say that no, because collectively as a society, we have come together and we have acknowledged the fact that that is not what we are going to do in this day and age, and trying to use the whole presentism fallacy and trying to apply today's outlook on age of consent to 1,400 years ago makes you look fucking retarded. But you know what?
So
Forget
you,
what I
so
have
then
to say,
just to be
because my
clear,
things are-
just to be clear, then you disavow like all forms of like child marriage and shit that might be happening in any other country in the world today, right? Yeah.
Today, absolutely, 100%. But let me ask you this real quick: what do you believe that? By the way, what a fucking retarded question! You fucking knew the answer to that. It's not like
I had
something.
no idea. I didn't know you were gonna come here and justify to me violence in
believe so?
exchange for tweeting funny pictures. I didn't know you were gonna
What
do
sort-
that today.
What sort of violence did I justify? I told you that if you talk shit, you deserve to get fucking banged. You deserve to fucking get one hit to the face, and I believe that applies to me and to anybody else that goes out of their way to be disrespectful in the name of humor.
Cool. I didn't know. I didn't know you were gonna justify that, so I didn't know what your
But did
position
I
would be on child
justify death
marriages.
threats? Sure, but did I justify death threats? Because again, when you say violence, all of your fucking retarded fan base would confuse it with death threats that you've been receiving. Now, did I justify
heard
those?
you,
Or
I
did
heard you
think that-
loud and clear. You said getting punched in the face. I didn't think you were going to justify that, and you did. So I'm just asking your other positions. I was just curious. You don't have to get
I'm a
upset.
man of
It's
many
okay.
surprises, I should say. But let me ask you this real quick. I'm not upset. I promise. you.
After
Let
one
me
more
ask-
question, then Uzma.
One more question, and we could go to Uzmark. Absolutely. What do you believe that the age of consent should be?
I think like 16 to 18 is probably okay. It's where most countries have it set.
So 16, and that's based off what? Just based off what other countries have it set?
Seems
Nothing
to
else?
be like a generally okay age for when a person is developed enough to understand the ramifications of sexual behavior.
So you're telling me a 16-year-old is fully capable of raising a child and is fully aware of the consequences of having sex out of wedlock?
I think you're old enough to have a general awareness, yeah.
Even
Fully
though
aware
you're-
of all the consequences of everything. I mean, I don't even know if the average like
by the way-
22-year-old is aware of that, but
Yeah, but that's based off what, by the way, when you say they're generally aware, that's based off what? Is that your opinion, or is that any sort of research that has been peer-reviewed or anything of that sort? Or is that just what you believe? Is that what you
Are we
believe?
asking for a source, Karantos? Are we going to do that?
I'm just curious because this man worships sources and peer-reviewed studies, so I just want to know what comes from his heart and what comes from what another man has told him.
I mean,
so
so
where
that's
does that come
generally
from?
like when a kid is like out of high school, when they're moving out on their own to go to college, when a person is generally, they've gone through puberty a little bit, they've had feelings and explore them with other teenagers or whatever. It's about that age. That seems like what most countries agree on right now. So I'd say about 16 to 18, yeah.
And by the way, and again, you could tell me, hey, this was when I was a young 29-year-old. I completely changed my mind. But you've previously said, listen, people mature at different ages.
They do.
People grow up at different ages. So would you 100% be comfortable with a 14-year-old, a 13-year-old that is fully mature, that is equally as mature to a 17, 18-year-old in this day and age? Would you be comfortable with them?
Theoretically, you could
Being
probably
in a
find 25-year-olds that aren't that comfortable, that
That's
probably
not
should be having
answering my
sex, and you could
question,
probably
by
find
the way.
14-year-olds that are comfortable enough. Yeah, that's probably possible. But right now, we've got the law set in the United States at 18 years old because that's our hard cutoff.
I did not ask you. I did not ask you about the law, Destiny. Hey, don't let him get away with it. Wait.
Stop.
You're being a pussy. You're being a pussy.
You've gone down this road. We're not.
He didn't
going
fucking
anywhere.
answer it. He didn't answer shit. I asked him. I didn't ask him what the law states. I asked him if there was a 13-year-old that
He
is
said
mature enough.
16 to 18, and he.
No, I asked him, and his explanation was because of maturity and such. And I asked him if there was a 13-year-old that exhibited those levels of maturity and understanding and was able to go out into the world on her own and do whatever that she needs to do. Would you be comfortable with her being married off to some 25-year-old and having a kid with him? I didn't ask about what the law states. I asked about his opinion. He didn't
The
ask me
problem
about
is
the law.
that we don't
Asked
have a
about what
way.
I
The
feel.
problem is we don't have a way to determine that, right? We can't determine whether or not a person has reached that level of maturity because we don't have a sufficient battery of tests we can run somebody to figure it out. That's why we have the law set where it is. That's why the age of consent or the age of majority or signing contracts isn't done after taking a test. It's just kind of a blanket age. There are some people that probably can't consent to sex at 19, 20, or 21 or shouldn't be signing contracts, but that's just the rough age that we kind of settled as society for being
perfect.
proper.
Thank you. No, thank you very much for saying that. So you're basically admitting to the fact that it is just set there as a collective decision by the most of the world, and it actually doesn't make any sense for it to be.
I didn't say it didn't make any sense. I said that's about the age that kids are getting. Like, for instance, if we lived in a society
But
where
you just said we can't test it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to fucking talk. If we lived in an age where at 12 years old you were done with school and then you immediately go to a farm and you start farming and like raising families or whatever, I imagine the age of consent in that society probably would look a lot different than the age of consent today, where you're in high school till you're 18, right?
Okay. I'm having to mute every time.
No, okay, thank you. So why wouldn't you take that level of consideration for societies 1,400 years ago when it comes to the prophet?
Because
How
I'm
the
pretty
fuck
sure
would
the
you know how he was
translation.
back then?
Because I'm pretty sure the translation for the prophet fucking Aisha was literally that she was a little girl that he played dolls with. The specific Arabic used to refer to her was that of like a small adolescent child, not just a mature person that was 9 years old. Number one, and number two, that word is important. And number two, people today try to use that to justify child brides, which I think is really fucking funny.
No, okay, so great.
Stop. I want to let
This is
Uzumar respond.
this is
Uzumar,
yeah.
go ahead.
I just want to
There
say
we go.
one thing. I just want to say one thing to the prior conversation. Just one thing. You can't use one word, one phrase, one line from a hadith that she was playing with dolls to like somehow like indicate her moral like mental faculties. Like you get fucking 25-year-olds these days that play with dolls. Like it's a big thing. Like the doll community is deeper than you might imagine actually. So yeah, you can't use that. That's just. There is far too little evidence for us to try and like ascertain her mental state. Yeah, but
No. I'm not just talking about the hadith that they're playing with dolls, but I'm pretty sure in Arabic the specific word used to refer to her was the word used to refer to like an adolescent child, not some like we would say, for instance, like I wouldn't say I married a little girl, I would say I married a woman. But that the Arabic used to refer to Aisha is the Arabic that you use to refer to little children. Not to an adult grown woman, not a matured woman, not a precocious woman.
I've never heard that, but I'll have to check that. I've never heard that.
Because he's talking about
I've never heard that, to be honest. But
but let me say this.
I'll inquire about that. No, but okay, go on. But then I want to say something.
We can move on. We can move on. Just last statement.
Stop.
No.
You can get to it after Uzmark. Uzmark's sitting here very patiently. He's been very respectful of the moderation team, so I'm going to give him a little extra time here. Go ahead, Uzmark.
No, I wanted to wrap up kind of what we were talking about when we were the fundamental differences in freedom of speech. How do I pronounce your name, by the way, mate? Koranotos?
Just call me Q. Like Q ain't on.
Yeah, Q said a phrase that I found important. He said that Destiny and Wick, more so Wick to be honest, are acting as moral arbiters when it comes to this issue of violence in response to words, insults, however you
and morality. Yep.
Yes. Yeah, they're acting as moral arbiters, right? And we're at a fundamental impasse. If Destiny or Wick say, no, it is fundamentally wrong to ever respond violently to a word, a phrase, or an insult, and another person say, oh, no, it is okay, there's nothing we can do, right? There's nothing we can really appeal to if it's a fundamental core belief. So I think it's important to point out, right, that the majority of people globally, worldwide, are not on Wick and Destiny's side, right? The majority, they are in the minority here. They are in the minority. It's the extreme view, and so I think it's, as I said, chauvinistic, and it is insular in a way.
So white superiority complex right there.
It is a superiority complex. It really is. There is no way to adjudicate whether one is wrong or right, other than appeals to majority. I believe when it comes to like, if you're a moral anti-realist, if there is no fundamental basis to your
most of my beliefs are better than the beliefs I do not hold. That's why I hold those beliefs. I hold those beliefs because I think they are better than the beliefs I have rejected. Yes, I mean
majority of people think. The majority, no, fundamentally different. No,
you hold beliefs that you do not think are better than other beliefs.
I hold like that's why I'm a divine command theorist, because I don't have to wade through all this moral anti-realism. I hold beliefs because I believe morality comes from God. I think that's the only way to adjudicate these fundamental differences in philosophy. Other than that, I believe the only way you can adjudicate them is through appeals to majority. And the majority of people believe that responding physically, whether that be through personal, like physical acts, or through the state apparatus, is valid and is justified. So given that, like, all I have to say is that the majority of people disagree with you. And I would Destiny's tweets about the violence, the majority of people, when you categorize people as violent in responding to words, majority of people disagree with you. Majority of people wouldn't categorize people as violent in responding to words, pictures, or phrases.
Especially when no violence has been committed whatsoever. Clearly, the man is still healthy and alive. I mean, healthy to a certain degree.
Yeah. So anyway, so that was my main that was my main issues with Destiny's tweets, was his characterizations of Muslims as fragile and his Muslims as violent. And I think, as we've discussed here, like, I think Destiny acquiesced pretty quickly that given that Muslims aren't necessarily being fragile.
No, I would say they're fragile. I didn't acquiesce to that. I countered that argument saying that by your definition, literally nobody would be considered fragile. But I reject that, obviously, because I think some people are fragile. And I would say that wanting to attack somebody for attacking your religion makes you fragile, in my definition, in my world.
In Destiny's world.
And in America. Peace be upon it.
But as everywhere else in the world, globally, the majority...
Let's look at the child marriages in America. How about that?
In America, sure. But worldwide...
The land of seculars and liberals.
Yeah, worldwide, Destiny is in the minority opinion. Worldwide, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we can sum up to say is Destiny is a fringe. Destiny is the extremist here.
It's okay. Just because you're an extremist doesn't mean you're wrong, though, right?
I mean, I'm in like the most powerful nation on the entire planet.
I think if you're a moral anti-realist, if you're in the minority, you are wrong.
Wow.
I think I guess it would come into.
I think what people held the biggest problems with was not the fact that he posted the cartoon or the Minecraft thing about the Kaaba. It's about what he said about the Prophet. And I've addressed it clearly here, and he has no fucking argument against it, of course, unless he has an argument that I did not hear, by the way. Wait, let me just get this out real quick, right? The fact that Al-Quraysh, which was the pagan majority in Saudi Arabia during the time of the Prophet, did not give him any hard time or any flag. By the way, these are the same people that wanted to kill the Prophet. These were the same people that went out of their way to disprove Islam. They tried their best to, and would attack the Prophet at any chance they get. They themselves never took a single jab at the Prophet for his marriage to Aisha radiallahu anha, right? And that is because back then in that society, what the Prophet did was completely 100% within the norm. And Destiny himself said, hey, within certain societies today, there may be people that are mature enough based off of how their society is, that they could be able to marry and have kids based obviously when they hit puberty. But let's say even if that were to be 13 years old, that would make sense for them.
So you think there are some 9-year-olds that you could marry and have sex with today? There are some 6-year-olds?
No, you're the one who made that argument.
I'm just curious, what do you think? Do you think there are 6-year-olds that you can marry today? They're mature enough for that?
Wait, you're telling me there are 6-year-olds right now.
Oh, I'm asking you, are there?
World. They don't exist.
Oh, okay.
But you're the one who said that there could be 13-year-olds that go out there.
We're circling the drain on this one. Is there any other critiques that you had other than his characterization of Muhammad or as of the tweet about fragility or violence? Is there anything else that you had a problem with that Destiny has said or done that you would like a chance to talk to him about? Because now is your chance.
I would think it's important to understand the context of Islamophobia when we're talking about this. As I said, it's an issue that frames this whole discussion. I think it's not insignificant. If you look at the studies, the stats, the reports, it's somewhat in the US, I would say comparable to anti-black racism. In the US, Islam is second most only to Jewish people in terms of hate crimes. In the UK, it's skyrocketed recently. And it's important when people are making, like Destiny has, claims such as I know he didn't say Muslims specifically when he made that tweet, you are violent if you respond to X, Y, or Z. But when we look at the context of the tweets, it's easy or very easy to misinterpret what he's saying. And that is contributing to this. It's a dangerous thing, Islamophobia. It is causing harm to a significant amount of people. And if you care about racism, you should also care about the Islamophobia that Destiny could be contributing to.
I agree. I think it's bad. I don't think it's good. Do you also condemn the fact that a lot of the violence that's caused in countries like Sweden are done by Muslim majority immigrants?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a problem too. But
what is the relation? What's the relation? Can you explain?
I was just curious if you were consistent on the issue. I don't condemn violence against Muslims. It seems like a lot of them are condemn or supporting violence. Or I'm sorry, I don't support violence against Muslims. It seems like a lot of them are supporting violence against me online. I don't support people that are attacking Muslim people. That's why I haven't attacked Muslim people. But in the United States, we might be in the minority here. I don't care. I don't care if there are some people that are going to get hatred because I'm attacking a religion. That's on the people doing it. In the United States, we don't use some people commit violence as an excuse to condemn certain types of speech. That's not what we do in the United States. Maybe in other countries in the world, we might be in a minority on that, but I think that's a beautiful thing in the United States.
You used to talk quite extensively about responsible use of your platform. Yep. Like, I don't want to get all soy and be all like, because I've seen people do it to you before and it's cringe. But you did used to talk about responsible use of your platform.
Yeah.
And just personally, from what I've seen on your subreddit, it seems like your these tweets and the discourse that you've made, it seems like if you just scratch the surface a little bit, the vitriol and vileness against Muslims comes out. There has been some wild shit said in the Twitter, in your Twitter replies, and to some extent in your subreddit. And I think
I agree with you there, but I think that comes from Muslims. I think it's their fault.
I don't. Like, for example, no, wait.
Super easily. I've never made fun of any other community and gotten that type of blowback before, so I imagine there probably is a lot of Islamophobia, and that sucks, and I wish there wasn't. But I think that's because of the fact that there are thousands of them in my replies and in my DMs that are saying they want to kill me and my family and rape my wife. So, I mean, like, it's hard for me to be sympathetic there, yeah.
Yeah, but no. But if you, let's take this hypothetical, right? If you had, I don't know how many Muslims had seen your tweets, but if you had messaged or made posts about, I don't know, 2,000 black people, right, mocking their parents or their father or their mother, as you have done the Prophet, right, and then collated their responses, I'm sure you would have got some. Like, I'm sure if you'd have messaged...
Do you understand the difference between black people versus a religion? If I was making fun of... If I had tweeted out, fuck Arabs, then I could understand that would be irresponsible. But I'm tweeting out making fun of a religion, right? I don't have to respect
I don't understand. No, but I don't understand the fundamental difference there.
The fundamental difference is that, like, you can't use a system of belief to attack other people with violence, and it's fundamentally different than attacking a people versus like a group of people that believe in a religion. There's a difference between attacking an idea versus an actual person. Yes.
No. So if you'd have said, right, like if you'd made those posts about black people, about black mothers and fathers, and then a load of black people had in your responses being like, oh, hey, look at this, like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, or whatever the fucking shit people said, right? And then said, hey, whoa, look at how sensitive and how fragile black people are, look at how blah blah blah, I don't know, whatever tweets you said, substitute Muslims in for black people. How, like, I lost my train of thought, but how can, like, how are they not analogous here?
Because an immutable characteristic like your race is something that you're born into, and I don't typically condemn people for those traits. A religion is a series of beliefs that you choose to adhere to, and I will make fun of people for that. It's stupid to not eat pork. Pork is awesome. And it's stupid to condemn people on LGBT issues or to worship people in the sky. I think that's dumb. So the same that I would deride Christians, Muslims, Jewish people for all of their fucking beliefs, which I do and which I have, I'll continue to do the same for people that are Muslim as well. I don't think I'm not going to attack the people, but you should have the right to attack the religious beliefs. Much the same that if you want to say I'm some godless heathen cuck like this fucking guy did, and I'm going to go to hell with my wife being fucked by black dicks all the way down to hell, that's fine. You have the right to say that as well. Knock yourselves out. But like in the United States of America, I have a right to say that, and I shouldn't be met with violence for it. Same as you can make fun of me without me being violent against you for it.
No, but yeah, I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding like the Islamic faith here. Muslims love the Prophet as they do a parent, exactly the same. It's not just a belief.
Yeah, that's like fine, but I would call that mental theology. That's mental illness to me. Okay, I don't know how. I'm sorry.
But I know. No. Hold on. That's not necessarily fair. Like, if would it be fair then for an orphan, let's say, to when he mocks someone's parents, for them to be outraged and decry it? Would it be them being like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's mental illness. If for them to
Muhammad
be reacting
is not
with
he's not your dad. Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's
though.
kind of important.
If someone,
it's a fundamentally different
it doesn't.
thing.
Why? If someone loves something...
There's a difference between somebody loving something that they can't even point to existing versus the love somebody may have for their parents that gave birth to them. These are two fundamentally different things.
Can someone not love... Like, where is the fundamental difference there? The only issue is the love and the strength and the intensity of that love.
Somebody can have an intense love or respect for Harry Potter, but if I shit on Dumbledore, that doesn't mean they have a right to attack me in the street over it.
I think if someone genuinely, I mean, like, now I'm not like, I know it's a meme example. If someone genuinely loved fucking Dumbledore, right, as much as they loved their parents, then yeah, I think it would be wrong to attack Dumbledore or to insult him intentionally and explicitly in front of them.
Okay, and I don't think that should be met with violence.
Oh, sure, yeah, that's your personal opinion. The majority of people seem to disagree
That's
with you.
great. I'm glad I've got my
Worldwide,
walls up.
globally.
I'm glad I've got the Atlantic and the Pacific blocking me from all the crazies from other places. So fucking amen to my good country, I guess.
Okay. Fair enough. I think we've kind of we've run the gamut on this. Krontos, anything else before we kind of wind this down?
Last time I checked, Destiny is not fucking 3 years old. I don't know why the fuck you spent half your time fucking trying to defend him and tell him, please let him get a word in. Like, I could have spoke for himself half the time. Also, the man himself was fucking cutting me off, but it is what it is. The man himself said he would be comfortable with
Do
having
you not think you've gotten a good amount of
off.
speaking time, Krontos?
I have. I have. I'll be fair to you. I have. Right? But I will say this much. The man himself just said, dependent on your environment, you could be a mature 13-year-old that's ready for marriage. So he's acknowledged that the way that the world has it set up right now is based off of majority. There isn't some sort of fucking test or scientific fucking method that was applied to the reason why we have 16 or 18 as the age of majority. So to that point, he completely conceded. Of course, if he believes otherwise, that's his right. Second of all, he believes that what he's doing is disrespectful, is harmful to certain people, and he does not give a fuck whatsoever. Because he says, my freedom of speech trumps anything that you believe or care about or hold dear. And as long as I live in the United States of America, I'll disrespect and I'll do whatever I want to any of you guys, and I'm free to do so. And to that, there can be no other argument but, do you? So,
okay,
I'm not gonna argue
well,
with
this has been wonderful. Thank you both for being willing to come out. Yeah, it's been a thing. I would have liked to have more on here, but like I said, it was very hard to get Muslims who would follow TOS or agree to come on. And we've done the best we could. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for coming today. We are kind of just going to close it out, I think, at this point. Closing statements from Destiny. We'll start with Destiny and we'll go around. So, Destiny, final thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think a cornerstone of liberal democracy is that we're allowed to say things in society that might make people really mad, and as soon as we start justifying violent responses to things that really upset us, we fundamentally destroy the fabric that makes our society work. The only reason the United States has survived this far, the only reason why Muslims are even allowed in the United States, is because we hold ourselves to a very high standard when it comes to tolerating other people's hate speech, and that we will not respond with violence. That is a principle that I hold very dear to myself. I would hope that everybody in the United States would hold dear to it, and if you don't, I don't think you have a place in this country, and I wish you would leave.
Fair enough. Uzmark, final thoughts.
Yeah, so
and
I
where
wish
can
we would
people
have.
find you, Uzmark? Just make sure to.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I wish we would have talked a little bit more about the fragility argument. I think it had more merit than Destiny gave, and if we could explore it more, that would be fun. If anyone else wants to, we can. As Q said, I think we've just come to a fundamental impasse, and I have to reiterate that Destiny and Wick are both here in the minority of opinion, globally, worldwide. Most people disagree with them, and so therefore I think if someone wants to react with violence to words, I don't think they should be disparaged and to be looked at as savages, as Destiny said, or as uncivilized, because most of civilization actually agree with them. I would also like to say that, yeah, Destiny's simply saying that, yeah, he's been a dick online to Muslims, and okay, fair enough. He's been a dick, whatever. Online, you can find me at YouTube. I'm trying to make some YouTube videos right now. The time difference here is crazy. So yeah, you can find me at YouTube. I try to be as good faith and honest as possible. I bite bullets if honesty forces me to. That's it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for reaching out. This was an interesting discussion.
I would like to also apologize, Wick. I completely lost track of the time.
Is what is. It's over. I don't hold grudges. But thank you for being here. And we'll have you on again. Kratos, please. Final thoughts and where can people find you?
Yeah, final thoughts. Destiny holds up liberalism as the greatest way of life, and any opposing thought is completely false. And Islam and liberalism do not mesh, they do not mix. For a liberal society to thrive, Islam would damn near need to be either completely changed to the point where it's not Islam anymore, or it would need to just completely be eradicated. He's also ignoring the fact that Islamic societies are incredibly fair and good to women. In fact, the safest country on planet Earth for women is Qatar. And you could see that from the World Cup experience that women, Western women had in Qatar, where they said that they've never felt safer. So when he tries to label Islam as a religion that is unfair or oppressive towards women, I completely and fundamentally disagree with each and every single point when he says that, because it's false. It's not real. It's based in fantasy. And it's also, funny enough, it's based on what a lot of Islamophobes say to try to characterize Islam as a religion that is oppressive to women, when it's not. Islam came at a time where women were oppressed and it freed them. And I believe at the end of the day, I do agree with him. He has the right to say whatever the fuck he wants, especially in the United States of America, where his freedom of speech is a constitutionally defended right. But I also do believe that he's also free to face the consequences. And if they come in the form of a fucking punch, smack, kick, I don't see a problem with it. If it goes further than that and people want to kill him, I completely denounce that, and I think that that is completely abhorrent and wrong. But that's
What about 2 punches? Is 2 punches okay?
No, listen. As long as the hair turns brown, I think he gets away with no punches, because the fucking
and Destiny
seep into his brain. That's factual.
Destiny,
100%.
you can come to Dubai as a blue head, they, them, nothing bad is going to happen to you. You're not going to get thrown off a building. Nothing. There are loads of transgender people here. Gay people, nothing happens.
Wow,
Yep. Oh, by the way, you can find me on Karantos on Kick. Oh, by the way, that's Qorantos. To those that are illiterate, I'm sure there is many in Destiny's chat. Kranos on Kick, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok.
Okay. Thank you all for
Wait,
being
also,
here.
wait, just curious for you too. What religion do you guys say that like they follow like in Iran and Syria? Do you say they're Muslim as well, or do you have a different name for it?
Muslim.
Okay, just curious.
There is it's a deep discussion, but yeah, you would say that as a Sunni Muslim, they are Muslims, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for being here. Just my closing thoughts on all this. Yeah, freedom of speech is important. I don't care if it's a minority opinion. I don't care if I'm the only person who believes it. That's still the best way forward.
If freedom of speech has one fan, I am the one fan. I'm just kidding.
Unironically, I think that it is dangerous to allow speech, but it is more dangerous to be overly censorious. And that's where we are. Speaking of speech, gang, we got a great show coming up for you this week. I'm off break, so we're back at it tomorrow. We got Katie versus Flosny on whether gender is a biological reality or not. Wednesday, we're going to have a few people on to talk about whether it's okay to mock the dead, which is kind of what we touched on here. Is it okay to mock Andrew Tate for getting cancer if he so in fact gets cancer? Would that be morally justifiable or okay to do? Thursday, we're going to have Kelly Jean, Pixie, not Eli Monty, and they're going to be facing down Erudite, Mind Waves, and Irrelevant on setting boundaries and what that looks like or what that should look like. Women saying no, things like that. And then Friday, we're going to have a guest cast to talk about whether or not being pro-sex work is pro-rape. We'll find out. Tune in. YouTube.com/@wick-tv or twitch.tv/wicktv, no underscores, dashes, or spaces. Thank you again for coming, all of you. Really appreciate you. And wait, bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye.
See you later.
Okay, now that...
All right.
Okay, no, thanks for being here, gang.
Yeah, have fun, bye.
Sorry there wasn't
Bye-bye.
more people, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you're good. Bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Oh, that was a little demented. Were you expecting the complete acceptance that words justify violence? Nope. I wasn't really expecting that. That seemed pretty wild. Jesus. I have another thing tonight. I'm thinking I'm talking to Alex or something. Let me use the rest quick. I'll be right back. Hold on.